One of them was a 19, one was a 20. And yeah, very out of place, warm weather, or warmer than what we would normally get. Very out of place at the moment. Not complaining, but yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I had the impression that Kingsley is a flat earther. Am I wrong?
Oh, I don't care, dude. He doesn't have any mic control. Every time his mic opens up, it's either like background noise or something. Every time. He hasn't spoken a word in like 2 weeks. Just noise whenever his mic opens up.
Okay,
I've
that's
got a
probably...
sneaking suspicion that it might be another Kingsley. But same result. Huh. I noticed yesterday he was on, he was red flagged. So. I wonder how many people actually drop into the channel, have a quick scan down and go, oh shit, that person's in here, I'm not. Ta-dum.
I saw that. Coca
I'm so irritated by the Witsit thing. I'm gonna have to smash dirt with a fucking pickaxe. I'm not kidding, dude. I'm gonna freaking take out my anger on the dirt. Yeah, and this dirt is flat. Well, for now.
Why, hello.
Hello.
Another
Oh, is that
broken
Carmelo?
soul. Yes.
Yeah, me.
Yeah, gosh, I'm trying to remember when we were talking to you the other night, how it left off. I don't remember. Do you?
I think you said something really dumb that I had to correct. Oh yeah, we brought up how you said that you couldn't, like, nobody could figure out what time the picture was taken, how it didn't line up with the sun, like hitting the earth, even though I showed you in like 30 seconds that
Oh
was
yeah,
the
and then
case.
you posted a picture. Yeah, you posted a picture that had nothing to do with the date of the Apollo 17 picture. That was the solar eclipse in April of
But I did. It was
1973. So
from.
your evidence was
It was
flawed.
no. I posted you the whatchamacallit. I posted you this time and date thing from 1972 at December 7th at a universal time of 10:40 or 10:39.
Yeah, now try and go
Oh, I
verify
didn't
that
see that. I
time,
must have missed that
nitwit.
one.
Go verify the time it says on Wikipedia, nitwit.
We did that. I did in like 30 seconds. The photo matches up with what time and date showed would hit the Earth.
Okay, now try and go verify that time that they say the photo was taken. Okay? So I told you
Why would
that
I have to
night.
do that?
Because it's controversial.
Oh, what do you mean it's controversial? It's only controversial to retards.
It's controversial among NASA Apollo freaks, dude.
No, they're not.
Nuh-uh. Dude,
It's only
I
controversial
researched
to like
it.
people who think, yeah, you researched it. That's the issue.
Yeah, and there's a whole webpage dedicated to figuring out when it was taken from
Yeah,
nerds that have gone
there's
over
also an entire,
transcripts, that have gone over the cassettes, that have gone over all the shit, dude. And they
there's
can't.
also
They couldn't agree
there's
on a
also web
time of
pages.
when it was taken.
There's
There's a
also web
range.
pages like dedicated towards people eating their own shit. It doesn't really mean much
Yeah,
to me that
you
someone
would know.
developed a web.
You would know, dude.
Yeah, I talk to Jen all the time. He drinks his own piss, which is pretty common in this community, actually.
Okay, you're out of here. You fucking piece of garbage.
Yeah, that's a
Like the
ridiculous
breath.
claim.
No, the breatharians. And we've heard flat earthers talk about the benefits of piss drinking forever.
Yeah, you're being
I,
silly.
This is some
Flat
pretty
earthers are not.
desperate.
I normally talk about the benefits of muting and kicking out complete fucking idiots, but each to their own. Why should we allow you to stay in here? Anyone give me a good reason why Chief Squatting Dog should be allowed in this channel for the next 2 days.
Oh, that's what that is?
Yes?
Another moron defending an idea he doesn't even understand.
No one's got any good reasons to keep it?
No.
No.
You can come to where I'm at, Chief Squatting Dog. There's a hole I'm digging I can put you in. I mean that in a nice way, though.
What's this Echoplex doormat doing? I've been listening to this live stream for a few years now, and any time anyone who knows how to argue against flat nonsense shows up, you guys mute and ban them. That's why I don't bother joining the VC. You guys are unfair and abusive. Really?
Yeah, I got a counterexample to that. I mean, like we have Joshua, who's the latest podcast that India made, features Wilbur Joshua talking for like an hour. I mean, come on. I guess you would say, according to their definition, he would be someone who at least attempts to make arguments and is capable of having a conversation. Yeah, the problem is the people in here aren't usually like that. They don't actually attempt to have a real conversation. They attempt to use tactics to skew the conversation to make it appear for people who are uninformed on the topic that their globe side is winning when they actually don't have any information whatsoever to back up their claims.
Debate bro tactics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus I just wanted to say about, because it's a common thing, like the Squatting Dog brought up, that people think that Flat Earth has some kind of uniform culture. I mean, yeah, Flat Earth is not a culture. That's like saying it's just we just accept the reality of the place where we live. It's like saying, we're oxygen breathers, or we're food eaters. This is just the description of the place where we live. There's no reason why, in terms of like what we choose to eat or drink, or our religion, or any other kind of cultural aspect of our lives, that there would be anything in common with other flat earthers. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out for the audience. Him like bringing up some individual flat earther and something they may or may not have done, and trying to apply that to all flat earthers. I mean, there's an example of why people get muted and banned, because they're illogical. They aren't here to argue for their globe. They're here to make baseless claims and hurl insults that aren't even well thought out.
Somebody trying to straw man and pigeonhole all flat earthers into one little. Yeah, that tracks.
Well, think about what he's saying. He's saying coming in, saying nuh-uh. There's shit eater websites and flat earthers drink piss is a sophisticated global argument. Yeah, we agreed. That's your level of sophistication.
There's far more Glober content out there about drinking piss than there is flat earther. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, Morvis, I'm just reading that side chat. I've got an idea for our friend. Let's go and deliberately step in dog shit so we can complain about it.
Jeez. Somebody comes in here to waste our time, they're going to get muted because they're disrespectful and they deserve it.
But these poor souls think that they're getting abused.
They also probably thought they were getting abused when they got put in timeout for being a little brat to mommy and daddy. Why are there so many dudes out there that are fragile and emotional as though they were raised to be as a female? That's weird. And why are there so many females out there that are strong and secure in their worldview that they don't flip out like that? Come on, Globers, do better. Being put to shame by people who actually listen. That
Yeah, I'll just go
whiny.
ahead and link. I'll just go ahead and link for Echoplex the latest episode of our podcast.
Nice.
Maybe Joshua can be his new hero. So since he's looking for a globe champion India. Professor Phil was messaging me last night. I always feel like,
Oh,
gosh, he must be.
lovely.
I know. I always feel like, I must be doing something right if I make Professor Phil angry enough to message me.
That guy's still around? Damn.
Yeah.
I love how they used to say all we do is sit in our server. Now we're in this server, and now all we do is sit in this server. And if we go on the other server, all we do is sit in that server. Apparently, no matter where we go, even if we move around, like we just like the echo chamber expands, even though there's other people that oppose us. Somehow, I don't know how that works exactly.
I mean, they're welcome to come here. And
The
they're
echo
welcome
chamber
to
bubble.
discuss things here.
We have an echo chamber bubble that just follows us around, and like people get inside it, and they just instantly become flat earthers and just become yes men, just say whatever we want. See, this is the stuff that like from these guys, all they can do at this point is create some social narrative about quote unquote flat earthers. Like it's the same liberal nonsense tactics. You're a Nazi, you're a this, you're a that, you're a insert name here. And because you're part of this group that we arbitrarily created, then nobody should ever listen to you. You should be deplatformed. Another buzzword.
Oh, here we go. He's special ed. Where's the fucking wheelchair symbol? There you go.
Yeah, man.
You're gonna.
Now he's citing WS. This dude's on that season 1 bullshit.
Flat Earthers often challenge us to provide a video of a rocket launch taken from the rocket with no interruption from launch, all the way to reaching space, as if it would convince them to accept it's real and the Earth is a sphere. The video of the 2001 Mars Odyssey mission easily fulfills their demand, but whether they can manage to accept the reality that Earth is a sphere is entirely another matter. So, they're using a fisheye lens, Echoplex. Hello, McFly. Of course it's going to look fucking curved. All flat surfaces look curved when they're pushed through fucking fisheye lens. And even more so when you add their distance from the camera and you add the distance from the center of the frame of shot. It will bend more. So anyways.
Echoplex, can you tell us why the Earth is less curved or more curved at a lower altitude than the higher altitude? Can you tell us why that is? Of course not. And that this little thing, this little text that's in there, that's a straw man. We want launch to orbit uncut.
But
That
that's
may
all
be
your
100
plane.
kilometers. Yeah,
That's
that
where it
may be
rolls
100
over,
kilometers
yeah.
it reached, if that. Might not even be in technically what they consider to be space. So, yeah, we're still waiting. So go find that. You must be listening on YouTube.
Hiding behind mute and ban buttons. That argument's funny to me because I go and do this stuff face to face with complete strangers. There's no mute or ban button in person.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is part of his campaign to try to convince us to do things like participate in McToon's clown show to help him make money off of flat earthers, but it's not going to work. It would be unethical to do that. I mean, for me, it would be. Other people can do what they want.
I was just laughing at what Morvis posted up.
Be on that
Nice
photo.
one, mate.
Help him make money, dude.
Hello?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Hello, Deport. What's going on? Welcome to the
I know
Flat
what you
Earth.
meant.
Hi.
Thank you, Indio.
24/7 flat earth.
That's correct. Yes, that's what we are. Yeah, have you heard about the Flat Earth before?
Oh, your
Yes.
username's gonna win you a lot of friends around this server. Good luck to you.
Was that sarcasm?
I'm just telling you the truth. This server is like, yeah. I'm surprised they didn't ban you for that username.
Good
Yeah,
luck with that.
the server's very liberal.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Besides
Is that
use of
the
ban
real
button.
Jordan Peterson?
Good question. Why'd you ask him?
Just daughter.
Yo, Jordan, talk, bro. Let me hear that voice.
I said it's his daughter, man. Well, the topic's
Huh?
flat Earth, not Jordan Peterson or his daughter. So,
Yeah, but like I was really curious and like I saw Dr.
well,
Jordan
DM them.
Peterson. Nah, but there's no guarantee that he's gonna answer my question, you know.
Well, there you go. He
DM
chose
them.
not to answer.
Topic isn't about your personal curiosities of who's in this chat and who's not, or about what Jordan Peterson ate for dinner. Okay, nobody cares. If you want to address the topic, I'll unmute you and we'll try over. Try again. Anybody want to try again?
Yeah,
Yeah,
let him
well-
try again. We'll give him a run. If he misbehaves, we'll just see how liberal this server really is.
Yo,
Liberal
that's why you
use of
believe
the
in flat
mute
earth, you
button.
bitch. You fucking ugly bitch.
Oh, settle down,
Yeah.
Tiger. Settle down. Now, what proof of curvature have you got?
What proof of curvature do I got? What proof of flat earth you got, bitch?
The horizon.
The fact that you have to answer like that and you don't have proof of curvature, that's our proof.
Wait. So
That you
you're
don't
gonna
have
dodge the
proof of
question?
curvature.
You're gonna dodge the question? What proof do
No,
you
hey,
have of
the
that?
question
No,
was
you
asked
gave
to
it to
you.
us.
The
Oh,
question
so
was
you guys
asked to
dodged the
you,
question?
and you dodged
Damn,
it.
you got. I
Yeah,
asked you a
yes,
question.
look,
You guys are
no,
dodging
whoa, bro. I
Yeah, you
forgot
don't
to
answer
tell
a
you,
question with a question.
I am ultra fucking nuke heavy on the shut up button. So, you've just told us that we've dodged the question. You were asked, do you have any proof of curvature? And your answer to that was, do you have any proof of flatness? So, who's dodging the question now? So, because I'm feeling ultra generous and it's like 20 minutes to midnight, I'm going to try again. Do you have any proof of curvature? Let's see if you can not dodge.
All right, so what is this channel about? This is about you guys proving flat Earth, right? So burden of
No,
proof is actually
that's
on
not.
you guys.
Stop. That's
No,
not
hold
what
on,
the channel's about.
Hold on a second. Let me speak real quick.
You've
'cause
just instantly strawmanned,
wait, hold
and
on a
you've
second.
started
You
off
actually unmuted
incorrectly.
me.
You were
So
asked
you're
a
gonna keep on speaking
question.
over me?
The
All right, I'll
question
let you
was,
finish.
do you have any proof of curvature? So, it's a yes or no. If you do, and you say yes, I'm going to say, excellent, please provide it. If you say no, I'm going to say, welcome to Flat Earth.
Well,
So
here's
which
the
way
thing.
do you want to go?
I'll couple
So let's
things.
try again. Do you have any proof of curvature?
Can I finish? Can I finish, or are you gonna keep talking over me?
You can answer the question.
All right. So basically, right.
Do you have any proof of curvature?
Hold on a second. The reason why you can't ask me that question is because I never even agreed to do this debate in the first place. You guys just
It's not a
asked me
debate.
question out
It's
of
not a
blue.
debate.
Well, it is a debate. Well, by definition, it is a debate because you're trying to
No,
ask
it's
me a
not.
question.
How do you
No.
debate?
Let me tell you why. No, let me
How
tell
do
you
you
why.
debate measurements? You tell me that. It's not a
No, let me
debate.
tell you
You
why.
I'm gonna tell you why it wasn't a
Okay,
debate.
can you define? Can you
Gene,
define debate
I'm
for
gonna
me?
tell you why it wasn't a debate. You came in and asked, "Is that Jordan Peterson? Was that a debate?"
Yeah. So I never came here to debate.
So
But
was
you
that a
asked me a
debate?
question. No. Let
Was
me
that
ask you something. Why did you ask me if I believe in flat Earth? Go ahead. Why did you ask
Why
me?
does he not answer
That wasn't the
questions?
question.
No.
That wasn't
The
the
reason why
question.
I'm not answering your question is because
That
I've
wasn't
never
the
agreed to
question.
do this debate with you.
So
That
you're
The
wasn't
very
running.
the
fact you're going to
question,
ask me a
Gene.
question is so you can know
That
my
wasn't the
position, so that
question,
you
though.
can ask me if I can prove it. So then it becomes a
No,
debate. See, I know what you're trying to
no,
do.
No,
You're
there's no
trying to
debate.
trap me
no.
into
Why
a
are you
question.
just
Hold on a second.
monologuing? It's
Hold on
not
a
a
second.
fucking
Hold
debate.
on.
Shut up
Hold
and
on.
listen.
Let me
There's
speak.
no
Let me speak.
holding
Hold
on
on a
with
second.
me. It's like a fucking
Keep speaking
steam
over.
train. It's going to keep going. Don't you get that? Listen carefully, my friend. If you were a flat earther, you would have said, oh, I'm sorry, I'm a flat earther. And we would have went, oh, fuck, that's nice. Awesome. But you chose not to.
Yeah.
You chose to sidestep. You chose not to answer. You're the one dodging. And now you're trying to extend the conversation to all these other areas that are not of interest to us. So let's try again. Do you have any proof of curvature?
Yeah, and the reason
Yeah,
I'm
Am I
gonna
muted? All right. So before I answer that question, let me ask you a question. Right? Why are you asking me that question? Why? Why are you asking me that
yeah,
question?
that's what I was going to
Because you've
explain to
jumped
you.
into our room.
Because we don't
The
want to be flat
globe.
earthers anymore.
So,
We're
but,
looking for
no, hold
proof
on.
of curvature.
You
I just
answered
told you the
because you
answer.
jumped.
I
Wait, hold
told
on
you
a
the
second.
answer.
Let me ask him. Wait,
Told
hold on.
you the
Just real
answer.
quick. Give me like 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds to speak. Okay, so
That's
you
the
answered
answer.
it with.
No, Gene, no. I want to answer your question. I've been trying to
He's
answer
already
it since you
wasted
got
3
here.
minutes.
So, the reason why you need to provide the evidence is because the globe is the positive claim. We all experience the Earth is flat and stationary. So, we have debunked the curvature claim in multiple different ways, which we would be happy to show you. But it's better for you, as a person who's new to this topic, to first examine your mind and try to find the reasons why you think you live on the globe. So that's the positive claim. So to ask us for evidence of flat Earth, that's going to be debunking that claim because that goes against what you and me and everyone else experiences. So that's just why the burden of proof is on you. If you don't have any, you can just say, a lot of people answer that question with, that's because that's what I learned in school, or I don't know why, I just believe it, or I trust the scientists. Those are all possible reasons. Most people who are new to the topic don't have anything better than that. So I can give you a multiple choice there if you want to pick A, I trust the scientists, B, that's what I was taught in school, or C, I just like balls. You could pick any one of those. Which would you prefer, A, B, or C?
Wait, am I muted now? Am I muted? Can you guys hear me? All right, bet. All right, so The reason why the burden of proof is not on me is because I never even made a claim that the Earth is round. I never even made that claim. You guys made a claim that the Earth
You
is
were
flat.
asked
That's the whole-
a
that's what the whole
question.
channel-
We
Hold
have
on.
made no
Can I
claim.
finish? Can I
The
finish?
only shut the
Am I gonna
fuck
keep
up.
getting into-
You're getting interrupted because you're a waste of fucking oxygen. That's why. Now, you were asked a very simple question. Do you have any proof of curvature? There is no claim tied to that. It's a question. If you do have proof of curvature, a very simple yes will suffice. If you do not, a very simple no will suffice. And as I clearly stated before, if you say yes, I will ask you to provide said proofs of curvature. If you say no, I'll say welcome to Flat Earth. So you already know what the resulting actions are going to be. So now the burden is upon yourself to provide a yes or no answer. If you choose to deviate from that, I'm going to leave you red flagged. So now, please choose wisely. Do you have any proofs of curvature? Yes or no?
All right. I mean, you're just gonna keep muting me, so you might.
If you keep strawmanning, yes.
He might have missed it. Do you have any proofs of curvature? Yes or no?
Bro, I already told you. Just keep me muted.
Oh, he
You
already
can do
told us.
this.
Was it yes or no? Was it yes or no, Gene? We don't remember.
I just told you, keep me muted because you won't let me speak. You won't.
We
let
only
me
want
speak.
you to answer one question.
Okay.
You are
Yeah,
allowed to
if you
say
actually want
I'm
to
not
say-
a globe.
No, hold on. There's a couple things.
Obviously, you don't get this. Yes or no? We're trying to limit it for you so you don't get confused because you don't sound
Look,
too
hold
intellectual.
on, Matrix. If you want to say yes and then go into some long, freaking winded response, or you want to say no and go into some long-winded response, that's fine. But you're not going to give the long-winded response not to answer. Okay? It's yes or no, then blah blah blah. It's not blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Yes. Okay? It's not how it's going.
Why should I answer your question? Go ahead. Tell me why. Answer my question.
Because we
Go ahead.
asked it.
Because
Why should we
I
answer your
question
questions?
just because you asked it?
Why
Are
should
you-
we
are you
answer
some
your
kind of, like,
shit
why
if
should I
you won't
your
answer
question?
out? Yep. Why should we even consider answering your questions if you haven't even had the decency to answer a simple one that we've put forward to you? So this is your thinking so far. I'm going to drop into a random room. They've just asked me a question, but they could fuck off. I don't want to listen to their questions. I'm going to come in here and monologue and ask them questions. No. You've dropped into our room. You play by our rules. The question was put forward. Do you have any proofs of curvature? Yes or no?
Listen, I've never agreed to debate, and the reason why I'm
Well, this isn't a debate.
He got it, finally.
He came in and asked, is that Jordan Peterson? And I said, no,
Yeah.
that wasn't a debate. We weren't debating because he asked the question.
Actually, now that someone's posted up the Black Swan, you know the Black Swan, the other one that they post up and go, oh, look what's happened here, and they claim is refraction. What I wouldn't mind doing is getting the original Black Swan where it's got the mirage bands through the middle of the crane and realigning the picture so it lines up properly, so compressing it back down to where it, to get rid of the towering, so compress it back to where it should be, and then compare the modified image to the Black Swan 2.0 and just to see how far out it really is. Because when you look at the image, you can see where it's stretched up quite clearly in the crane, because the crane's run at a nice angle and then you can see the vertical stretching. If you compress that vertical stretching so the crane is back to where it should be, that left-hand lighthouse will lose some of its height. And when you compare that to the 2.0, that they all go, well, here it is hidden behind the curvature, it'd just be very interesting to see how far out it really is without the miraging effect.
Notice how Echoplex abandoned his own video.
What was his video? I wasn't reading.
The flat Earth BS one that was up there.
Oh, yeah,
with the
yeah,
rocket.
yeah.
He jumped off that like jumping out of a hot pan. It's pretty kooky, man. These guys always do these hit and runs. I don't like. Yeah, we have evidence. They just post some weak ass shit and bolt.
I had a look at Echoplex's profile. He's got a tag to another program, and I googled that, and it came up on X, Slick Nick, someone. But yeah, he's only been in there for the last year and a bit, maybe, I think it was. Welcome to whoever just dropped in. I didn't see who it was. Apologies.
I just changed the channel status so it doesn't say prepping alien invasion anymore. At least it doesn't on the computer where I just changed it, but on my phone it still says that. That's weird. Maybe it takes time to update.
Who put that up there, anyways?
Crit admitted to putting it up there.
Oh, right.
I mean, it might draw people in. We had a girl last night, yeah, looking for the alien invasion talk, but
Wow.
she got fired
That's
instead.
It should have been good news. No
That's
alien
right.
invasion.
Yeah, exactly. You're safe. Come to the Flat Earth channel to be safe.
No deaths by asteroid either.
Right.
Pretty much no global anything. No global warming. No global thermonuclear war. No global anything.
Yeah, it should really make people feel comforted that they only have to worry about what's actually here on the earth. But many people want to escape to the stars. So I guess it disappoints those people.
Yeah, their lives are mundane and boring, so they have to. It's like a form of escapism. I also think I like the we. We have pictures in space. Okay, who's we?
Oh, yeah.
Humanity. Well, whether you're part of humanity remains to be seen. They start spurting out talking about poop eating websites. Like, I thought you said you're part of humanity. Like, you're surfing the internet looking for poop eating. Like, what's wrong with you? That's what dogs do.
Yeah. Pictures from space. What more do I need?
Oh, the Muppet Show is proof of Earth's a globe.
That was a Pigs in Space reference. Oh,
Yep.
my. Probably nobody else did. Thank you, Indio.
Wow. I was more of a fan of Statler and Waldorf.
See, you gave proof of curvature, even though the other guy couldn't. Pigs in space. Porky Pig is proof of curvature.
Don't push the red
Not Porky.
button.
Miss Piggy.
Miss Piggy.
Yeah,
Don't call her fat, dude. She'll karate chop you.
that's right. Do I look fat in this dress? Yes.
Normally the phrase is, do you
Hi-ya!
think I look fat in this dress? So that's a, number one, a question. Do you think? And then followed up by a statement. I look fat in this dress. So it's actually a test. She's seeing if you are actually thinking, and if you are thinking, and you say something along the lines of, yes, you probably do look fat if you think you're fat in that dress, duck.
Yeah, that
Oh
does
my
kind of
God,
give you an out. Yeah, because they're not asking for the objective evidence if they are looking fat or not. Just if you were thinking about it, which you probably weren't. You're probably just thinking about what you're going to
You like the breakdown of that, Indio?
Yeah, I just thought of a new episode. Thanks, Dandelion. Thought of a new episode for a show, man.
Do you
Yeah,
think
thinking-
I look fat in this dress? Well, I'm not thinking, and yes, you are
No.
fat in that dress. Run!
The fact that it's okay for Miss Piggy to run around assaulting people. Yeah, that's we'll do an episode on that. Yeah, so Miss Piggy, like, I don't know what karate school she went to. What do you think style she's doing when she's like, hiya? Is that like Shotokan karate? That
I
we
didn't even
Peru?
know. I think she just always does the same move every time. I mean, she's limited in her mobility. And she has no legs.
Dude, you're gonna get a hiya if she hears you say that.
Okay, yeah. So after Indio's destroyed Lois Lane, next he's going to destroy Miss Piggy. Yeah. What's next?
She's only gonna be a part of it.
Then he'll get Pippi Longstocking, Anne of Green Gables.
Can
All
you
the
think of
female
any
icons.
female icon assaulting like a male figure and it just being okay?
No, you're right. Yeah, she is really mean to Kermit. It is kind of similar. Yeah, he is kind of.
Dude, she
shaped like
beats the shit
Superman.
out of
Yeah,
him.
I know, and he still likes her, doesn't he? Or does she like him? No, he doesn't like her at first, right?
She
She's trying
likes
to.
him.
Yeah, she's trying to make him like her by beating him up. Yeah, it doesn't seem to work.
Well, why would he like her? She kicks the shit out of him.
I know.
That wouldn't be a happy marriage.
Yeah, plus Kermit. I mean, come on,
What would
he
the
likes
kids
hanging
look
out
like?
with Fozzie.
Kermit.
I mean,
Oh, do
really,
you think
like,
Kermit's gay? You gay zone Kermit?
like he does the road trip with Fozzie Bear. I mean, that's who he likes to hang out with, clearly.
I like Kermit.
You have a point.
They'll find us. The rainbow connection.
Well, I mean,
the lovers.
that's why Kermit's a sad character, right?
Me.
The girl that's available that wants him is an abuser, and like he's stuck in a gay relationship with Fozzie because he can't find a woman. There's no other females on the show.
That's true. It's probably just desperation, like ancient Rome or something. Yeah, he hasn't found the right woman yet.
You gotta think, even Fozzie isn't exactly the pick of the litter. He dresses for shit. Got a frickin' polka dot bow tie and a frickin' dirty hat that he found in a bin somewhere.
Oh, our little girlfriend is having a meltdown in side chat. Oh, AJ sorting it out. Nice.
Kermit the Frog's dating a gay failing comedian that don't know how to dress.
Are you writing this down, Indio, so you can put it in the next episode?
I think so. He's doing his pre-show planning right now.
The only one with any... there's only 3 characters on that show with any, like any merit. It's Animal, and it's the 2 guys up in the balcony. The rest of them are
Statler and
losers.
Waldorf.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're my favourites. 2 old mateys up the top, just taking the piss out of everything.
Yeah, they were pretty funny.
Now I understand why Gen Xers are so hard. If you can tolerate those 2, you can tolerate anything.
Oh my god, do you remember the Star Wars Muppet episode?
Oh, it was Muppet episode. God.
Dude, I was so excited to see that, man. Dude, I was thinking about that for weeks. And then it was so disappointing. It was just those guys. Oh yeah, they had Gonzo. Gonzo was Darth Vader. Yeah, that was the only. That skit wasn't even funny. I thought they'd have like I didn't know anything about that when I was a kid. I thought, yeah, there's gonna be lightsabers on the Muppet Show.
Gosh, I don't remember that episode, and I thought I'd seen them all, but I guess it wasn't memorable. Maybe that's why I don't remember it.
It had R2D2 and C3PO in it. I think they opened it like the opening,
Yeah, I might have
the
seen it. I
intro.
don't know. I like the John Denver
They only showed
episode.
it once. Yeah,
Oh,
they
okay.
like you know how they would loop episodes, but that episode they
Yeah,
only showed one time.
I probably didn't see it then.
You didn't miss anything. It sucked.
Yeah, you're right, Matrix. He's still kind of having issues there, Gene. I don't understand why people have so much trouble just answering a simple question. I tried to make a multiple choice for him, even. I don't know. He thinks it was a gotcha question. It's just, it's your globe. You should be able to stand up proudly and defend it.
Hmm.
Well, to be fair, it is a gotcha question, though it shouldn't be.
Yeah, it totally is. Yeah, because we know they're not going to have any proof. You're right. Yep. Guess maybe they inherently know that. That's why he wants to avoid answering it.
It wasn't a gotcha question. It was just
But it
a
should.
very simple
But
one.
listen, it shouldn't be though. That's the important part. It shouldn't be. It should be easy. Oh, you got perfect curvature. Oh yeah, dude. Here it is.
Well, you either do or you don't. If he does, then spit it out. If he don't, then yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. I told him what the result was going to be. And yet he still didn't stop for 5 seconds, think about it and go, well, I know what the result's going to be. Why not just say yes and then fuck him around from then on? He could have done that. But anyways, up to him. Well, everyone, it's midnight. I'm going to go to bed early tonight. I'm not staying up to 1:30 again. Apparently I need my beauty sleep. So, I shall wish you all well. Have yourselves an awesome day for those on the other side of the pond.
Yeah.
And you should be at bed if you're on this side
Sleep well,
of
man.
the pond.
Yeah.
It's surrounded by ponds.
Hey, bless, bro.
Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Have a good sleep.
Yeah, man.
Cheers, Matrix.
Peace. But I even gave him like, bro, we don't want to be here anymore. If we have proof of curvature, we can just all bolt. Like that didn't even motivate him.
He wasn't here to listen. He just wanted to insult.
Yeah, I guess I don't think this Gene is listening anymore. I don't feel like having to keep typing in there, but yeah, it's the globe is the extraordinary claim. It's the claim that goes against what we actually observe and experience to be true. So we experience the Earth to be stationary. We observe it to be flat, meaning we do not observe curvature at any time. The best place to test this is, of course, across water, which lays flat and level in the container of the ocean basin that it's in, if we're talking about the oceans, and we never observe it to curve. So, I mean, we could give you a lot more evidence, but that in itself, there's the evidence. So, where are you seeing the water curve? That's why the burden of proof always goes back to you. And basically, in the world in general, I mean, most people just assume that people they're talking to believe in the globe because that's what the propaganda has directed them to do. So, people who come in here and don't want to make a claim to live on a globe, but they're also not claiming to be flat earthers, it's kind of a silly position to take. What you're really saying is you don't have any way to defend this globe, but you're still going to cling to it as a belief, which is also an answer to the question, what's your proof of curvature? I don't have any proof. I just believe it. Some people answer that, and that is an honest answer. And it's I mean, I'm not going to say there's nothing wrong with it. There's many things wrong with it, but it is a common position. It's if that's the best you can do, then that's the best you can do. That's better than dodging the question. Hi, Dave.
Good morning, Mary, Mom, and everybody. Do we have any spinning ball believers here right now?
We had one. He left. Now he's in the chat. I was trying to get him to come back. Oh yeah, maybe he's going to. He wasn't getting too long. He was not getting along too well with Matrix, but Matrix is gone, so we could try again.
Well, if he's got any questions, feel free to ask. Mary Mom has all the answers, right, Mary Mom?
I don't have all the answers, Dave, but I have some answers.
And before you join the room, Gene, I'd just like to let you know you have the option to provide evidence for what you think or whatnot, and or ask questions about the flat Earth topic. Welcome to the room if you do unmute.
Good job, Flat Man. Nice intro. All right, I guess they're not going to talk. If there's anybody out there in YouTube land, Rumble land, or whatever land we're in, and you think you live on a ball, come in here and talk to these people here. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we've got the star PFP guy at the top best. He's a fan of the stars. I don't know if he would like to discuss flat Earth or tell us about his globe. Oh yeah, I did change the channel description. Now it does say please present proof of the globe. So did you come here to do that, top best?
Wait, can you hear me?
Yes, but you're kind of low. You could speak up a bit. Would be cool.
No, I'm just listening to what the debate is here.
Oh, that idiot just got himself banned from the server. Yeah, telling people they should go kill themselves and they hope their family dies. Bye, Gene. You're gone now.
Oh, is Gene saying that? Oh my.
I
Okay,
just
yep, thank
reported it.
you. Thank you, guys.
Dang it, I thought he
Yeah.
came here to prove the globe and chew bubble gum, and he's all out of bubble gum. Sorry.
Yeah, he's
See what
really
he just said?
violent.
I would kill you guys if I. Did you see that?
Yeah, I'll just
Somebody put a
start
boot up his
deleting.
ass.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you want me to screenshot it? So I want to delete it.
Yeah, somebody put a boot up his ass. He's gone.
Yeah. So
Is it
hold on,
Ferris in
the
chat?
newcomer guy. Who's the newcomer guy?
Oh yeah, that guy's
Now,
trying to talk to us. That guy at the top. Yeah.
Yeah, please,
yeah.
if we
So
can have a good convo.
I just want to ask a question, even though this is sort of off topic, but why do you think this topic makes people go to that extreme?
Sorry,
Because that's not a
I'm not
one-off.
sure.
We just to let you know, that's not a one-off. We deal with that type of insanity all the time.
Sorry, I don't know how he's still typing in the live stream.
Yeah, that's a
Hey, yo,
question for
what's up,
you,
guys?
top best. Oh, hello, Fallen.
Hey,
Oh,
how's it
for me?
going? What's up? What's
I
up?
have no idea.
Yo, so you guys like debate Earthshape and stuff?
That is correct. Yes, that's what we do.
Oh, cool. I want to debate someone. Is there anyone that holds the view that the Earth is flat?
Yes, there's quite a few people in here who know that the Earth is flat and who understand that the globe is the belief necessary for you to maintain your fairy tale globe.
Well, I guess I'll talk to you in your lovely voice. So I'll go ahead and type up an argument in the side chat, and I'll tell you what the sort of main thrust of it is, and then we could start talking about it. So P1 is going to be something like, if the angles of the light we see in 3 plus measurements can't be replicated on a flat surface, then... Sorry, I'm just typing it up for a second because I'm coming up with it on the spot.
Yeah, it's
Thanks,
already
everyone.
loaded with a bunch of bullshit. Just even saying that assumes a bunch of shit, right?
Well, it doesn't
What do you have
assume
to
anything
assume?
in some sense of,
An
like
angle between
making
what?
some claim that would
Angle,
be, unjustified.
yeah. Okay. So even within the gold model, when you look at an object in the sky, it's an apparent position. It's not its true position. Even within the gold model itself. So that geometric relationship between the stars and the surface of the Earth, that's a presupposition.
It's not about stars. It's actually about the sun specifically.
That too. Especially the sun. The sun's even worse than the stars. Like when in the gold model, for instance, when you see the sun on the horizon, it's already set. You're seeing the optical illusion projected sun projected around the curve of the Earth. So
I wrote up the argument. I just put it in a simple modus ponens there, and we could go through the premises.
I just did.
Right. So, which premise do you reject?
The first one.
Okay, so you're saying that if we
have to reject it too, because you can't measure the angle from a curved surface.
Wait. So to be clear, if we are unable with a single light source to get the angles of shadows on some sort of flat surface, like, for example, I could take a table, get some toothpicks, a flat board of styrofoam, stick the toothpicks in there, and I have a single light source. I raise and lower it. You're saying that even if I'm unable to get the correct shadow ratios on there, you'd still say that doesn't mean that the Earth is not flat?
We've done that, and if you presuppose your table's a sphere and that the light source is infinitely far away, your table's a sphere.
What are you talking about? Wait, I just want a yes or no to the question.
So we've done this. Bro, you don't understand your own argument. This is fucked up, bro. You guys come in not
you
understanding
understand that
your
there
own
was a
argument.
question on the table, right?
Yeah.
The question was.
It depends on what your assumptions are. You don't have knowledge of how far the light source is away from the table, and you don't know. Listen, you don't know what the surface is, and you don't know where the light source is, and you're going to have to draw inferences from the shadows. Well, what your result would be depends upon the surface you presuppose exists and the distance to the light source you presuppose exists.
And this is supposed to be some kind of problem for anything I've said. How?
Because you have two presuppositions. So you have two presuppositions.
Now,
this has already been made out in peer reviewed. This has already been made out in peer reviewed papers. It's not our opinion. You don't know two variables. You don't know the distance to the light source, because if the light source is closer,
we don't need that.
It'll give
Why
different
are you
results.
saying that as if it interacts
You
with
do
everything
need
I
that.
said?
You do need that.
No, you don't. Now, anyways,
okay.
So as I was saying,
then explain to me.
I'll explain why you don't need it. Do you want me to explain why?
Demonstrate. I want you to explain why you don't need that.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because there are certain formulas that would comply with surfaces that are flat with a single light source, regardless of distance. So, for example, if you have some flat surface in question, can you just let me get a word out?
Post the formula in the chat. No, post the formula in the chat.
Okay, just let me explain it, bud. Hold on. So, as I
want to do the math.
If you have a hold on, you need to let me speak. Otherwise, I'm just going to take this as you being scared. Now, if you have a flat surface,
equation in the chat.
Hold on. I'm going to explain it. So, if you have a flat surface, right, and you have a singular light source above, you can imagine a flat styrofoam board and some toothpicks that are all of equal size, and thus you'd expect certain shadow lengths in compliance to the angle of the light. The rate of change in the length of the shadow is a specific ratio that will be replicable with different heights. However, if we observe certain ratios of lengths on a curved piece of styrofoam and a light that's really far away, we actually can't replicate that. And if you want the actual formula for that, then I'm just going to have to send you a bunch of complex cosine formula coefficients. Now, I could
Yeah,
show you an
post them in the chat.
illustration
Post them
that
in the
would
chat,
explain it
dude.
fairly simply, if you like. So here's
Post
an
them in the
image.
chat. Post them in the chat, dude.
Yeah, here's an image that explains it.
Post them in the chat, brother.
I already did. I just said here's an image that explains it.
Okay. Let me see. Okay. You can't use this because you don't know the ground distances. Because your ground distances, the
No, you
latitude,
don't need
degrees,
that.
distance. Bro, you don't know what you're talking about. Latitude, the distances between the latitudes is not known. You're getting those distances from what? Presupposing it's a sphere in the first place.
No, that's
You
not.
don't
No,
understand that latitude
actually, it's the
is in the
opposite.
sky
Wait, you're
already.
confused. That actually presupposes that it's
No.
flat. And what we're doing is just drawing straight lines from the angle of the shadow into the sky.
Dude.
What you're looking at
don't
is
know what you're
actually
talking
presupposing
about.
that it's flat. Did you not track that?
No. The latitudes is a spherical measurement of the celestial sphere. You don't know what you're talking about. What is latitude?
Wait. To be clear,
What is latitude? What is latitude?
To be clear,
What is latitude?
what is
latitude?
Just tell me.
What
All
is
right, tell me when
latitude?
you're ready for me to speak.
No, you're going to answer the question. What is latitude? That's one of the axes, right? What is latitude?
So in this image, every 15 degrees of latitude is 1,000 miles.
Yeah, what is that?
It's 1,000 miles.
What is latitude?
Are you asking what 1,000 miles is?
No, I'm asking what is latitude.
Do you know what 1 mile is? Are you confused? Holy shit.
So 1,000 miles is a unit of degrees? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying in this image, 15 degrees of latitude is 1,000 miles.
Okay.
Meaning that the measurements that this comes from are 1,000 miles apart.
Degrees of what? So a degree is an angle, which is the separation of two lines.
Dude,
two lines.
Dude, you are so embarrassingly confused. The degrees of latitude refer to positions that we usually talk about on a round Earth. However, in this case, you can instead of doing that, simmer down for a second. Instead of doing that,
No, but you're incorrect.
You can instead talk about the measure in the form of miles, right?
Try to listen.
And so if you go 1,000 miles away, you will be at another 15 degrees of latitude. Every 15 degrees of latitude is roughly 1,000 miles of distance. Do you understand that?
Okay, so check this out.
Can you hear the other mod talking, Fallen? You're the one who needs to simmer down. You keep talking over him. You need to listen to his explanation, be quiet till the end.
Okay, you don't know what latitude is. Latitude are not points on the ground. They're points on the celestial sphere. Okay, and it's as easy to prove. Tell me how to find my latitude using only the ground and not the sky. I'm lost in the woods. I want to know my latitude. I can't see the sky. How do I find it using the ground?
Yeah, so to be clear, when you say use the ground, right, do you mean, I'm asking a question about your question to understand what you're requesting, so simmer down there. Now, as I was saying, right, when you say use the ground, do you mean like use something about the features of the ground or use something about your surroundings that's in relation to the ground?
Okay, use the ground.
That did not answer the question even remotely informatively. Was that the best you got?
I just did. Use the ground, not the sky.
It's pretty
I don't know what use the ground, not the sky means. Right? What do you mean when you say use the ground?
It means no spatial references in the sky. All your spatial references are on the ground. Because you said latitude's on the ground.
Okay, so you're saying like
that latitude's on the ground.
So you're saying if I looked up in the sky and the sky was just completely black, right? Yes. Would I be able to determine my latitude? The answer is quite obviously yes.
Okay, tell us how.
Yeah, so all you have to do is measure out the distance from one point to another. every 1,000 miles you cross will change your latitude by 50 degrees. Sorry, 15.
Okay. 50 degrees of what?
Well, it's 15 degrees, in the real world on the curvature of the Earth, but I'm trying not to trigger you because I know that's a sensitive subject, right? But in any case, it's equal to 1,000 miles of travel. So now, is your confusion
1,000
cleared
miles?
up?
I don't have confusion. You do. Okay. 15 degrees
Wait,
of
so
what?
you
The
now,
separation of what
so when you
lines?
say you don't
The
have confusion, you
separation of
now
what lines?
understand that
I'm
all
going to
we
ask
mean
again,
when
the
we say 15
separation of what
degrees
two
of
lines?
latitude is
You're
1,000
deflecting, dude.
miles.
I don't know what latitude is. It's the separation of what? Two lines.
Okay, buddy, let me explain this. All right. This time, if you don't understand it, I'm going to laugh. All right. If I go from 15 degrees latitude on Earth to 30 degrees latitude on my GPS, it tells me that my latitude has changed by 15 degrees. How many
No,
miles
it
have I
doesn't.
traveled? How many miles have I traveled?
If you look, if you actually take
Are you going to
the
dodge the
Rhinex
question?
message out of,
Are you going to dodge the
no,
question because you're looking bad right now?
no, your presupposition that because you see GPS as a latitude longitude is not what the receiver actually gets. The receiver actually gets XYZ coordinates in an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, okay? Which is not latitude and longitude. It gets converted via transformation of the coordinate system into latitude and longitude. So try again.
So I'm going to re-ask the question since you dodged it embarrassingly. If I go from 15 to 30 degrees of latitude,
I don't know what that
when
means.
my GPS says you are at 15 right now, and then my GPS says you are at 30, right? How many miles have
What
I
does that
traveled?
mean? I don't know what latitude is.
Wait, you don't know what it means for the screen on my, when I say the screen on my GPS says 15 degrees and now it says 30 degrees, right? All you have to
Yeah,
know is that
what
those
is that?
numbers were
I
displayed.
want you to
All
tell me
you
what
have to
that
know
means.
is that those numbers were displayed on the screen. You don't need to know what those mean. You just know that your GPS said 15 and then it said 30, right? And now I'm asking you the question, how many miles, don't dodge this time, I know it makes
I
you look
don't
bad.
know.
How many miles have you traveled if you go from 15 to 30? You got this, bud.
I don't know. I don't know because I don't know what
You
degrees are.
don't? Okay, well, I'm going to tell you. It's about 1,000 miles. So,
Okay, how do you
that's
know
the
that?
answer.
How do you know that?
Just look it up. Look it up, dummy.
Just look it up. I'm asking you how you know. I know the answer to the questions I'm asking you. You don't know the answers. So let me tell you. They calculate the distance between latitude and longitude points and do the Haversine formula and calculate a great circle route. Okay? Based upon latitude and longitude, which are positions in the sky, not positions on the ground. Okay? You don't know what you're talking about, even in the slightest.
Wait, so to be clear, you agree that the answer is 1,000 miles. You concede that now, right?
No, I don't.
Oh, wait, so to be clear, your position is that it's not roughly 1,000 miles from 15 to 30.
What I'm saying is, you don't know that.
Wait, yes or no, is it roughly 1,000 miles from 15 to 30?
I have no idea.
Oh, so you don't know. Okay, so how about I make a
you.
bet with you? Oh, no, I do. I'm willing to bet $1,000.
Oh, measured how?
If I go driving right now, right, and I track the miles and I try to drive in as straight of a line, that the odometer will show 1,000 miles of change over that distance. Do you deny this?
It won't because I do deny it. I do deny it because people have tried. Because people have tried this.
So you want to make a formal bet?
People have already tried this, dude. We've already been down this road, brother. You're just ignorant.
So now let's make a formal bet. Now let's make a formal bet. So if you're at all confident in this, right? I'm willing to bet $1,000.
Where are we going to escrow it? Where are we going to
exchange
escrow it?
information because you're
what is the
absolutely
margin of error that we're going to use?
already says,
What is the margin of error?
1,000 miles.
Okay, what is the margin of error we're going to use? How close do you got to be?
I'll tell you in a second. Give me a second. I'm going to do some calculations.
Yeah, I'm going to Google it. We've already done this, brother. And you've ran away from longitude and latitude.
No, like if you're actually serious about the bet, I'll like do something because I just want to see how accurate odometers are on vehicles.
I could tell you 15% plus or minus is the max error.
Hold on.
I already know the answer to this. We've already done this, dude. You're new. I'm not.
All right, so
You're doing this on the
first off,
fly.
the
I'm not.
exact number is 1,037.55 miles. Now,
Okay.
we could say
Can I
that
ask a
if
question
I'm
about
within,
that?
No,
we could say that if
Josh.
I'm within
Let him
a
go. Let him abuse
5%,
himself.
we could say
Okay.
that if I'm within a 5% margin of error, right? You owe me $1,000. If I'm not, I owe you $1,000.
Okay, so we're going to do the globe calculation. That's what's going to be the distance, not Google, which knows it empirically from tracking cell phones. It's completely different. Okay?
Wait. Are you just conceding already that it's 1,000 miles?
No. Good try,
Oh,
dude.
wait, so
You
you
keep
don't
trying,
agree?
but you're failing
So
to be,
you don't
bro.
agree that
You're
when my
failing to
phone
be,
says
bro.
15 degrees of latitude and then it says 30, you don't agree that I must have traveled
I don't
around
know what latitude
1,037
is.
miles?
You haven't even established what latitude even is.
Dude, why are you so confused? Look, on the
Nobody's
graph,
confused.
every 15 is 1,000 miles. It's very
Okay,
basic.
that's your claim.
I know you're trying
That's your
to act like it's
claim.
rocket science for you, but it's very simple, buddy.
No, that's your
Yeah, I
claim. You're
know.
trying to
I
establish
know.
what latitude even is. Is latitude 1,000 miles? Is it equivalent?
Yes, it is equivalent to 1,000 miles.
So latitude is traveling 1,000-mile distance. That's what it's equivalent to.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not measured in degrees. It's measured in
If
miles.
you travel 15 degrees of
So it's not
latitude,
measured in degrees.
you
It's
have
measured in miles.
traveled 1,000 miles. If you get a basketball,
If you don't answer my question, I'm muting
Holy
you.
shit.
Okay, this is really simple. This is really simple. So latitude is measured in miles. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, it's measured in degrees. What is it a degree? Is it an angle? Is a degree an angle?
So I'm happy to answer this.
Is a degree an
when
angle?
I answer it,
Is a
I'm going
degree
to
an
say
angle?
something after. All right. So
Yeah, that's
the
fine.
answer
Is a
is
degree an angle?
yeah. I'm going to answer, but then I want to say something after without being cut off. So yes, quite
No,
obviously.
I'm going to ask you a series of questions because you're obfuscating.
Quite obviously, degrees are a measure of some sort of angle. But notice how that angle confers to some sort of distance. Notice how that angle confers to a distance on some object in question. For example,
No, it
if I
doesn't.
have a ball, if I have a basketball, right, and then I say that we have latitude 0 and then we have latitude 90 on it, we would
Where's that
say
measured
that
from?
that covers, like, I don't know exactly how much, roughly 8 inches of distance. It's a very simple concept. I don't know why you're
That's
so
right.
bombastic
And you
and
don't
confused.
understand
Even
it.
the people
Where's
in
the
chat
angle
who are
measured
supposed to be
from?
on your side think that this is some embarrassing attempts from you to act confused about something very simple.
Your meta
Take a
doesn't matter to
basketball.
me because it means
Take a
nothing. Your meta means
basketball.
nothing.
You
Go
are the
from 0.
embarrassing one, Fallen. You're the embarrassing
Okay, so
one. Embarrass
where's
me,
the
So to
angle?
be
Fallen.
clear, Dandelion, do you have confusion about the basketball example, Dandelion?
Okay, yeah, we're going to use your basketball example. I'm going to address it. Where's that angle on the basketball measured from?
It's measured from, well, when you say from, do you mean like what's the starting point? Or are you asking
Where's the vertex of the
what is the
angle?
measurement?
Where's the vertex of the angle? Where's the meeting point of the angle?
Well, it's just whatever point that you decide to start with. You could start like with the
What point did they decide? Yeah, what point did they decide?
It doesn't really matter. I could just decide right now. It's the point where you usually stick the pump inside the basketball, let's say.
No, dude, you're a fucking moron. No, the latitude is a measured angle from the center of your ball. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh
Wait,
my lord, bro.
Wait, are you not asking where's the 0 degree point and instead asking like where's the exit point of the angle? Is that all you're asking? Because the exit point obviously you could say is from the center of the ball, but again, that's like not really relevant. The question is if we go from if we go from 1 point on the basketball,
don't understand your own argument. This is pathetic,
and then we
dude.
travel our finger 90 degrees across the basketball. That's going to cover like, I don't know, about 8 inches or so. And so you understand that degrees of latitude confer to certain distances.
Again. Yeah, that's your claim,
now
dude.
I'm going to ask Dandelion.
That's your claim, dude.
Do you understand the basketball example,
Don't
Dandelion?
try to bring her into it, dude. That's your claim.
Oh, well, they made a comment earlier. Well, hold on. I just want to ask them if they understand, just to be clear. So, Dandelion, do you understand the basketball example?
We all understand. We've been doing this for fucking 5 years at least.
If you call me they, I'm not going to answer you at all. I'm not a they, clearly. I'm a she.
This is really simple,
Okay,
bro.
calm down there.
Okay.
Anyways,
Okay.
so you
Is the North
understand
Pole
that
night? Listen,
you understand that the
You
latitude.
offended me by assuming my
Shut the fuck. I'm
pronouns.
gonna start muting you, dude. This is I'm at wit's end with you.
Dude,
I'm
you're
gonna
fucking
start muting
pathetic.
you.
You're getting blown the fuck out in this conversation right now. I mean, honestly,
Yeah, your
we already
meta
agreed
doesn't.
like 20
If your
times
meta
that
isn't
it
gonna
confers to
save
an
you.
angle.
Yeah, you keep saying that, and I'm asking you to prove it. The angle of what?
Wait, you're asking me to prove equates to the angle that represents the points on the Earth?
I'm asking. The angle is not points on the Earth. Okay, it's points to the celestial sphere, which you don't know.
Wait,
So
I
90
don't know
degrees
what.
latitude would be under the Polaris. Okay? The equator would be under the celestial equator. The Tropic of Capricorn would be under the Tropic of Capricorn. All these points are in the sky. That's why you can't find your position on Earth using just the ground, because you're referencing the sky. This is why you don't know the distance.
Wait, so let's say again we have a basketball, because now I think your confusion's actually
Wait,
deeper,
no,
so
you
now I'll
don't
go
have
really
a
slow.
basketball. You have outside
No,
the basketball.
hold on. I'm actually going to help you
And
understand.
that would
I see why you're
presuppose the
confused
thing
now.
you're trying to prove.
Hold
That
on.
would presuppose
I
the thing you're
actually see
trying to
why you're.
prove.
Wait.
And that would presuppose the thing you're trying to prove, which you
Hold
denied
on.
was even
Okay, I'll
happening.
let you get it out.
No,
Tell me when you're
dude,
done.
you're going on fucking mute, bro. Fuck your garbage, dude. You're gonna go on mute, bro. You're presupposing the thing you're trying to prove, which I said you were gonna do in the first place, by referencing a basketball. You don't know the surface. You don't know the distance to the light source. You have to presuppose one of them to reach anything. This is well fucking known. It's not even debatable. The fact I even entertained this for this long shows I must be fucking insane to even suffer this. You don't know what you're talking about, even a little bit. Oh, you muted him. Oh, he's been here before. Okay, so really simply, the angle you think exists, the angle from between 2 points measured from the center of the Earth, don't actually exist. Okay, the angle that they have is measuring from assuming a horizontal baseline from there, a hemisphere at your point. Now it's assumed that as you walk around the surface of the Earth, you rotate, and that all the rays are parallel striking you. So no matter where you are on the Earth, from that direction, they're parallel. So they're parallel in infinite directions. You don't understand what you're talking about. You don't understand the math. You don't understand anything. You don't have distances between latitudes. We ask this question all the time. Hey, where are the measurements of your distance between latitudes? Meaning that the angle the stars change 1 degree, and I traveled 69 miles. Did you measure that? No, they haven't. So address what I said.
Okay, so now that I'm unmuted, let me explain where you got lost.
Got the fuck up
So
about
you
being
said,
unmuted. Address what I said.
wait, hold on.
You
So
have one choice. Address what I said or go back on mute.
Hold on. I actually see where you got lost, but
Dude, this is gonna continue like this. Okay? Your
Like the
fucking
spirit-
argument framing, your post hoc fucking argument framing, your fucking debate, none of this shit works in this chat. You need to go to another chat for that to work. We're too experienced and too savvy to fucking fall for your bullshit. Okay? So address what I said about the angles being, according to you, measured from the center of the Earth and corresponding to a consistent distance, when in reality, we use the nautical almanac where the coordinates are in the sky. That's how we navigate. And the claim that there's 69 miles per degree has never been actually proven. It's just assumed to be true.
yeah, so I'll just like respond to what you said, and then I'll say the more important thing, because I just have to entertain this irrelevant question. So yeah, you're asking why is it that the sky is used for navigation? Well, the answer is quite simple.
No,
it's
I
because
didn't
the
ask that.
ocean is not. Oh, okay, you're not asking why the sky is used for navigation. Okay, what's your question? Go ahead.
Steel man what I said, dude.
I don't know what you're saying. That was my steel
I
man.
know you
So
didn't.
just
Go back on mute, bro. There's a live stream. Go back on it. Listen to what I said again, and then come back, dude. We're not playing this game.
India, can I say only short? He told you
Yes,
about that
yes. Go ahead.
69.
Sorry, Sasha. I didn't mean to. I just
Yeah,
wanted to finish
no,
that. So go ahead.
yeah. He told you that, India told you that 69 miles. That means he told you that 15 degrees, what you were calculating, that 15 degrees, if you time 24, you will get 360 degrees, and that will give you the radius, what is 3,159 miles, and it will give you all the math what we have, you know, and then we will go to observe in reality and see, is that correct? What are you saying, that 1,000 miles, if you that real curving, it must curve also on small distances, and that's all, you know. You only put in the math 15 degrees, but you don't have even that angle on the sphere, but doesn't matter. 15 per 24, I realized it's 360 degrees, but that 360 degrees, it's in the math, it's 3,959 miles. That's it. If he think that we didn't understand where he was going. Do you agree that 1,000 miles is 15 degrees? Yes, in heliocentric math, yes.
Yeah, so Fallen, I've put several links there if you were having trouble remembering what Indio said. I'm pretty sure he said it twice, the same thing. So, yep, there's the Helios live stream, Flat Earth Lloyd's live stream on YouTube, or there's Twitch live stream if you prefer. You can go back and study what was said and then address that point.
They listen. What I said is not my opinion. They admit this in geodetic surveying. You can go to the UK Ordnance Survey. I'll post the fucking screenshot of their fucking own manual.
Yeah, there were so many tactics in there. Actually, yeah, anyone who's interested in studying how these people who lack any proof of their claims try to use tactics, I mean, you go back and study this conversation here because there were so many tactics in there. I couldn't even count. I should have started at the beginning, you know.
Or you're just saying that because you're scared there, guy.
Let me explain it to
You're
you.
just
Well, I know what you're not
ridiculous. Every time
understanding.
before he said something, he tried to frame it, my reply, as something I didn't say, and then responded with something that didn't address what I said. Dude, it's pathetic.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, we don't usually do like we just do like kind of little post analysis sometimes without actually going back and reviewing it. But I almost feel like this one will be worth getting the transcript and looking at it each time to highlight, because a lot of people, as we know, aren't familiar with how these various kind of propaganda techniques are used, you know, where they're and they count on people not really understanding the arguments, so they count on people using emotional cues to try to figure out who's, you know, winning or in control. So yeah, this guy's really good at it. I mean, I don't know if he's just naturally, you know, devious and deceptive, or if he, you know, actually like studied how to do it and then did it. I don't know, but you know, you're good at it. You're good at being deceptive and running away from the fact that you have no proof of your curvature by trying to use subtle cues to denigrate your opponent instead of actually addressing what they say. I mean, you're talented at being a devious snake. Well done, Fawn, if that's what you're going for. We've got Cal Rios. Oh, yeah, Indio didn't think you were good at it. I mean, he was really obvious, right? Like, he should be more subtle,
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
Yeah,
we had a
yeah.
guy last night that was much better at his bullshit, but he was blowing up all of reality. So I guess that's I guess that's easier to do. That would brain in a jar of nonsense for hours and hours. Yeah,
Yeah, Fallen, yeah, Indio thinks you should go back to Deceptive Liar School.
No, I'm gonna post something in the chat from the UK Ordnance Survey. Agrees with me, not you, brother. So, and I'll post a link to celestial navigation and how it works, and you know, because you obviously went to McDunning-Kruger McToon School of Flat Earth Debate, who I debated on this very thing in my very first debate and cooked his ass too. So back to the drawing board. Here we go.
Yep. So I guess, yeah, if you're ready, instead of doing your weird little tactics here still in the chat phone, if you'd actually go back and do what we asked you to do so that you could actually address the last question that was posed to you, let us know when you're ready to do that. Meanwhile, we've got other people here.
So I'm going to make one more comment on this. So I posted from the UK Ordnance Survey, which does the surveying for all of England. If you miss about coordinate systems, myth, a point on the ground has a unique latitude and longitude. Yeah, so that's the end of that.
Hopefully somebody will join chat with us who isn't a complete sophist.
We got London is here. Welcome to the Flat Earth. Calorius has been here before. Welcome back. How are you, Calorius? Yep, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Did you have any questions about what we talked about last night?
Yeah, so Fallon, are you looking in the chat? I'm posting GPS data. This is the actual Rhinex message at the receiver. This is these are the coordinates they're using. They're using Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. The GPS places you on this plane. Okay? So you're on a plane. No latitude and longitude on this plane. Latitude and longitude are also not in 3 coordinate references. Okay? You don't know what you're talking about even a little bit. You've stolen someone's argument and you don't understand it. Oh, I'll unmute you if you address what I said. So I'm going to unmute you. We'll see if you address what I said. You're unmuted.
Oh, cool.
Fallon,
Yeah,
keep
you
reading your DMs,
posting
dude, and try to recover.
you posting
Yeah,
what
that's
you
right. I do know
posted
you're reading your DMs.
illustrates quite clear. Yeah, you posting what you posted is quite clearly showing that you weren't actually tracking what was being talked about. So, as a reminder of the original
Again,
sequator of
with
the
the
argument,
meta, before he even starts talking, again, you've been exposed on that, dude. You can keep trying to do it, but I'm gonna point it out every time you do it that before you actually refute what's said, you try to frame the argument, okay? And by making something about me or my argument or something, this shit is gonna end because I'm gonna point it out every time.
right? So
address what I said.
Right. So I waited for that interruption so I could finish saying what I was saying.
Okay. Then again,
Now-
with the meta about the conversation, again, address what I said.
Right. I'm just going to continue talking because I was interrupted a third time.
Yeah.
So, as
again,
I
with
was
the meta
saying-
for the 3rd time in a row.
Well, are you like scared of something? Why are you interrupting so much? Like I let it
4th
go a
time
number
in
of
a
times,
row.
but now it's just bad. Like what's going
5th
on?
time
bud?
in a row. 6th time in a row.
Yeah, are you not capable of sticking to the information without your
Are you
weird
guys
little
not capable
emotional
of letting the
whining?
opposition
Seventh time
speak
in a
for like
row.
2 seconds?
7th time in
Are
a
you
row.
scared of that?
8th time in a row.
Yeah, so now I'm gonna hopefully speak without my opponent
Okay,
fearfully
9th time in a row.
interrupting. Right?
9th time in a
So
row.
let's just go ahead and do that. No?
9th time in a
Okay.
row.
You tell me when you're ready.
When you keep doing prologues before you actually address the information, I'm going to point out.
Yeah, I
that
mean,
you're
I
trying
do that
to-
because I'm trying to like start speaking and you're already interrupting as I'm speaking.
Okay, 10th time in a row.
Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'll just.
Now you can talk about you. That's a change. You're exposed, brother.
Answer the question without the commentary. Do you not remember the question?
He left.
Indio shop went out real quick. I've been listening to this guy for
He
30
left.
minutes. I haven't heard any glove evidence. Go ahead, go.
What the hell?
John Wick.
John
your
Wick.
mic. Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
Please fix that.
Whoa. My mic
I don't know,
back?
back off. You
Oh,
back off.
voice
Yeah, it's
change.
like got
You're
a
doing
bad
it on
like
purpose.
buzz. Got a buzz.
Nah, he's doing it on purpose. That's a voice changer.
Master is here. Do you have the proof of globe that is being requested today, Master?
No, I agree with you guys.
Oh, cool. So you understand that the Earth is flat and stationary just as it appears?
Yeah, I just saw you guys were being unfair is all.
Oh, really?
Can you be specific?
Okay.
Can you be specific with your voice changer?
Yeah.
Yeah, be specific. What was unfair?
Yeah, it's a voice changer for sure, man.
Well, stop smoking cigarettes or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Indio's asking
Yeah.
you what your specific,
give a specific-
thing is that you think was unfair. Please give us an example. Thank you.
Like the muting whenever you guys would talk to him.
Okay, that's too vague. Be specific.
I mean, I don't know how to narrow it down more than that. Like, you guys would talk to him and then mute him for no reason.
What? For no reason. Okay, now you're being. There was no reason.
Sure. What's the reason you would give that I'm missing?
Because he was muting me by talking over me.
Then yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, plus he
You realize-
refused to address specific questions and just went into tactics.
Yeah, like didn't you just hear the last? I don't know. What was that? 30 seconds, where he couldn't.
No, I got a phone call.
Oh. So, one of the tactics he was using before he would even address pretty much straw man whatever the substance of the issue was, he'd do some framing, color commentary, meta comment nonsense, and he literally could not stop doing it. Just could not stop. Said, "Hey, you're doing it again," and then he was like, he'd start speaking again. He would do it again and do it again and do it again. He did it 10 times in a row. He literally couldn't stop himself.
I have a quick question, Indio.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand and be able to quickly explain the ECEF coordinate system to somebody. What's your explanation of it?
Well, I mean, it's just a coordinate system. We mean,
Well, somebody asked me, like, can you describe what the ECEF coordinate system is? I understand it means Earth-centered, Earth-fixed.
yeah, it puts you on a plane. It puts the person on a plane, right? And it finds the coordinates of them on this plane using time of flight of the GPS signal. So using this time of flight data, right? If you have it uses something called trilateration, and so it sends out a signal with a timestamp on it, and your receiver gets the time, goes, okay, it took this long to get here, and then it gets a signal from another satellite. Oh, it took this long to get here, this long to get here, this long to get here. Okay, so now you have the time of flight of the signal. From that, you can go, what's the speed of light? Okay, speed of light's this. That means that this so-called satellite is this far away. Now you have the radius of the emission, right? You have 3 radiuses or 4 radiuses of 4 spheres. Now they're going to have an intersection point where they all meet, and that's only can be in one place, and that's where you are. That place is given to you in a Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system that's on a plane. The conversion of latitude and longitude is secondarily from assuming that, I don't know if the satellite position is in it. I don't know where they get because it shows this, right? It shows the graphic I showed, right? It has it on top of a ball, but I don't know where they get the distance to the center. I don't know if that's, I think it comes from the satellite position, right? It'll give it an orbit, and it's called a pseudo range. Right? So it doesn't, like, put it this way. The satellite has its range from the center of its orbit, right? And part of that information, like how far it is away from there, is supposedly given to the receiver. That's how I think it works, that portion. But all this works with no satellites. So they have something called differential GPS. Now, this is admitted, differential GPS. Your GPS receiver can pick up one of the, and they're just towers. And it uses the same thing. They're actually, the U.S. Geodetic Survey is actually going away from quote-unquote GPS to a totally different system called CORS. But the coordinate system itself, this up, down, east coordinate system is what is actually used in, like, surveying. What it's used in is military maps. Military grid maps are in north, up, east.
Thank you. I learned something from that.
I mean, yeah, it's just a puts you on a plane, and when they want to do the conversion to Latin long, they get the position of the emitter. This is the way I think it works. Now, don't quote me on that. I think it's like that part, right? The part of the latitude longitude conversion is derived from doing a calculation from the satellite position. Because how could you ever get it from the receiver? You would need to know the receiver's, like, orientation. Like, which way's up, which way's down. I mean, maybe that gets it, but then, like, no GPS would work unless it had some sort of accelerometer in it. You could ask Staza. He claims he knows, even though I just think he's just a frickin' used GPS salesman.
Used GPS salesman. That's good. We used to call him used globe salesman. Isn't that what we used to call Zanuck? He was a used globe salesman.
Yeah, he's a used guy. He's even one step down. He's like, he's got a van full of used globes.
Yeah, refurbished globes. He made them slightly pear-shaped.
I'm sure one of the countries on there is Xanaxstan.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Did you fix your mic there, John Wick, so you can make your ridiculous claims over voice, or what? He's calling us an echo chamber, Indio.
Who now? Who?
John Wick, your buddy.
Well, did you fix your mic? You can get unmuted if your mic is normal. Is he even in here?
Yeah, he's here. He's unmuted now, but maybe he's embarrassed about the mic. I mean, I would be too. Yeah, it's pretty bad, John Wick, so.
His mic isn't working, and he's complaining that he was muted. Oh, your honesty level is like at 0 right this second.
Yeah, we're pretty much the opposite of an echo chamber. I mean, that's why we exist. Like, if we just wanted to hear people that agree with us, why would we be on here asking for people to present proof of the globe every day? And so, yeah, definitely not an echo chamber. We want people to be honest in their presentation of their globe proof, and when people are willing and able to have a serious conversation back and forth where they actually listen to what the other person said and address the actual topic of what's being said, not addressing all these other emotional issues that Globers have, then we're happy to have a discussion about your fantasy globe. So once you fix your mic, come on in here and give us your proof of the globe, John Wick.
All you got to do is just repeat the globe proof they gave you when they taught you the globe. Oh, wait a minute, they didn't give you any. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the tragedy here, is first people have to acknowledge that the education they received was sorely lacking. I mean, I would say anybody who's still in the K through 12 system, like, if you want to get a decent education, you're going to have to educate yourself in your own time, which is much easier to do now, than it used to be. There's a lot of free courses on the internet. There's a free course in Logic I've posted before. There's courses in optics. If you don't understand geometry, that's why you don't understand how the globe has been disproved geometrically, you could take a geometry course, a mathematical proofs course. That'd be my top 4 recommendations, probably. Like, that girl that came in last night because she was lured in by the clickbait description of alien invasion, was trying to claim gravity bends water. And when I asked her for the rigorous experiment that demonstrated this, she gave me something from Flat Earth.ws. Is that what it is? The cartoon debunk from 2017 or whatever it is. Of course, she had no experiment, but then she said, I asked her how she knew this. She said, because I took physics. It's like, oh my God, please, people. I know you think that's impressive. Like, there was a time when, physics classes were reserved for people who were, a little brighter and going to be college bound, going to a career like engineering or so on that actually needed to know physics. Now they make every single child take it. So you taking a physics class, even passing it, means next to nothing for you to actually understand it because they've dumbed it down to an embarrassing point. So actually, that'll be my 5th one on the list. Take an actual physics course, rigorous, from a university, if you actually want to learn physics, because your clown show, dumbed down for everybody, least common denominator physics class is not going to cut it in 2025. And don't be proud that you took it, because they make everybody take it, because everyone has to have an equal opportunity. So we'll just pretend they took physics, and then they can come on the internet and show how they actually know absolutely nothing about physics, so to further embarrass themselves and the United States education system. Can't even remember where I started with that rant. Do you, Dave? Anyway, end rant.
We were just pointing out that we were not given any empirical evidence when we were young before we could critically think. And then you went on a good rant about how the education system, you better just educate yourself. I agree.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm going to find those 5 classes I recommend in case anybody, actually wants to do it. Like John Wick. I mean, that'd be way better use of your time. And then, looking for another mic, be cool. I don't get it. Like, I probably have like 20 to 25 different forms of mics here in my house. I don't know how these people can't have any mic in 2025, but it's fine.
Listen, John Wick, dude, stop saying dumb shit in the chat. If the Earth was flat, the shortest distance between 2 cities would be exactly what you see on a flat map. No, it wouldn't. I don't know where you got that idea. Unless the Earth is as flat as the frickin' map. Fucking silly, dude. Oh my god. It's hard. It's getting harder and harder to deal with some of these people. Taking like a Herculean effort. Hercules the guy.
Yeah, it's
Did he
getting
even try?
worse. Yeah.
Did Hercules have to try? I'm wondering. Was he actually trying?
You mean the labors of Hercules?
Yeah. Well, I guess, yeah, it's labors. The shortest route would be a straight line. There. Yeah, on a map, but in reality, which is what we're talking about, it's not how it works. Can't even travel in a straight line. But what is map? You go find out, come back. You guys don't know anything about maps. This isn't map learning day.
Learning day. That's why I'm here. Disappointing.
Bummer. I mean, maybe later.
Yeah, a lot of geography.
I couldn't even get someone to say what angle was measured, like where your measured angles from. That took like freaking 30 minutes on nothing.
Oh, good. Travis
in
actually
real-
is looking at my
Oh,
link. Yay, Travis. Thank you.
John Wick is digging even deeper. But in real life, the fastest routes are curved on maps because on a globe, those curves are actually straight. And if Earth were flat, that wouldn't happen. John Wick. Hold on. I'm going to show you something, dude. Let me show you something. This is going to be funny.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's got to be a Golden Globey there. On a globe, those curves are actually straight. Oh my gosh. Wow. I mean, I need to see it. Oh, I better not say that. Oh, I was going to say something really bad. I shouldn't have said that. I did. Good thing I caught myself. Having to do with proof of belly button, but I don't even want it. I don't want it.
Reading that comment makes me really wonder if they're thinking while they're typing.
John, yeah, what I was going to say is you don't even seem like a human being. Yeah, I mean, that's just like, you do not see how your comment is like the height of absurdity? On a globe, those curves are actually straight? I mean, please. What are you talking about?
He's just regurgitating one of the results from a Google search and not understanding what it actually means.
Okay. So I posted a video of pilots in the cockpit. If you look at the screenshot of the map, that's a straight line. So are they flying in a curve on a globe because it's straight on their flat map? Yeah, we know you don't get it. That's obvious.
Yeah, at least he's embarrassed by that last one. Now he's trying to move on to stars, so I don't know. Then Benjamin's posting something there. I'm not sure what he's trying to get at.
Now Benjamin's double downing on John Wick. Benjamin, they're not flying. It's a projection of a coordinate system. You understand? That flight path is the projection onto a coordinate system from one to another. When you do the transformation, it looks curved, but it's not curved. That's why I just posted one that is a projection into a polar coordinate system and it looks straight. Now we can project into some third coordinate system and it'll look wavy. Stop being dumb, dude. Like, seriously. It's remedial. Why do planes fly into the North Pole? Well, fucking Santa's gonna be pissed. So you're double down in your ignorance and just post the same thing. Is that how big Greenland is, buddy? Why is Greenland so large? Yeah. Map projection. But what does it actually project? Have you ever thought about that? Is it projecting land masses? Is it projecting photographs? Or is it projecting a coordinate system? Abstract mathematical relationships in some sort of grid. And it's projecting that into another type of grid and doing a transformation to preserve whatever they want to preserve. They want to preserve angles, distances, areas, who knows? Whatever they want to preserve. But that's not the way it really is in reality. You're confusing the map with the territory. Like Sasha just posted, yeah, you post frickin' flight routes into all those coordinate systems. You'll see some crazy shit.
Well, now's a great time to get your flat earth questions answered. If there's any new candidates who would like to ask a question about the flat Earth or present proof of the globe, we have many flat earthers standing by. Berserker's here, Big Daddy Flurf, Crit's here but not here. Dark Mother Lulu, so glad you're back. Great to see you. Daz from Down Under, Effie Batman. Same description. Flatman Can, End of Maple Syrup. Indio, the man who would be king but doesn't want to be. Mark J. Great profile pic, love that. Miko Wego. Morvis, tried and true flat earther from way back over fences. Wonderful chat support always. Sasha's here. Sporadic Echo, welcome. T-Dub. Travis, who actually is going to look at my logic course, unlike the Globers, who wouldn't touch logic with a 10-foot pole, wouldn't know it if it knocked on their door and went trick-or-treating.
Ma'am,
Ultimate
can you show me a model of the flat Earth, ma'am? Can you show me a model? Can you show me a picture of the flat Earth?
Can I show you a picture of the flat Earth, Muhammad?
Exactly,
Yes.
ma'am. Exactly.
Yep. I will find you a picture of the flat Earth. Here's one. I took this recently. There's a picture of the flat Earth. Oh, that's the wrong one. Wait, I meant to give you a
My
different one.
God, not from an airplane, like from space, outer space.
Oh, from space. Oh, okay. I thought you just wanted like the last picture on my phone. Okay, so let's see.
That's not a flat Earth. You can clearly see a horizon.
Okay, so
and
here's the
ground.
picture from up in what you would call space, Felix Baumgartner. I mean, that's not really space, but like, first, if you wanted me to give you a picture from a fantasy world, like, I could just give you like a unicorn, a fairy, a gnome. Is that what you want? Because outer space, the way you're thinking of it doesn't exist, but 127,000 feet, I mean, is that far enough up for you, Mohammed? Do you see that one? 16 minutes after the hour. Yeah, John Wick, that's not our picture. Thanks for demonstrating what flat Earth is not, because maybe Muhammad's confused. So the flat Earth is at 16 minutes after the hour. The Red Bull jump demonstrated the flat Earth. The John Wick photo is not what we think. We do not think we are a disk in space. We do not think that. There's no, for example, as I just mentioned, your claimed outer space in terms of being a near vacuum adjacent to the obviously pressurized atmosphere of the Earth that we all know and love breathing is an impossibility and violates natural law. So we definitely would not make the claim shown in John Wick's image. In a similar way, we would also not claim to know the thickness of the Earth where we stand, and we would not claim to know a defined edge of it. But I am glad that John Wick has presented this, because whether people realize it consciously or not, this is usually the kind of image they have in their mind when they're talking about a flat Earth. To the contrary, we don't think of Earth as being a object in the sky, since it's not, since we're standing at it, it's clearly not moving. No verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence of motion has ever been detected. So objects in the sky are moving around us just as they appear, the sun, the moon, and so on. And we are not moving, and we are clearly of a different category than those objects that we observe. Oh, Muhammad's gone.
The actual John Wick character would have been a flat earther. This guy would be John Wax, the Glober.
Nice, John Wack. Yeah, change your name. Change your name. We can just call him that, right, Travis? We'll just call him that. John Wack. Yeah. Story checks out. Yeah, I guess Muhammad didn't want a real answer. Gosh, he left in the middle of the answer. Too bad. Because I was going to ask him, the usual. Where he's seen curvature. Has he ever experienced the Earth as anything but flat and stationary? But, oh well. That's right, John Wack. He didn't want to listen to my retarded rant. Yeah, you got it. Oh, yeah, Benjamin wants to know why people can't be nice. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. Indio posed that to another guy earlier. I don't know, yeah, if you want to answer, Benjamin. But, yeah, I mean, people get emotional about their globe. That would be my answer. They get really upset and they don't have anything else, and they're starting to realize that maybe it's making them feel insecure. I don't know. From all sides. Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, you could say calling him John Wack is mean, but, he's presented a lot of evidence to make that a descriptive term. So I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes you have to give people back what they're giving you, and that's what they deserve.
Benjamin asked something about when you're on a train, why don't you fly into the wall? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, he was talking to us last night. He just changed his name to Benjamin, but yeah, Calarius, that's what he was before. And then last night he had a good mic. He said during the day he has too much background noise, so if he can elaborate in the text, that'd be good. And oh, because you mentioned not being on a moving globe. Okay, Travis. So he was referring to me saying there's no motion detected. I think that's what he's saying.
So he's kind of saying when he jumps inside a moving train, how come he doesn't fly to the back of the train? Is that what you're referring to, Benjamin? You asked, can you prove a train is not stationary? Well, would you stand on the track in front of this train and test that yourself if it's coming at you? Inside the train is a sealed contained system. Are you saying the Earth that we live on also is a sealed contained system? What would happen if you're on the roof of that moving train and you jumped, Benjamin?
Not only that, it's on a constant moving speed. Now, try that one as accelerating or decelerating as the Earth is
Yeah,
set to go. Sorry, Daniel. I think I hopped over you.
oh no, I was just reaffirming what you said. I don't really understand what his problem is. I mean, yeah, the train can be a reference frame where motion happens within it, and the train itself is treated as stationary in that reference frame, and then relative motion happens within it. It doesn't have anything nothing about that is going to prove or disprove whether this larger reference frame of the Earth is moving or not. So, yeah, the point is that there is no detected motion of the Earth, and attempts to demonstrate it have failed. That's a good thing you posted there over fences. I like that. I hope Benjamin read it. Since they insist the Earth is moving around the sun, yet cannot detect it moving, nevertheless, they needed some physical and mathematical way of accounting for it, since there is obviously a difference between motion and non-motion. So length contraction became their convenient scapegoat. This is the essence of the special relativity theory that Einstein invented in 1905. It was invented solely to answer Michelson's experiment, as Einstein himself said, quote, to the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Oh, right there from Einstein's mouth, your genius hero, genius in quotation marks. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result.
Hey.
Oh, Fallen's back. Do you have an answer to the question about the angles, how they're measured from a flat baseline, not from the center of the Earth? Any answer to that, Fallen?
How angles are measured from a flat baseline?
Yeah, the question Indio asked you earlier that you refused to answer, that you were supposed to go back in the live stream because they repeated it twice and you still weren't able to directly answer it. Are you ready to answer it now?
I'm not actually convinced that that question is coherent. However, what I am convinced of is that that's not even remotely related to the argument I gave. We could go back to that if you like.
No, not really. I'm not interested in that. Do you have any proof of your curvature?
Oh, so to be clear, the argument that I delivered will not be addressed?
It already was addressed.
Wait,
Yeah,
which
Indio.
premise do you reject, Dandelion?
You're talking about your original one, about the three, whatever it was, polar
The
shadows,
argument I gave in
whatever.
the form of modus ponens, yeah.
Yeah, I think it already was explained that you weren't able to do that on a globe.
Well, wait, which premise do you reject?
The first one, you can put it back up there if you want. I mean, are we just having a rerun
Yeah,
of the
you know,
same
I'll
thing?
type it back up for you because rejecting the first premise is kind of insane. But just as a reminder, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. So premise one was if the angles. Let's type this up.
But I mean, the whole conditions of you returning her were supposed to be for you to answer the question that Indio asked you, if you recall.
Oh,
So
I don't know if I'd be capable of answering such a question.
Yeah, I know you're not capable. Okay, thank you for conceding. So I don't know why we're going back to the beginning.
I don't take that as a concession, because a concession is a revision of some prior position. I never held the position that I could answer such a question, so that would not be a concession, for one. For two, we may disagree on why I wouldn't be able to answer the question. For example,
Just answer the question.
I already told you that I don't think I could answer the question.
You didn't answer her question. Stop being weaselly about this.
Are you confused? I just said that I'm not sure if I could answer the question.
You're being weaselly. To answer the question.
Hey, can you tell me why is blue?
Not interested.
Wait, are you being weaselly and dodging the question? Yeah.
Your question's irrelevant.
Nice try, buddy.
To the topic of the conversation.
Nice try, bud. That failed real quick.
Your question's
In any
irrelevant.
case, I'll go ahead and write up the argument because, unlike you, I'm actually coherent.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in having a rerun of the conversation you already had with Indio. I mean, people can just rewind if they want to hear that. Why don't you just show us where you have objective measurements of curvature on your globe?
Wait, does that have anything to do with my argument?
Indio already destroyed your argument. So now we're going to move on to...
No.
Now we're going to move on.
Wait. Sorry, what premise do you think he destroyed?
The first one.
Okay,
I'm not interested in that. As I mentioned, why would I be interested in that?
I know that you would conveniently say that you're not interested because you don't even actually remember the premise and you weren't tracking the conversation, so now you're just making this claim without being able to substantiate it, right?
Why are you ignoring her question? She asked you a simple question, and now you're running around and ignoring it.
So the question was, how do you measure angles on a flat surface or something?
No, that's not what she said.
Okay, I'll address whatever question there is if it means that we could get back to the argument that I posed long before she asked her question.
That was a conversation you were having with Indio. You should go ask him about that, or rewind and listen to it.
I'll pose it to her because she made a comment about that argument.
She asked you a question first. You're
tracking it.
answering her question with another question. She asked you how you are measuring angles.
Well, no, I'm actually asking if she is wanting to break the chronological order.
Sophistry. Just act normal.
Yeah, nice try, bud. In any case, so getting back to Dandelion, you said you reject premise one. Premise one simply states
she asked you a question about measuring curves on the surface of a globe, and now you're answering her question with
I'm just going to explain this because it seems more important than whatever you're on about. So premise one's actually analytically entailed. So to fight that,
you're rewinding. She asked you a question.
To fight an analytically entailed statement is actually one of the most embarrassing things you could do against an argument. Because an example of an analytic statement would be something like, if I own a Ferrari, then I own a car, right? If you said you rejected premise one of that argument, you reject that if someone owns a Ferrari, then they own a car, that would be a very bad look, because that is obviously a true premise since it's true by virtue of the language, right? So, to be clear, premise one of the prior argument was actually analytically entailed. Do you understand that, Dandelion?
So, Fallen, why are you even doing logical analysis when you're talking about scientific questions? Science should be inference to the best explanation, not...
you realize that that's just premise one of the arguments, right? There's a conjunction of an analytic statement as well as a synthetic statement. The synthetic one comes in conjunction with the analytic statement to derive a truth statement as a conclusion. Do you follow?
Well, I'm sorry. I don't understand the difference between synthetic statement and analytic statement.
Okay, let me explain. So analytic statements are statements that are true by virtue of the mathematicity of a language. Synthetic statements are statements that are true by virtue of some sort of posited state of affairs. So, for example, remember the one where I said, if I own a Ferrari, then I own a car. This is an analytic statement because it's a conditional statement about the relation of language, right? It's saying that because a Ferrari is a type of car, then if one were to own a Ferrari, then they would own a car. And then I can give premise 2. Premise 2 is I own a Ferrari. And then the conclusion is I own a car, right? With the conjunction of both of these premises, what you get is a synthetic conclusion, despite the fact that one of the premises was analytic.
Right, and all that could be well and good and true in Minecraft, but not reality.
Sorry, were you not tracking?
Yeah, I was tracking. You can have as many Ferraris and cars as you want in Minecraft, right? Doesn't mean you have it in reality, just like your conjecture about globe curvature, right?
Okay, so I don't know why you said
That's why
whatever
we're
you
asking
just
for
said.
a measurement.
So now, to be clear, you understand. So to be clear, you understand how analytic statements can be part of synthetic conclusions. Just to be clear.
In Minecraft, yeah. In your Minecraft world, yeah, you got it.
Well, no, it's not going to be in any form of a world. Logic operates independently of some Quinian sense of existence.
Sure, you can
that, right?
you can have true statements happening in your virtual reality that you have inside your head.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're not going to engage earnestly, then I'll just
I just want a measurement, dude. I'm tired of this.
I'll not even bother with you. So to get back to the other guy, though, because he seemed more good faith, is the other guy still
I'm
there?
here in good faith. I'm just tired of the sophistry, and I want a real
I'll
world
talk to the
measurement
other guy
that's
that was actually
validated.
tracking. It seems like you're confused. So
No, I'm
I'll
not
just talk to the
confused at
other
all.
guy.
You're just going to talk about stuff that could happen.
Was it
We asked you to. We asked you to stop with the tactics. Matthew Learns is a globe believer like you, by the way. So we asked you earlier to stop with the tactics.
Oh God!
Yeah,
So
nobody's confused here. Nobody's confused here. We're asking you for measurements, a curvature. I asked you for it. Sporadic asked you for it. Where are they?
Yeah, the measurement of the curvature can come simply in the form of the angles of the shadows that you see because they are due to the curvature of the Earth. So we agree that if I
circular
get a
logic
piece
there,
of paper,
Chief.
that wasn't circular, dummy.
Yeah,
So,
it was. You
example,
put the
if I have-
conclusion in your premise, and then your premise in your conclusion.
No, that was a
try
modus
again.
ponens.
Go reset. No, you did not present
so to
one.
be
Go
clear,
reset.
do you think a modus ponens
Try
is
again.
circular? Wait, do you think modus ponens is circular?
No, nobody
didn't present
does.
one.
Colin, listen, they asked for
Holy
measurements
shit.
of curvature, and so they're to be clear, they're asking for direct measurements of curvature, and the answer is there are none. Now, measuring shadows.
What's the
is
distinction
indirect.
between a direct and indirect measurement of curvature?
Whether you're
In
calculating
one situation,
something
you're
based
measuring
on the
shadows, and in the other, you can actually observe drop over distance.
Right.
Wait, but this does observe drop over
mistake that
distance. What are you talking
Eratosthenes
about?
made, which is he assumed parallel light rays to a curved surface in the first instance.
Well, you
when
don't
there's
need
another
to assume
geometric
that.
possibility that holds
you don't
just
need
as
to
much
assume that.
validity.
You don't need to assume that. You
Well,
can
you just
actually
did.
determine whether or not the rays are parallel by whether or not the angles are replicable
And
on a
do
flat
it. Present
surface.
that measurement instead.
Yeah, I posted an image in side chat that illustrates the very obvious issue.
No, I don't want an illustration.
Okay, you want me to describe it in words since you don't
I
like
want an
picture
actual
books?
measurement. I don't want a description. I want you to present a measurement of parallel rays in reality.
Yeah, so I'm going to explain it. So again,
crying out loud.
You said, yeah, I'm going
I'd
to
rather have my
explain it to you
teeth
then.
pulled, to be honest, but carry on.
Yeah, just simmer down. So you don't want the explanation? You want to dodge? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I want the measurement.
So as
I don't
saying-
need you to explain
so
the
as I was
measurement.
saying,
It's
yeah, I'm just going to steamroll
self-evident.
you if you're going to
Okay?
keep jumping in with useless
Listen,
comments.
it's self-evident. Measurements
So,
are
yeah, as I was already
self-evident. I don't need
explaining,
you to provide
as I was already
commentary
explaining
before you
yeah,
provide
try
a
again,
measurement.
bud.
Yeah, no, you didn't present a
Yeah,
measurement. You're
so
trying
as I
to
was already
submit commentary in lieu of
if
something
we
you don't have.
If we have shadows that confer to certain angles that follow the equation of pi,
In
We all know
Minecraft.
the explanation.
gives us the
Yeah, in
determination
Minecraft.
that
He's
there
giving us
is-
more Minecraft logic, guys.
We all know the explanation. We want a measurement.
I like how everyone's getting blown the fuck out. So, what do you think you want a measurement for exactly?
Measurements are clearly defined by
For the
by an
globe?
institution.
A
Simply
measurement
for the
for my
globe, my friend.
claim?
Yeah, optical and or visual proof of your so-called curve. You know how so many people say, well, I watched a boat go over the curve when I was standing at the shoreline. Well, if that boat's going over a front to back curve that you're claiming, there should be a left to right curvature that should be observable at some altitude or at some point. No matter what, it's never there. And if you and I are standing on the shore watching that boat disappear over the so-called curve, and then we go and drink a beer and, talk about the weather or whatever, waste 20 minutes, a half hour, then pull out a telescope or a camera and zoom in on that boat we watched.
Is this
Go over
supposed
the
to be
supposed
interacting
curve.
with the
Don't
claim I made?
interrupt me, Linda. Zoom in
Hey,
on
you're
that
a
boat we
retard,
watched.
Kelly.
Linda, I just said don't interrupt me, please. That boat we just watched go over the curve, we take out our telescope or camera and zoom in, we see the entire boat another 80 miles out. So there's no front to back curve. So direct measurement of curvature.
Hey, what the fuck? I cannot send anything in, bro.
Do you understand, Linda? Not shadows, not measurements of shadows. Show us drop over distance. Show us the curvature.
Okay. Illiterates, bro. Illiterates.
They're
Oh
just
shoot!
so
I didn't realize
brilliant.
I was unmuted. Sorry, I was doing the dishes. Sorry, I had a bunch of background noise. Yeah, Muhammad, you got some proof of the curvature there, Muhammad.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, let's see it.
Well, there are pictures of the Earth. So what do you want?
You got pictures? Yeah, show us your best proof through image, please. Unverifiable, untestable, unrepeatable. But yes, let's give it your best shot. Where's your best picture of the Earth curve?
Yeah, Google. You can Google pictures.
Fell apart
Can you
already.
Google it?
Yeah. Google it.
Google it. See which one you like the best. Make sure you got a source. We want to know where it's from. Hope it's not a cartoon, but if it's a cartoon, it makes it easier for us.
I could also Google pictures of Bigfoot. That doesn't mean they're
Can
real.
you define a measurement for me, maybe?
Mohammed, I could Google pictures of Bigfoot too and unicorns, and both will show up. Does that mean they're real?
Everyone talks about measurements. What is a measurement? I'm doing research about
We
that.
really
What's a
have to
measurement?
explain what a measurement is. You have Google. Look it up. Look it up if you don't know what the definition of measurement is. Use Google.
Touche.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Pictures instead of measurements.
I know. Yeah, I mean, yeah. We're already like, you're saying an image is the best you got, but yeah, we actually are asking for measurements. That's what we were asking for from the other guy who's now gone away.
Did you visit Redneck College?
So yeah, I guess what's his name? Fallen didn't have an answer for us, and he just left again. What was your question, Muhammad? What's the last thing you said? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
What is the measurement? What is the measurement?
Yeah, well, the measurement refers to if you lived on a globe, you would be able to measure curvature, which, of course, since we're not on a globe, we do not measure curvature. So
It'd be a comparison, right?
That's a tautology. Measurement is, measuring something. That's a tautology, you know?
Right. You believe it's one topology. We challenge the claim and say measure it.
Tautology, tautology.
Yeah. You believe it's one, and we say prove it.
He's not saying topology, he's saying tautology.
Oh. All right, go on.
Yeah, I don't even know where he would be going with that. I mean, there's no, it is not a tautology. It is not self-evident. It's the opposite of self-evident.
It's not so easy to define measurements, you know. Like till the French Revolution, the globe
I guess you're not getting that proof of it today from you, are we?
Didn't have a standardized measurement.
Yeah, now you got an excuse. Excuse for why you can't put up.
So how did Copernicus measure the Earth, or like Eratosthenes and something like that?
I don't know. How did he?
Yeah, it's not easy, bro. It's not easy to say measure the globe Earth. I don't know what the measurement is yet. The point I wanted to make.
2 minutes saying how hard it is. You're saying how easy it is. Can you make up your mind?
No. My point is a different one, as always. The different, not the NPC one, NPC answer. My point as a scientist is, if you talk about measurement, then you would ground your argumentation on standards who exist till now. And those standards are set by people who actually believe in globe Earth. So you have a reduction ad absurdum in the argument, you know.
When you mentioned NPC answer, that's what you gave a few minutes ago when we asked for measurements of the globe, and you said just Google it. That is a pure NPC answer.
Except if you found your own measurement and your own meter system and unit system, then I cannot use my argumentation. But this is not possible for you guys because you need standards and stuff.
I will accept your measurement in any recognized standard of measure, an SI unit.
Yeah, but that would be contradicting, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess you're not able to provide what we need, which is evidence of curvature.
I don't need to provide it because your argument is self-contradicting.
What, by asking you to provide evidence? I'm sorry. Sorry that sucks for you.
Because the evidence I would give you, you know how communication, the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein, you know, he was also
Yes, and you're poisoning the well. Why don't you present it and then we'll talk?
No, I like you guys, and I told scientists that you guys are very cool. And actually,
then don't poison the well. Then don't say that about us and poison the well.
Yeah, you still haven't given us your favorite pretty image of the globe, you know, let alone a measurement of curvature. I mean, that's what we do around here is show how the measurements that would be there, meaning the drop over distance that would be there if we were on a sphere, are not actually found in reality. That's what we mean by measurement. So if you have some kind of, demonstration of drop over distance, although, we know you're not going to have it, Muhammad, because we've already tested and seen that it's not there. And just one time is enough to disprove the claimed geometry of a sphere. And yet we have thousands of these measurements and observations demonstrating that the claimed drop over distance is not found in reality. And that some of these observations, of course, with the laser tests, we're talking about distances of 25 miles, 28 miles, and so on. If you get into the infrared photography, we can get up to distances of hundreds of miles. When you get up to radio wave propagation, we're talking about distances of thousands of miles. So in each of these instances, the electromagnetic waves would not have hit the target, whether the target be the eyeball, the laser target, the radio receiver, and so on, the camera, the infrared camera. So in this case, in each one of these cases, the geometry of the sphere has been disproven with measurements. So When we ask you for measurements of your curvature, we do so knowing that you're not going to find it. So if you'd rather just post a pretty picture of your globe, your favorite one that you found, by all means, you can post that, hopefully with a source of when and where it was taken, using what equipment, and so on and so forth. And then, we can debunk that too, but you have to give us something. You have to show us something, to have a conversation here. So far, all you got is kind of mumbling claims and a bunch of incoherent, rambling nonsense. So where's your proof of your globe, Muhammad?
Yeah, the problem is you are clearly limiting the discourse, and the outside world doesn't work like that. Science doesn't work like that. You cannot
I'm
limit
limiting the discourse by asking you to provide evidence. Oh, hey, Mohammed, come on. No, you can't drop a line like that and just keep mumbling on. I'm limiting the discourse by asking you for proof of your claim. Is that what you're saying here? That asking you for evidence of your claim is limiting the discourse? You're in the wrong place then here. If you want to just go somewhere where you're allowed to ramble on incoherently and nobody checks you, go somewhere else. I'm sure there's some kind of, rambling philosophy channel you could join. Here, yes, we ask for evidence to back up your claim. Yes, we limit the discourse to what can be shown and proven in objective reality. Absolutely. I am a discourse limiter all day long. Where's your proof?
The Rambling Philosophy Channel. That was described very well.
Yeah, I never want to go to that one.
I don't know. Still, I don't know how far I can go with the discourse. You don't have standards. That's the problem.
You're going to be kidding me, Mohammed. Please. First, I have too many standards. Now I don't have enough. Yeah, you want more standards? Yeah, post the citation in the side chat.
I don't like that people get discriminated by their opinion or something like that. So I take you guys
contradicted yourself.
and I even defend you guys in the society. I defend you guys in front of scientists.
Just stop defending us then. Yeah, we don't want your defense, believe me.
They tell me, why do you talk with them? I tell them, hey, they are humans, they have certain paradigms, and they think inside their paradigms.
Hey, Mohammed, Mohammed, it's not a partisan thing. Wait, hold on, man. It's not a partisan thing. Like you're acting like there are teams to this argument, or like it's like a win or lose type of thing, and you defend us. But hold on, I'm still talking, Mohammed. You got to listen, man. A lot of us came to this discussion. Hey, hold on, I'm still talking. You got to listen. A lot of us came to this discussion with skepticism. There's a lot of people that approach this discussion just like you originally. And that's why we're asking for specific measurements, because we're not content with just taking a Google response to the question. We want actual concrete evidence. We want to use science. I'm still speaking. We want to use science. No, I'm still talking. You got to listen. If you're interrupting me before I finish my point, I know you're not listening. And that's how we can tell you're not here in good faith. You're doing like a weird partisan thing. We're trying to talk about specific measurements. We're trying to make a concrete logical position about what the ground beneath our feet is doing. So you need a measurement.
Lying about seriousness, okay? This is not a serious channel here, and people know it. So I want to have.
That's just a lot of words. This isn't how you present an argument.
You cannot define measurement even. Yeah. We call it measurement.
It's a comparison of one thing to another. Yeah, you're comparing a claim of a distance or an angle. You're claiming one dimension. You're claiming one dimension or characteristic of one to another. Jeez,
what is a measurement?
I'm trying to define it. You keep over talking. You can simply compare a claim of a dimension or feature of a topology to another.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to start muting you every time somebody else talks because you're incapable. You just keep talking through everyone that's talking to you. You keep making ridiculous rage-baiting claims, and then when they're responded to or when you're asked for evidence for any of your claims, you just keep mumbling and filibustering further. So I don't know if there's anybody else that wants to have a real discussion. I don't know. Toby's here. Mateas.
I don't think it's possible to have a real discussion with him, dude.
Yeah, because he's not. It's like he's not even hearing what we're saying. He's just going on with this little speech. Yeah.
Show it to the audience so they can see.
Yeah, they want to talk about anything but Earth curve. This whole debate is about whether or not the Earth curves. So show us some of that curvature in this debate already.
Yeah, that's cute and cool that you claim you're, even the way you explained how you were defending us was like so incredibly patronizing and ridiculous that you don't even see that you're insulting us by claiming you're defending us to be scientists. Like, oh, they're human. It's like, yeah, we don't need your defense. We just present the evidence here. Anyone who's capable of looking at things in a logical and analytical way, the information speaks for itself. So we don't need you to defend us. We don't care what other people think. We just want them to look at the information and analyze it. As of yet, you have yet to even present to me your pretty globe picture, Muhammad. So show us your globe picture. You told me that was your best proof, and then we'll discuss it. I'll unmute you if you have anything like actual to say about the topic. Not about the people, not about any other weird little philosophical ideas you have, just about the actual topic of how you're proving the globe.
I don't talk anymore with stupid people.
So
I guess he's defending us. I guess he's defending us to his scientist friends is over. I guess next time he talks to his scientist friends, he's going to be like, oh yeah, you guys were right. Flat earthers are stupid. Yeah, well, you're already talking over me.
Do you even have a job?
What kind of scientist are you, Muhammad?
Again. What again?
What kind of scientist are you? You're talking about your scientist friends and such. What kind of scientist are you?
So, I'm a historicist who work about the history of science, especially, and how actually.
What's that got to do with the curve of the Earth?
How relative science in the end is, and how many epistemic stances and epistemic values are actually involved in science. You know, we can see. Actually, this is the argument for you guys against the society.
Use the scientific method.
But you are so inclined in your ego that you even do not see your own allies. That's what they did to Jesus. Like,
you're not an ally.
Our question doesn't deal in science. You're in a category error. You should know this if you study epistemology.
You are at the same level as an ape. Yeah, like an ape.
Somebody's talking to you and listen for a second.
Yeah, it's really tedious. Yeah, I know. Like, now he's descending into the insult. So his mask is coming off where he pretends he cares about us, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, and you're incapable of having a discussion because you're incapable of being quiet and listening.
There is no formula out there. You cannot say there is a number out there, okay? It's always our language who actually get projected on the phenomenon out there.
You just want a comparison of your topological belief to reality.
Always say, oh my God, there is a liar behind that.
No, we just want a comparison of what your belief is to what reality is.
We're telling that stories, bro. We are not children.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. What do you do?
Telling us that you defend telling us that you defend us and then calling us stupid and telling us that we can Google it. None of these things actually make any points. They don't do anything for your argument. Do you understand that?
Why not? Why not?
Because they're not making any statements. There's nothing. There is no concrete statement. If you call me stupid, that doesn't actually enlighten me about anything. If you tell me you're defending me, that doesn't enlighten me about anything pertaining to objective reality.
You explain that to me, bro. You explain that, and you are muting me, bro.
No, he's not muting you. I am. He's not muting you. I am, because you're incapable of having a civilized conversation where you let the person get to the end of their statement and then you make your statement. You're not listening. And we're trying to present a coherent conversation here.
Civilization out there which believes in the globe Earth. Yeah, you see? Talking about civilization. People out there think about you as an ape, you know? Like they think that you're an ape and cannot see the globe Earth.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, why? Why does that matter? So there's dehumanization happening.
God.
What does that mean?
Why does that matter?
What?
Because she said civilization. Civilization doesn't work inside a Discord group. Are you stupid? Okay, guys.
Want for
Thank you
scientific
very much.
consensus to derive truth? Is that stupid?
He left.
Okay, so yet another example where they think they can come in here. It's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel because they have swallowed the flat earth propaganda, the anti-flat earth propaganda hook, line, and sinker, where they think we're retarded. They think we're dumb. He starts out saying how he's defending us like we're disabled people to his buddies. But then when he gets painted into a corner, suddenly he's going to be just like his alleged scientist buddies, which I question whether they actually exist or not. Didn't anytime post any actual objective proof of anything, couldn't even give me his favorite picture of his cartoon globe. And then, just runs off when he starts getting cornered on his nonsense. I mean, that's pretty much what we've been seeing all day here today and pretty much every day. So I don't know why I'm surprised.
I don't even understand his position. It wasn't coherent because if you're a glober, and I know a lot of globers that have this perspective. I think Matthew to an extent. If you're a glober, then and you're trying to defend us, I think the premise of that would be, at least in my mind, would be you're defending the pursuit of truth, the pursuit of logic. You can be a glober and still have respect for people that want to actually look at the measurements and look at the evidence and make their own conclusion. That would be, I would have thought, the reason you would defend us to mainstream scientists. But then to turn around and not actually engage in the arguments and in the science is just like incoherent.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, so they just come in. It's like they're trying to bully us into globe belief. Like, I have no measurements, so I'm just going to insult you back to the globe. And it doesn't work that way.
And if you stand up for yourself, then you're the bully.
They'll talk nonstop, try and gish gallop and filibuster you, and then get mad when you put them on mute because they don't know how to control themselves.
Does anybody know when the live stream is done and it is like a finished video, is there a transcript, or do you have to like download it to something to make a transcript?
What do you mean, like a recording of it so you can replay it?
Yeah, like, when the YouTube live stream's
Okay.
done, like, how
Go
could
to
I make a
YouTube.
transcript out of it?
Go to YouTube, go to live stream, and then you'll see everything. As soon as one's finished, it'll automatically save to the YouTube with 12 hours. It saves 12 hours at a time.
And then if I download it, would I be able to get a transcript?
What do you mean by transcript?
I'm pretty sure I've seen that before somewhere. I don't know where, like a transcript, like it automatically makes a transcript of what people said. Like some YouTube videos, you can do closed captioning and it
Oh, you mean like
types out. Yeah.
writing?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
write what
yeah.
people say.
Yeah,
No, I have
yeah.
no idea about that.
Yeah. I feel like there's got to be some way to do that. Because I would seriously do that with the Fallen guy.
There
Because
is
he was
captioning.
Yeah.
I think, Mary Mom, I think if you look like down in the comments area or you push more, like you close the comments and push more or whatever, there's an option to select the transcript and you can see it scrolling.
That's what I thought. Yeah, okay. I'll just have to try it on this one, I guess, when it's done, because I might actually, if I have time, do something with that Fallen person's conversation with Indio and others, because he was such a great example of the sophistry techniques that they use. It was like every other sentence was just another tactic.
Was that the guy who just got done talking about like everyone's apes and animals, or is it someone else?
No, not that guy. It was earlier.
Oh, okay.
He was here at 2 different sessions where he had his little premise about angles and shadows, and then he just kept saying, I don't know, just the usual stuff like, well, let me help you to understand. I can see you don't understand what I'm saying, even though, his thing was like perfectly addressed and explained and refuted, would never answer direct question. Just trying to basically use tactics to portray that, we didn't know what we were talking about when clearly he was the one that didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, if I remember the guy, he is the right one. He's been around Flat Earth for a really long time. Like
His
he
name's
was
Fallen on here.
a chimpanzee, and he would basically he's about as bad as they get, as far as like toxic anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to just kind of analyze it and call it out, just so that because I know that those tactics do work with people, especially new people who don't understand the arguments. I know that they work. I mean, India was calling him out like in real time. He counted like 9 of those techniques within like a 30-second period, but it's a good example of what they've been reduced to, because he couldn't give us any measurements of curvature, of course. He just kept going back to his shadows thing. And Indio said he's been around. He maybe he used to have a different name. I don't know.
Yeah, the truth doesn't need these sophistry tactics. You can just be genuine. And when they come in here and they just act like that, it's like, man, there's no truth coming out of you at all.
You guys ready for the alien invasion? You got
Dude,
prep.
Crit, my uncle has been like, I mentioned to my uncle that I'm a flat earther, dude, and he just went off the walls, dude, saying there's aliens, dude, they're coming, bro, and he kept telling me how they're gonna probe all of us, dude.
He's like Randy Quaid character from ID4.
It's like all this news, how they want to redirect the Juno spacecraft to intercept this alien ship that's on its way to Earth. It's going to arrive like later in 2026, but they can hopefully intercept it by March to give us like an early warning.
Dude, my uncle told me that they're coming here to bring us all the technology. He's a fucking nut
Kurt,
job.
bro. Kurt, all that talk is just to hide something else. It's not.
Oh yeah, that's what we've been talking about. That a Project Bluebeam for, since the Reagan time frame. You got this congresswoman called Luna, and she wrote a letter to NASA that they need to get ready to, redirect Juno back, this other direction, even though it hasn't been used for a long time. It's both this decommissioned spacecraft that's just around Jupiter or I think or Saturn, one of the two, just hanging out there for some reason. It's just got spare fuel just in the gas tank, just waiting for the right moment, purposely repositioned, positioned assets that could be used. Then you got the guy from Harvard. Oh, go ahead.
It's not a spacecraft. It's just an asteroid.
Oh yeah, that's what, or a comet they're talking about, a unpredicted comet.
Yeah.
So there's a thing too. They always talk about everything in the sky is predicted perfectly with the heliocentric model. Did you predict this? Huh. So a completely unpredicted movement, so much so that you've got people at Harvard in Congress Chicken Little, the sky's falling. NASA, how come you haven't redirected some ancient spacecraft to go intercept it? So we'll know in March if it's hostile or not. Well, if it's hostile, which you already said it's hostile, so now you don't know if it's hostile or not, but you know it's hostile. Would it just ignore some sort of unmanned space probe with no weapons or no way to, it would just fly right by it? It's harmless. Not even a speed bump. It's okay, so here's something with some instruments on it that can take a picture of some dust cloud that's supposedly behind the comet, that is a cloaking device, but not cloaking device because our meager technology somehow penetrated this alien cloaking technology. This stuff is you listen to these people and you're are you not the main purpose why I bring it up is that this should be enough entertainment for the globalists to keep their monkey brains entertained. They don't need flat. They'll come in there, the flat earth, and be I'm here for entertainment because I think laughing at people online is fun. And I'm okay, well, you've been doing the same thing for 10 years now. Are you ready to talk about Harvard, Congress, and NASA piercing ancient alien technology? Would that keep you entertained, at least for today, or maybe at least till March? For the next 5 months, can you talk about this alien spacecraft that's apparently approaching the Earth? How would you prep for it? What's going to be your outfit of the day?
Yeah, I
I
think
don't
that
believe in aliens.
is that Matthew said that.
Oh yeah, what do you think, Matthew? What's your take on that?
Yeah, I don't think those are aliens or anything. I don't know what it is, but I don't believe in aliens.
So Harvard and Congress and NASA, they're all wrong?
I don't think any of them actually say it's aliens. They just might say they don't know what it is.
Oh, it's hostile alien.
Who says it's hostile aliens?
That dude from Harvard, I can't pronounce his name, Lobev something or another.
Oh.
The goofy guy with the space turd, that went warp speed after it passed by Earth.
Well, I think nothing's going to come of it.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing, too. Nothing will come of it, even if they think this is true. This is just basically publicity. This is just marketing. It's hey, look how important. It's a false alarm this time. But think what happens if you defund NASA. They won't be able to penetrate ancient cloaking devices from interstellar objects approaching the Earth.
It's Don't Look Up again. It's real life. Don't Look Up.
It's like the TV show. Yeah, the TV show Don't Look Up. Oh yeah, Mary. That's the same guy I'm thinking of. I forgot his profile pic, but yeah, he did the same thing too with like angles to the sun a while back.
Yeah, and then he.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just saying, yeah, and then he wasn't when he was called out on problems with coming up with these on a globe. You know, he just deflected, never answered the questions, so on and so forth, the usual stuff.
Yeah, but I talked to him years ago on Chimpanzee. He basically had questions for flat earthers. And his proof that he wanted answers is that he would basically have mods mute you if you didn't answer. And I just went with that. I'm like, so your proof that you want answers is to mute or ban people who you think can provide the answers for you? Or do you think you're asking questions that don't have answers? And then we have to evaluate that. So any way you cut it, dude, you are a hot mess. Your logic and reasoning is internally broken. Internally. And what am I supposed to do with that other than point and laugh?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's the thing, is that the globe, so many of these people have this emotional connection to the globe. That's why they're obsessed with these alien stories, these escapism stories. I mean, it's kind of like how like children, you know, secretly like hearing ghost stories around the campfire, even though it's scary. You know, it's like it's part of the escapism, right? You can escape into your like living on Mars fantasies with your 12 Martian women, or you can escape into, ooh, the aliens are coming to attack us. I'm so afraid. You know, all of it's just a tactic to avoid the real world, as far as I can tell. I mean, I feel like, gosh, I don't know. They need some kind of regressive therapy or something to get back to like where the flat earth originally hurt them. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the main issue too. Like if I know someone doesn't have the answer, I know not to ask them. Or if I ask them a question that doesn't have an answer, I wouldn't ask them a question like hypothetical. Hey, what do you think this answer would be? I'm stumped. Let's brainstorm this together. Is it even a logical, like, is it somehow the question itself is invalid, like a malformed question? Like you'd say, like somebody who just showed, like from another country, like they don't know shit about America. You're like, what's the best hot dog stand on Fifth Avenue? And then the person's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you're like, ha, gotcha. And they're like, is it something you could just Google? You could Google, what's the best hot dog stand on Fifth Avenue? It'll tell you. The New York Hot Dog King, it's located on Fifth Avenue and 82nd Street. So Google can do this for you. So suddenly now their Google won't work. Like they'll be like, sure, flat earthers, I got questions for you. Okay, what did your Google come up with? Because they love Google.
Yeah, maybe, but you know what? Yeah, they say they love it, but yeah, what you just said made me realize, like, you know, before the internet was widely available and carried around in everyone's pocket, like, you know, con artists and liars, they probably had a better time of it, right? Because they could just use their little shark-like tactics to convince people of stuff, and people couldn't actually in real time check on what they're saying. So yeah, that's really interesting. And then even though they have all that, they're still incapable of putting any kind of evidence for their claim in our side chat when we request it. I mean, if anybody was into statistical analysis, yeah, I'd like to see just any one of these chats when we're having a conversation, like amount of evidence presented by the flat earth versus amount of evidence presented by the globe earth. And we wouldn't go by posts, like, you know, if it was just like a meme or something, we wouldn't count it. Like, you know, documented, verifiable measurements, information, and so on. I mean, the flat earth side would be so incredibly skewed in having way more evidence to back up our claims. Not that that means we're right, but it means like these people who claim they have science on their side and the scientists are on our side, and yet when asked for one single piece of evidence are just like not showing us anything. It's just, I mean, it should be an embarrassment, but they do not seem to be properly embarrassed.
Yeah, they wouldn't even know where to start.
I'm not embarrassed. I'm not ashamed of my position.
Well, you should be.
Really?
But you're embarrassed by some of these people that come in here that claim to be proving the globe but have nothing to back it up. Aren't you embarrassed by them, Matthew?
Yeah, I'm embarrassed when people have bad tactics for trying to state their position or argue for something. Sure.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because you were pointing that out to somebody earlier, which, you know, that's good. I think he thought you were a flat earther because you were explaining to him how he was being illogical, but...
By the way, I don't think I've ever seen such a platonic ideal of what a sophist looks like. But Fallen definitely fits the bill.
You, yes, you see it. Yes, exactly. That's why I was saying it'd be worth it to me to download that and do the transcript just to like as a demo, right? Like, yeah,
that's
just
why
like,
you were asking
yeah,
about the transcript.
He is like textbook. That's why I wondered, like, you know, did he just? Because I don't know what people like that are like. Like, do they just pick that up because they like saw somebody else do it? Like, do they actually like study the techniques and they're consciously applying them? Like, it was so blatant. I mean, that's why Indio said he didn't think he was good at it because it was so obvious. But then it being so obvious, you know, is, I think it's a good idea to point it out when it's so obvious because some people who are better at it and more subtle, like doing 9 in a row, you know, in 30 seconds and not presenting anything in between. Like, yeah, that's kind of like, it's not really a good application of the techniques because the people where it actually works better for them usually are like more subtle, or they might just sprinkle it in here and there, right? Like, gosh, I shouldn't be giving them tips, but yeah, that guy, I haven't seen someone like with such a blatant, obvious example with so many of them just like in a row, one after another, with almost nothing in between and not even responding to a single question directly. You know, yeah, that was pretty crazy.
I mean, it's fine if you're taking a graduate seminar in analytic philosophy, but outside of that classroom, I don't think anybody's going to respond well to that kind of argumentation.
Yeah, it was blatant, low-level amateur sophistry is what that was.
But I mean, I think it would work with people who don't understand the arguments. I mean, if we hadn't been calling him out, I guess, I mean, obviously it doesn't work if someone's calling you out in real time, but I mean, I bet his technique works in certain forums, you know, to fool an audience who doesn't understand the topic into thinking he's winning the argument when he is losing badly.
So sorry, what was this guy trying to do? Can I just get a bit of a rundown on what was happening quickly?
Pat, oh yeah, first I have to go find out what a rundown is. Does anybody know? Just kidding. That was the office joke.
All right.
Well, simply put, he wants to do Eratosthenes, but with 3+ poles, and then say now the Earth isn't flat.
Okay, with 3+ poles.
Yeah. So the angles of light we see with 3+ shadow measurements cannot be replicated in a flat surface. Then the Earth is not flat, lowercase e Earth. Then number 2 is basically, he says, so he's basically throws Eratosthenes under the bus.
My brain.
Yeah, he says that Eratosthenes was wrong, that it could be replicated with just 2, but it can't be with 3 or more.
So we all understand that Aristotle is the man that understood that the Earth was round, right? Aristotle's the guy, right?
Yeah, I guess it
sure about that.
kind of like depends what you're talking about.
It's not Aristotle.
Am I an idiot to say that Aristotle is the
you
dude?
got the wrong Greek.
Yeah,
talking about the wrong dude. You got the wrong dude.
Why? I'm pretty sure it's Aristotle.
One's Eratosthenes.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's not.
One's Aristotle.
Yeah. Who's the other guy?
Eratosthenes.
Okay, Eratosthenes. Did he come after Aristotle?
No.
He came before Aristotle, so Aristotle based his ideas off Eratosthenes, or whatever that guy's
I don't know
name
what
is.
he based his ideas. His idea was that's the shadow of the sun and the moon during a lunar eclipse. Eratosthenes took sticks in the grounds or well or whatever the story is this week and measured the angle of shadows.
And Aristotle was the dude that measured curves over a distance.
No, he talked about arguments, that you make arguments from logic, reason, or
I don't think
emotion.
he did.
Yeah.
I don't think it was just. I don't think he just measured arguments, and I'm pretty sure that he measured like mathematics and curves.
Amazing. How do you measure mathematics? Use mathematics to measure mathematics?
Like, am I wrong? Like honestly, I'm asking. Like,
yeah,
honestly,
you're wrong, dude. You're butchering it. You're butchering the fairy tale. You're butchering your own lore.
I'm butchering the fairy tale, but I thought that Aristotle was the dude that was the guy that was the guy. No, wasn't Aristotle the dude?
No,
he wasn't the dude.
Guy?
How many times now have I said no? 5? 7? Are you drunk?
Yeah, I'm drunk, dude.
Well,
okay, that explains everything. Carry on.
Okay, yeah, dude, listen very carefully, okay? Aristotle said, if you're going to convince somebody, you have to target your argument to the audience. You have to find out, what do they value? Do they value logic? Do they value reason? Do they value emotion? Then once you've got that, once you realize what their value is, you frame the discussion inside their framework, not yours, theirs. Eratosthenes was another guy who measured. Yeah, Aristotle. Aristotle said you speak to your audience using arguments that resonate with your audience, your listener.
But that's okay. That's cool.
Eratosthenes.
That's his philosophy.
Eratosthenes said.
Right,
Eratosthenes said he measured some angles of light coming from the sun to determine that the Earth was a ball instead of a flat, and that's because Zeus defeated Atlas and made Atlas hold the Earth up for eternity.
Bullshit.
Yeah, Eratosthenes.
I'm just asking questions, and then when you tell me the answer to my question, I'm going to pretend I'm not just answering questions.
So Aristotle is referencing fucking Greek mythology. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Aristotle was talking about how to make effective arguments.
So he
Eratosthenes was matching the state-sponsored religion and trying to use mathematics to say, hey, check this out. This math proves Zeus is real.
So was Aristotle referencing this other dude's mathematical equation? Because it's my understanding that Aristotle is the reason why we understand that the Earth is round.
Okay, go with that then. If that's your understanding.
No.
10 times now. It isn't Aristotle, dude. For the last fucking time, it's not Aristotle.
Then why is this so? It's the main fucking source of proof about why the Earth is round.
It's not.
No, it's quite the opposite. This guy fallen.
To the layman.
Listen, pay attention.
Right.
Just a little bit ago, this guy Fallen, this anti-flat earther, threw both guys under the bus. Both of them. Okay. Not only did he throw out Eratosthenes, said it doesn't work with only two. You need 3 or more angle measurements, and he threw out all of Aristotle by simply refusing to offer an argument that resonates with the listener. So this guy is saying he knows more than the beginning of all of Western culture. All of it. And the best part is he's been trying the same bullshit for years and years. No change, no effect, nothing new under the sun. This guy is stuck in the mud.
So we're on the same page. We're on the same page because I'm trying. Yeah, like I'm not trying to refute. I'm not refuting what Aristotle said. Like I'm asking the question: is Aristotle's understanding of the world, like that we know now, that has become common knowledge, common science,
that we know now? You don't know that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That we understand as the probability of the truth.
Nothing.
Is that the best way to describe it? That we understand as the probability of the truth.
You have a belief. No, you have a belief, much like a religious tradition. You believe something without evidence.
Okay. So no different to theoretical physics, right?
What did Aristotle say exactly?
What's in the water today?
Well,
alien invasion hype.
Aristotle was the first man that said that the Earth was round, and he was met with criticism.
Brother, stop fucking talking, you drunk fuck. Okay, it's really simple. The first reference of any human being to the Earth being a ball is Plato in the Dialogues of Timaeus. Okay, that's the very first reference. Plato, Dialogues of Timaeus. Do you want me to quote the lines that he said?
Please do, bro.
Want me to quote what he wrote?
Please do.
Discord.
Please do, because I'm very interested, man. I thought that Aristotle was the first man that brought forward the ideas that the Earth was round based on his calculations from his calculations of astronomy and etc.
No, that's not even possible. They didn't even have units, dude. Do you understand that the Greeks didn't have units? They didn't use units. They didn't use like inches, feet, miles. They didn't use any of that shit. They didn't have angles of measurement.
Aristotle, he's the first
Google whatever the fuck you want, but historically speaking, the Greeks didn't have angle measurement units.
Okay, but if you Google Aristotle, he's the first dude accredited to understanding that this Earth was round.
Yeah, and that's incorrect.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay, that's cool.
Just go back to your toga party there. I haven't seen this level of obsession with Greeks since I used to go to frat parties in college. I mean, don't you think it's a little bit embarrassing that you think that it was some kind of people hundreds and hundreds of years ago that proved your globe when there's nothing in modern science demonstrating that there's any kind of motion of the Earth and no mathematical calculations of the curvature that would be expected if you lived on a sphere of 3,959 miles. So, I guess, there, Indio's got your quote there you were looking for. So, yeah, they started imagining your imaginary globe long ago. And then when we got to the point where we were able to check this, either by, some people check it by putting up high altitude weather balloons, in which case they do not see or observe any curvature, as well as many of the so-called mainstream attempts, such as Felix Baumgartner jump, no curvature, 127,000 feet. Blue Origin flights, no curvature. So when you want to go high enough to see the curve, you're always going to be relying on a very tiny group of people who claim to have seen it, and yet their so-called documentation of this curve can be easily debunked. So that's what we're doing here. We're debunking the modern attempts. I mean, if you want us to debunk Greeks, ancient Greeks, we can do that too. I mean, choice is yours. But You're pretty sure you live on a globe there?
No, dude. No,
Pat?
no, I'm not. I'm not at all. I'm like totally open to all ideas.
Hey, open to all ideas. Note that down. Pat said he was open to all ideas. So you're open to the
Yeah,
idea
man.
that I just told you that the curve should be measured in
100%.
reality and it's not? Okay. Well, yeah. So ask me more.
Yeah.
What's your next question then?
I
It
don't
doesn't
know.
use the name Aristotle.
Yeah. I think maybe Aristotle's not the best guy to reference.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right there. I'm glad you got that finally.
You got to drink again.
You got a different Bronze Age.
No, I'm
Hey,
so
dude, how about you got a different
so
Bronze
curious.
Age gold herder?
I'm just like I'm just a seeker of truth, man. That's all I am. And
Okay, so what's your next Bronze Age gold herder you want to talk about?
I don't know, dude. What about you?
Well, we've got Miguel Sousa has posted in the chat there 34 minutes after the hour. Are you able to see that information?
So we're all just flat earthers here. Like we're all just thinking that the earth is
no, we aren't all. We have Matthew Learns. Mark is here with his beautiful prism. Got to be somebody else. I don't know. Maybe that's the only two. But you've got some globe believers in here. Yeah, if you need them.
Some globe.
You need to phone a friend.
Is that what you call it? Globe believers?
Or they call us globers.
Yeah. You're globers. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, globe
That's cool.
believers.
That's cool. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, that's what you guys are. Okay, so I'm going to prove you're globe believers. I want you listen, dude. Real simple. I'm going to prove you're
that's right. Hey,
there's
man,
only globe believers. Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me?
Sorry.
So we're going to prove. I'm going to prove there's globe. Don't do it again, or you get kicked out. Okay, it's your only warning. So it's easy to prove that you guys are globe believers. Very simply. Because you can only have 3 ideas about something. It's from memory, it's from experience, or it's from imagination, right? So you see a chair, or you remember a chair, or you imagine a chair, right? So tell me, search your memory, and tell me when you remember the Earth being a globe. From memory. Not imagination, from memory. Yeah, you're a globe believer. Pretty easy to prove you guys are globe believers. I can remember the Earth being flat. Easily. Lots of times. I've been to the beach lots of times.
What kind of argument is that?
One that you can't refute.
That's sort of direct experience.
So there's a philosophical school of thought called direct realism that kind of got passed by the wayside because people like the brain in a jar theory of everything. So, they just pretend it doesn't exist, and that Descartes and all his cronies weren't utterly refuted frickin' at their own time.
Can I tell you something, mate?
Yes, sir.
Kind of difficult to say because it kind of it makes me sound like a bit of a cuck.
Oh, we've heard cucks before. Don't worry. Yeah, you can't out cuck the cucks we've heard.
Can I cuck the cucks that you've heard? All right, that's good. It's hard for me to believe in anything, man. I don't know. I subscribe to the idea. I honestly subscribe to the idea about basically everything that I don't know. And it rubs a lot of people the wrong way. I get in a lot of arguments about it. And because especially when there's factual evidence or historical evidence or this, that, and the other about what is and what's not. And then I'm still sitting on the fence. And then I've got friends that can't understand why I can't subscribe to an idea based on this, that, and the other. And I'm still just sitting on the fence, man. because
yeah.
I'm the type of person. I'm the type of person.
Yeah.
Like, and you know, people have
what you're
attacked me
saying, dude.
about this.
I'm gonna
Hang
back
on,
up on
hang on.
this. You're
Just let me
doing the right thing.
finish. Let me finish, man. Thank you. But people have attacked me about this. It's like, if I can't subscribe to an idea, then I'm a fucking, like, I'm weak, or I have no conviction. You know.
Yeah. A lot of times that ideas that people want you to subscribe to, like you just said, like have evidence or have historical evidence or facts, whatever. When in closer examination, those things are not facts, and the people just believe in them, and they actually don't know them to be true. That they've
Mate, I've been a
taken
Christian.
some level of trust and said,
I've been a
so and so
Christian
said
before.
X, so X is true, but they have no idea how they can even verify that X is
Yeah.
true, and it's completely faith based. And it's okay for you to say, "Hey, dude, whatever you're saying, you know what? I don't know that that's true, and I'm not going to believe in anything." That's okay.
And that's where I find myself all the fucking time, man. I've been a Christian. I've been an atheist. I've been all these things, man. I just want to talk to people that are open-minded at the end of the day, that are open to different ideas about what this world is, whether it's flat, whether it's round, you know, whether Jesus existed or he didn't, whether fucking it's a simulation theory or not. Like, to me, it doesn't, like the actual fact of the matter doesn't matter. What's most important to me is having the discussion and being like able to have the discussion with open-minded people. And that's where I find myself all the time in a fucking bind, because like I find myself like getting like I try not to get upset, but like and I find myself being the person that gets less upset than the other. But then like I get upset because like the people that I'm trying to have.
Look, brother, we don't care about your feelings, man. This is a Flat Earth channel, not to freaking tell people your life story. We don't care. Okay, we don't care. We're talking about the topic here, not you. You're not the topic. I feel for you that you have friends that, you know, bully you or whatever you think it is, but you're still not the topic. So please get back on topic.
Before. I just love to talk, man.
Well, I mean, we don't want it like. We want to talk about me? Let's talk about Professor Triangle. How about Says Who or Sporadic or like, dude. I know you feel like you need to like tell us your life story, but like, you know, this is
yeah, right, man. Yeah, sorry. No, you pulled me up. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
That's
I mean, there's a lot of people in here. We have to stay focused.
But yeah, I just wanted to get that out,
That
man,
all being
because
said, a lot. Like,
yeah.
listen, you said a lot of things about like, what does any of that matter of having the discussion if the people discussing something, whether it happened, whether Jesus was born or not born, if you don't have the critical thinking skills to determine what's true or not, then you guys are
Because
just like
I don't think it matters.
You can't even figure out what
I don't think the truth matters, man.
Oh,
the truth is
no.
It might not,
No.
but that doesn't mean you can figure out what it is in the first place.
100%. I agree. I just think what I'm in it for is just for the conversation about what could be and what could not be. That is the most exciting part to me about what like this mystery of this world.
Do you think well, I was just saying understanding is overrated. It really is.
Yeah.
Understanding something is
Yeah,
seriously
man.
overrated on
Yeah.
what good it does.
I just love having the
that being
conversations.
said, but there are true things that we can know just descriptively from experience without understanding it, right? You can understand that if you stick your hand in a fire, it's going to burn your skin off. You can understand it. You don't have to understand why. That's really not important. It just the only thing you need to know is that it does.
Yeah. Yeah, but can we understand it? Like, maybe this life is just a simulation, and every single conversation we have about
I called that
religion
earlier, brain in the jar. I called that earlier in text.
Oh, that
Yeah,
was,
man.
that was.
it's a wild thing to think about, you know, and that's why it's like we can have all these conversations about religiosity and theology
You're brain in a jar. You're talking to yourself right now, buddy. You know that, right?
Yeah, but I
We're
feel like I
to your
already am,
imagination.
bro. Yeah,
we're
I feel like
your imagination, dude. I'm you, actually.
No,
Professor Triangle.
No,
he's
no.
also you.
No,
Yeah,
but
and
you
guess
won't.
what? I bet you that because you're talking to yourself, I bet yourself can fail a triangle test.
Yeah, but that's also a thought. It's also a thought.
So, Pat, here's a good reason for believing that we don't live in a simulation. It's because simulations cannot simulate consciousness. So consciousness is real, and you can't simulate that with computers or
why not
matter simulation.
Why
because consciousness is immaterial.
Yeah, it may be, but it doesn't mean that the conversations that you have with other people are immaterial.
Yeah, but you yourself are an immaterial soul. That God
Potentially, yeah. Like
as soon as you say a word like the referent "you," it's over. As soon as you say "you," the conversation's over. What is this you speak of? Where is it?
Yeah.
Can I stick a dart in it? And I don't mean your body. I mean the you that you refer to, your
But
mind, right?
Yeah. There's a.
It can't be in a computer.
Yeah, it needs to be a personal. It needs to be a personal. Like, you know, we're all people. We're all our own personalities, and that's what makes these conversations beautiful. You know, is the fact that we can bring original ideas to, like, you know, to the table and discuss them from different points of view. I think that's what really matters.
I mean, not if you're a brain in a jar. There's only your point of view.
Yeah, of course, man. But we're not brains in a jar. We're people.
Yeah, that really seems to contradict your earlier claim that you weren't interested in truth. I mean, if you're not interested in truth, then why are you interested in the discussions?
It feels like
it does.
It kind of feels like you're afraid to actually. It kind of feels like you're afraid to actually.
I agree with what you're saying. Like I'm a hypocrite in my own sense of self because I don't even understand who I am, what I'm doing on this planet, whether I am on this planet at all, whether it's simulation theory or not. Like it's just a mumble jumble of of things and ideas.
You're not on a planet. We ain't on that planet.
It feels like you're filibustering.
You guys have the most
actually want to have.
Yeah, I know, and that's the thing. Like where I'm coming from with this entire idea is so against any type of idea of being able to understand philosophy and any ideas within philosophy, which I understand as well. You know,
tell
because
us about that planet claim.
Yeah.
You said planet. Tell us about that. What makes you think you're on a planet?
Hey, I don't know, dude.
I mean, I would just point out that people tried to actually engage you on the specifics of the objective situation of the shape of the Earth, and you immediately kind of pivoted into this weird solipsism view, and it kind of feels like you are essentially filibustering your own conversation about this topic.
Yeah, you're right. I am.
Yeah, that's a good point, Toby. Yeah, because he was pretending not to make a claim as to global flat Earth, but then, it came out that you obviously do think you're on a planet. It came out accidentally in your little filibuster there. So, yeah, show us your reasons. Or just tell us, like,
I don't think I'm on a
yeah,
planet.
you do, though. Yeah, you do.
Yes, you do.
Because you just said it. Yeah, you do.
No, you absolutely do. 100% you do. You're 100%er.
Do I? Am I? Because I don't think I am. I don't know. I don't know, man. I really don't know.
Just don't know anything.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything, man. That's where I'm at. I don't know anything. That's exactly where I'm at.
That's what they all say when they don't want the heat on them.
Probing you for information.
No, that's exactly
There's
what
no point
Plato
in probing
said.
you for anything because you don't even know if you know you know.
Yeah, that's why I'm so interested in listening to other people because
You
I just
shouldn't
don't
be
fucking know.
interested in this at all.
So now start listening. Fucking solve that problem. Cognitive dissonance over the cognitive process. Jesus Christ, bro. It's elephants all the way down. That's funny, man. Bro, I mean, you might think it's mean to mute you, but you're telling us you don't know anything, so why should we talk to you? I mean, you might as well talk to a freaking, I don't know, a hamster or something.
Yeah, like I said, he shouldn't even be here. If he doesn't know anything, then anything he hears doesn't make sense to him anyway.
Yeah, the fact that we don't live on a globe is something that you can know. So I think this was the guy that said he was on the fence and people were giving him a hard time or something. Was that this guy? Yeah, it can be determined conclusively that the expected curvature that would be measurable and observable if you lived on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles is not observed in reality. So part of the problem you might be having is, you're trying to remain neutral on a topic that has already been factually and objectively determined that there is no globe.
Yeah, he's on the fence about a lot of things. He shouldn't be concerned with this topic because he has a very tenuous hold on reality itself. You might want to deal with that. So SAMHSA is the mental health hotline. It's an 800 number. I'll post it in the chat so you can maybe figure out who you are, what you're doing.
Yeah, we probably should post that. Yeah, just regularly, every 5 or 10 minutes for these Globers. Be a kindness.
I don't need it. I'm fine.
We already know you're a flat earther pretending to be a glober just till you're retired.
I don't know why several people keep saying that.
Because it's true.
Well,
Matthew,
I'm the
so
best judge of
as we
whether it's
sit,
true or not.
oh, sorry, as we sit here chatting, what would convince you? What makes you think that we're also kind of blasting around the sun at 66,000 and some change miles per hour?
The general heliocentric model for the solar system seems to explain the observations best, and so that's part of it.
I mean, if I'm in a car going 60 miles an hour and it's a convertible, I'm going to feel it and be able to observe it, measure it. How come we can't do that with a 66,000 mile per hour globe?
Because humans feel acceleration, not motion.
But the globe is in a constant state of acceleration, deceleration via the perihelion and aphelion elliptical orbit changes.
That's true, but it's not much acceleration.
But it's still acceleration, though, right? Even though you say it's not
It's
much,
below.
it's still there.
Below our threshold of being able to sense it.
Matthew, hello. Do you sense the Earth moving at 1,000 miles per hour right now?
No, humans don't sense motion.
You are just debunking yourself. You are a contradiction to yourself.
So your answer is basically that we just don't have the threshold to feel it.
Yes.
Right.
And he also feels that the Beck's explanation to not feeling motion is not being in motion.
Right.
Dude,
That just doesn't make sense at all.
Matthew, at least your vestibular system is not lying to you. So start, accept that.
No, you're right. Our vestibular system can sense some kinds of acceleration, like movement, accelerating linearly or rotational. So we can sense.
Ask to it right now if it senses that Earth moving 1,000 miles per hour.
Well, the vestibular system doesn't sense motion; it would sense acceleration, but I don't feel any acceleration.
Oh no. So accept the fact, Earth is not moving.
Well, there's two explanations. One would be that we're not accelerating. The other would be that the amount of acceleration is below the threshold of what we can feel.
You can feel what you can feel.
Even in the globe model, even if all of the things that the globe model says is correct, the acceleration would be below.
What globe model? Show me an experiment, that shows that working model inside the vacuum chamber.
By model,
it's just a fairy tale. It doesn't work. It's just a fairy tale that you believe it, and we all believe it on that. But when you start thinking by yourself, and checking things and testing, it doesn't work. It's a lie. But when people find it's a lie, they have two ways: or they accept it's a lie and they move on, or they don't accept and they will defend it. So they are lying to themselves. Globers just don't want us to destroy their illusions. They don't want to accept the globe is a lie.
Yeah, I don't think it's a lie. I think it's the best explanation for all kinds of stuff.
The explanations are not tests. You have to test it. You made a claim that you have a working model. Let's test it. It doesn't work.
I think it passed the test.
What? Where? Inside the vacuum chamber? Did anyone try to put atmosphere around that ball working inside the vacuum chamber? It's simple. It doesn't work. It's a fact.
Yeah, I don't think doing a physical test is the only way to test something. You could check and see if the theory works and see if the calculations work and check.
Yeah, it doesn't work. How can it works? I just posted that chat a few minutes ago. It doesn't work. It has a specific radius, right? 39, 59 miles. I did ask this to you a few months. If the calculations are correct, you said yes. So is that radius, accepting, watching the second law rig, and the counting 10 miles, at 10 miles, the geometric horizon, can that radius be 67 times larger? Man, that's nuts, How can a radius be 67 times larger? And that's just 10 miles. Do you want to make that bigger? It's not there. It's simple. But then you guys don't want to prove the curve, You jump, let's talk about the sky.
Well, it seems these new sky arguments with the celestial theodolite are just devastating to the globe as well.
It doesn't seem like that to me. We're squinting at the horizon for tiny little, angle changes. I don't think it shows that much.
It's a big dumpster fire. You definitely don't want to bring it up.
So to me, it's not even, a question of proving it. It's just psychological.
It's interesting you say that these small little angle changes like aren't convincing, but the parallax angle changes, which are even smaller, are enough to convince you that we're in this Big Bang expanding universe.
Yeah, it's because the angles near the horizon can get distorted because you're looking through thick and humid atmosphere sometimes. The parallax.
That's why they're not using the ones close to the horizon, the 0 to 15 degrees. They're using all different angles. It's not just the ones near the horizon or straight up. They're using all the ones in between those two.
Yeah, anything above 20 degrees, it would be more accurate, I would think.
So if I remove, if I go to a big lake with less humidity in the air, then I could do more, how you say, more good observations. Yes? Then you cannot account that refraction because I'm removing, moisture in the air, humidity. So yeah, do you want to increase that radius? It's already 67 times larger. Do you want to increase that? Because it has been done in 2011 on a big lake and almost 70 miles away. No curve there. So what's your point? 4.2 feet from water level. Telescope. Do you want to increase that radius? Matthew. Come on.
No, I think the radius is 3959 plus or minus 30 miles.
What? Now you're making a new one?
No, the average is 3959, but the polar radius is shorter than the equatorial radius.
So 3959 is not equal.
Who measured that?
But I'm just showing 67 times larger. So what's your point? You can you can make even the double.
That is such a good question. Who measured that?
Yeah, I'm not sure how they come up with those numbers.
It was Brendan
that did
measure with the shoes
back in the day, but we can, the precise numbers. I'm not sure.
But you can check with NASA. They have a distance to the horizon.
Well, so, you made it clear. You said 3959, but so how was that measured?
Well, I don't know.
Fair enough.
So even that curve, that radius is an assumption.
So let me ask you this, Matthew. If the authorities at charge were to all of a sudden change their mind and say that the Earth is flat, would you go along with them, or would you still be on your paradigm?
Yeah, no. Somebody asked me that a while ago. They said if NASA changed their mind, no, I wouldn't believe them, because it wasn't NASA that said the Earth is a globe, and so if they started saying it was flat, I wouldn't believe them.
Okay, so you're more credible for like Eratosthenes and Galileo and all those types of evidences.
Well, I basically say it this way. I say the reason I think that the Earth is a globe is because, to me, that model explains some basic observations better than anything else. So if I was presented with a better explanation, then I'd have to reconsider. But things like sunsets and seasons and eclipses and moon phases, that kind of stuff.
Cool, fair enough.
So those all have explanations on a flat Earth. You just don't accept those explanations. I'm sure you've heard them all.
I don't think they're very good explanations. Like the constant size of tonight's full moon, for example. It's going to be the same angular size all night.
Yeah, that is not proving the curve of the supposed ball.
No, it's like a way to differentiate between how good of an explanatory power both systems have. Does the flat Earth have a good
the surface of Earth?
Why the moon stays?
The surface of Earth. The surface of Earth is not measuring the strength to watching at the sky. No?
Yeah, but Matthew thinks that Matthew thinks the moon is a ball and the sky a rock ball.
Right, that's what it looks like.
So, of course, that's the best explanation if you accept that the Earth is a sphere, if you accept it's in outer space, if you accept that it's going around the sun, and if you accept that the moon is a satellite, a natural satellite of the Earth orbiting around the Earth, and it's a rock ball too. Of course, that's the best explanation. You've got to accept all these other premises to be true in the first instance, right?
Right. That's what explanations are. They're sort of like you propose different ideas and see if they work or not.
Doesn't make much sense though if the Earth's not a ball, right? Your explanation
doesn't make any sense if the Earth isn't a ball.
That's right.
Well, the sunrise explanation to me on a globe makes zero sense. That I am rotating 1,000 miles per hour towards a stationary sun, which gives it the illusion of rising. What I observe is that I'm motionless and that the sun is crossing the sky, just like birds, bugs, clouds, airplanes. They're all moving, and I am not.
So that's an argument against the Earth being in motion, but would you be okay being a geostationary glober, like people were 700 years ago?
The thing is, I live in Hawaii, and I can go to all these different points along the coastline, check the distance to other points down the coastline, and according to the globe math and my viewer height and all that stuff, they shouldn't be able to be seen at all. So that's and if there's no curve, that means it's something else, and that would be flat. And in the globe explanation, it's all refracted mirages.
Now you're bringing up a different argument about we see too far. But let's go back to the sunrise. What is it that you have a problem with the sunrise? If the Earth is stationary, like they thought 700 years ago, the geostationary model was that the Earth was at the center and it was unmoving, but it was still spherical. Wouldn't the sunrise still work in that model?
Well, the sun, no, I don't think so. Because the sun it's clearly not 400 times larger than the moon, 400 times further away from the Earth than the moon. And the sun and moon both cross the sky at the same speed, and they both make the same analemma patterns. So,
what does the moon have to do with the sunrise? I'm sorry, I'm not getting where are you going with that?
But I don't believe the sun, and it's 93 million miles away and 400 times larger than the moon. When I see the sunrise, it's similar to like streetlights going down a long road. I can see all these different streetlights disappearing into the horizon due to perspective, and I know they're not going over the curve of the Earth. And as the sun would follow that same path, it's not going over the curve or down below a horizon. It's just going further than you can see, similar to streetlights going down a long road. That's what I see and observe.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. The street lights, as they get farther and farther, do they get smaller and smaller?
Yeah, we can measure size changes with the sun. That's not a problem. It gets smaller and larger, which would be impossible in the globe model.
Right. If you can show that the sun or the moon changes more than like 2% during the course of a day, that would debunk the globe model.
Well, it shouldn't change size at all. If it's 93 million miles away at sunrise, and then at noon, it's 92,999,750 miles or something, there would be no size change with that small amount of
distance difference.
Right. The only reason I said 2% is to include the moon. The moon might change up to 2%, but yeah, the sun shouldn't change size.
Matthew, is that the only thing that would debunk the globe model for you? Is the amount that the sun changes size?
Oh, no, that would be one way to do it, though.
How about the fact that there's no Earth curve? How come that doesn't debunk the globe model? Or lack thereof?
Because it's hard to distinguish between the path of light going in a perfectly straight line and
oh, bullshit. Bullshit.
You know, if light curved like that, how come we don't see curving corpuscular rays?
It doesn't curve that much in the corpuscular rays, in the anti-corpuscular rays.
How about show me what is behind the mountain or a valley?
What is
I never could see that. I never can see that. You know, you're a reflection that you guys are globers are attempting. It's there, it's not right there. You know, I'm driving my car in a, you know, it's a straight road, but in the middle there's a hump, you know, going up. So there's a car coming, you know. So I want to pass this car that is in front of me. You know, sometimes I cannot do it because I don't know if there's a car behind that hump. And I drive in that road, you know, so I cannot account your refraction. It's not working there. It's not helping me. When you guys say, oh, because of refraction, that's when you guys are just running away. You cannot prove that curvature. It cannot be 67 times larger, you know, that radius. So anyway,
exactly.
You guys just don't want to accept it.
I'm talking about the best explanation. The best explanation that I have for being able to see clear across to the other side of a freaking 20-mile lake is because it's flat. That's the best explanation for that.
Yeah, and the refraction, if you give them the standard 15%, you still, of 266 feet across a 20-mile wide lake, let's say we'll give you 15% refraction. That would still, be, you know, only put you at like 190 feet below the curve. It would be impossible to be flat, or to a globe at that distance.
Yeah, just the raw numbers are that if the path of light were to curve at the same rate as the alleged 3959 radius globe, then the path of light would curve 0.007 degrees per mile. That doesn't seem like much to me, and it seems like that might be possible in humid air above water, so that's why I don't think it's a problem.
How about you show me that? Yeah.
Show you which?
Yeah, show me, you know, what is behind the valley or a mountain.
Well, if the path of light curves just 0.007 degrees per mile, you're not going to be able to look behind the valley very easily, behind the mountain.
Have you looked into what meteorological conditions would have to be present with the refractive index gradient for that to happen?
No,
have you converted that into... You should look into that, because what you're going to find is that it's not possible.
So you're saying it's impossible,
especially when you're seeing it crystal. Yeah, because when you have a very harsh change in temperature in the optical density gradient that you're looking through, you start getting mirage effects. Right? We're showing crystal clear observations where we're seeing thousands and thousands of % further than you would be able to see on a globe. Things, you know, and all of the water within the entire frame is completely flattened out, completely hiding the geometric horizon, hiding any curvature. It's like a mirror surface if there's no wind from point A to point B. Now, saying that refraction is somehow hiding the geometric horizon, flattening out all the water, and it's doing it consistently in different locations, in different weather conditions, and throughout the day, when the observations are done during the day and then done again during the night, well, there's some sort of,
the observations change. They're not consistent, right?
No, in certain observations, right? It's extremely consistent. Right, like if you have like a dry atmosphere, for example, in a particular location, like the Great Salt Lake in Utah, it's not very humid there, and there's a 21-mile observation, and during the day you can see perfectly flat all the way across. There's no horizon whatsoever. There's no obstruction over the 21-mile distance, and then at nighttime it looks exactly the same. You can see the exact same thing at nighttime as well. There's no miraging effects at all taking place, right? So you're dealing with some kind of standard atmospheric conditions, right? Standard refraction conditions, sorry, according to you guys, according to your side, according to the experts on your side.
Yeah, even with extreme refraction, you shouldn't be able to see those lights. Even with the most extreme refraction, looking across the Great Salt Lake, you shouldn't be able to see the other side.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that extreme refraction equals 0.007 degrees per mile, and to me that doesn't seem very extreme. And to me, it doesn't.
What's extreme refraction? There's no such thing. Like if I said, "Give me a citation for extreme refraction," you're not going to be able to provide anything. Extreme refraction is mirages. Is like mirages on the list that don't have any characteristics in the scene that we're looking at, in the observation that we're presenting. Okay, so you can cross the types of mirages that are extreme refraction off the list. Whatever type of refraction you're talking about isn't something that's possible with any meteorological conditions that could possibly be present. So, yeah,
you've moved away from best explanations and moved into the realm of apologetics. It's exposing that you just hold a bias, a thing that an ideal that you want to hold on to, instead of seeing the evidence against it.
Yeah, so I'm responding to the argument that, we see too far, and I'm using apologetics to say it doesn't seem like that we do seem too far, that refraction could be a good enough explanation.
Yeah, until you get into the nitty-gritty of it, and then it doesn't work. But you choose not to do that for some reason.
Matthew, this year I'm working as a watchtower again. So I have two cities. I can see, let's say, one city left. I can see those buildings. I can see other city 40 kilometers, so 24.8 miles. I'm in the middle. I can see those both two cities. And I watch with binoculars, and all those buildings are vertical on those two cities. So where's that curvature in 24.8 miles?
What was the farthest city?
The two cities they have between them 40 kilometers, so 24.8 miles. And I can see those buildings. I can see a castle tower in both of those two cities. Okay, I can see they are vertical, so I don't see any curvature.
Yeah, let me do the calculation. Let's see.
Yeah, here we go with the degrees again. But yeah, I don't think it would be tilting away much.
The difference of vertical in those two cities on the globe model would be expected to be about 0.35 degrees. So it's going to be hard to tell the difference between that.
Yeah, but I don't see any refraction.
What does that transfer to feet, that angular measurement?
It depends on how tall the building is, I suppose. What do you mean? It's just an angle. If you're talking about the difference in direction, then angles are how you measure that.
So they say that the Earth curves 1 degree down and away from an observer every 69 miles. If you like degrees, do you have evidence for that?
Well, that's what I mean. That's what looking at some external reference frame like the stars tells us. In fact, that's why celestial navigation works, because it's 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, and that's how you can figure out your location using celestial navigation. So I think that's pretty
That's
good
not evidence that the ground is curving 1 degree away from an observer every 1 degree every 69 miles. Just saying celestial navigation. I'm just asking for evidence if you have that, for that, if that curve exists.
Well, it's consistent with that. I don't know if I would call that evidence.
Do you have a measurement that the ground is curving 1 degree down and away from an observer every 69 miles? Do you have a measurement of that?
Well, the elevation angle of Polaris would be a measurement of that, but only if you assume that Polaris is an infinite distance away. So, that would explain why Polaris is a little bit higher if you go 60 nautical miles straight north. But I admit that depends on the assumption that the distance to Polaris is infinitely far away.
I don't find that convincing. If I'm under a streetlight looking up at it and I start walking backwards away from it, looking at it, it'll get a lower elevation angle. Besides,
Right.
any type of elevation
because
Polaris requires a horizontal baseline. You can't get that off of a curve adjacent.
Yeah, I mean, you could use the zenith distance if you don't want to look at the horizon.
Where's the zenith? Is a vertical
zenith distance is how far off from vertical something is. So if you look straight up, that's at your zenith. But if it's a few degrees,
that would be a 90-degree measurement. The zenith is a 90 degree, right?
No, if you're like looking straight up and then you see and you look down 20 degrees from straight up, and that's how far Polaris is, then you're at the latitude, at a specific latitude.
Yeah, I mean, a zenith is perpendicular to horizontal.
No, the zenith is just straight up and down. You don't have to reference horizontal. It happens to be perpendicular to horizontal, but that's beside the point. I mean, you can do celestial navigation even if you're on a sloped hillside with a forest surrounding you, obscuring the horizon. You can still do celestial navigation as long as you can see the star and like hang a plumb line or something like that.
Yeah, you use a mathematical plane for the baseline.
No, you just go straight from the zenith distance. So the formula is zenith distance times 60 nautical miles, and that tells you the distance to the GP of that star. Then you can look up in the Nautical Almanac and see where the GP of that star is at that time, and then you know how far you are from that point. Do that 3 times, use trilateration, then you can figure out where you are.
But the thing about the GP is that would be a 90-degree right angle back to the observer.
No, the GP is just where on Earth is directly under the star at the time.
Right, and that it would be a 90-degree angle back to the observer.
I don't think it is, because I don't think the Earth is flat.
That's their belief, because in history, we have Portuguese and Spanish flat earth navigators, and they were doing celestial navigation according to flat earth. But these days we have cartoons talking that the celestial navigation is impossible on flat earth. Isn't that amazing? How can we have in history flat earth navigators doing celestial navigation according to flat earth? I don't have to be a navigator, but that's amazing. But these days we have cartoons talking that making this claim that celestial navigation is not possible on flat earth, when those guys weren't doing that. Anyway.
Hey, Matthew, I have an argument that you might not have heard.
Sure, let's hear it.
All right. So when the sun's sitting on the horizon, according to the globe, right, it's already set, right, like 10 minutes earlier. And
Well,
you're just seeing
half a degree, right?
Yeah. So like the sun that you can see, it's not really there. It's just refracted, right? It's like a mirage. Yeah.
Typically, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So as soon as the sun dips behind the horizon or dips behind a cloud or anything like that, you get cold instantly. Like you get colder, you don't feel the heat because anything that goes between you and the sun blocks the heat, right? Because the infrared, like the heat waves that are coming from the sun, get blocked.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the same path as the visible waves, right?
Well, they don't. Okay, so the light waves, according to your side, can get refracted the way that you're talking, but the infrared waves, they don't do that.
Well,
like they don't. They're not affected because they have longer wavelengths. They don't, like, they barely get affected by refraction at all. Apparently, that's what, when I looked it up, I mean, that's what it said in multiple sources. It says because they have a longer wavelength, they're not subject to refraction. Like, so you should get cold 10 minutes earlier, approximately, before you see the sun dip behind the horizon, because the sun's not actually there, and no heat is transferred like from a mirage. Like it's you're just looking at a mirage. So how's that work?
Yeah. So I like, I think that's an interesting way to argue about it. I would say that you were right that the wavelength does affect how much it's refracted, but it's not on or off. It's not like visible light is refracted and infrared isn't. It's more of a continuum based on wavelength. In fact, infrared is right next to red. That's why I call it infrared. And so it would be refracted slightly less. Green is refracted more than red. Red is refracted less, and then infrared is even less. So it would be more like a continuum, and there might be a slight effect that infrared would be refracted less. I don't know if you'd be able to detect it though, but it is an interesting.
But when I looked it up, it said that
into it.
Yeah, when I looked it up, it said that it's barely refracted at all, whereas you're having drastic refraction with the visible light.
That doesn't make sense because they're right next to each other in the spectrum. Visible light, especially the red that you see with sunsets, it's even redder and oranger, is not that far different from infrared light.
Yeah, well, it's just something I was thinking about the other day. I haven't looked into it too much. I mean, I looked it up on some websites, and I looked it up on AI and things like that, just to get a general idea of it.
I think that's it. I think it's worth looking into. I think it's definitely interesting.
But yeah, like
also, you don't really feel a whole lot of heat. Like if you're standing watching the sunset over the ocean, you don't really feel a whole lot of radiation.
Well, I used to notice it a lot because, I used to do a lot of surfing in Australia, and you get really cold. Even if it's warm weather, you get really cold when you've been out there for hours. And we would get out because it would start to get, the sun would be right on the horizon. It's going to go down soon. That's when the sharks come out. So we would get out, and then as you'd get that last little bit of sunlight warming you up, and then as soon as it disappears behind a cloud or behind the horizon, you get like freezing cold instantly. That's why I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, that doesn't make sense if the sun isn't actually there. Because when you look, like, just say you're sunbaking and it's midday and the sun's right above you and a cloud goes between you and the sun, you instantly get like cold.
Right.
And the exact same thing happens when the sun's on the horizon. Like if you can feel the heat from the sun, if a cloud goes in front of the sun, you instantly get cold, just the same as when it's allegedly not refracted like much at all when it's directly above your head. So I just found that interesting because when I looked it up, it said it's a contradiction because the infrared waves from the sun aren't subject to refraction. They barely bend at all. But if it was already set 10 minutes earlier, it doesn't make sense. So yeah, that's all. I need to look into it.
It's a good argument. My suspicion is that I think the infrared can get refracted somewhat also, but I don't know.
Yeah, it did say it can a bit, but it said it's basically a straight line.
And you know that band of sunlight across the top of the water that reaches your feet when you're standing at the beach? That's refracted light.
Yeah.
Oh my god, bro. Well, that's not the reflection of the actual sun.
I did took this photo a few days ago. The sun is above the horizon, and it's getting darker where the place that I was. Oh, there's a cloud at the right. Why the sun is not lighting, below that cloud? So Globers are asking this question: well, how we can have day and night? How can we have darkness? Oh no, it's getting darker, and the sun is above the horizon. It's just going away, nothing more. And when you are watching at the horizon, there's a lot of things going on in the air. And that sun, as you see now, it's yellow, but before it started, let's say, appearing going down at the horizon, it was already red.
How you guys doing?
Still living on flat Earth.
Hello, Matthew Learns.
Hey, how's it going? Hope you're having a good weekend.
Yeah, bro, I am.
There's an interesting video I put in the side chat there. One of those ones where it looks like the sun is half obstructed by the horizon, and then you zoom in on it or zoom out from it, and you can see the whole sun again. This is one of the better ones that I've seen of that. What do you think about this one? This one, Matthew? Because you know, like if that person was just standing on the beach watching the sun, it would look like the sun is obstructing bottom up. When in reality, like obviously that's not the case, because when he zooms in, it's not actually obstructed at all by anything. But you literally do see a half disc when it's zoomed. What's that?
What did you finish uploading it yet?
Oh, it's not there. I can see it. Oh, 1 second. I just downloaded the video.
It's in the side chat. I can see it.
Yeah. It should be there at 33 after the hour.
Oh. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean, I'm guessing the rebuttal would be glare. Glare is making it look much bigger.
Well, yeah, in general,
you can't see the sun.
Yeah,
but like it is cut off. It does look like it's cut off. Half of it is pretty much missing. You know, right. And there's a horizon cutting it off, an apparent horizon. So if someone, you know, like, would you agree that, you know, like whatever is making it obstructed, half of it obstructed when it's zoomed out, that's not the curvature of the Earth?
Let's say it's the ramp of perspective.
So
it's hard to, atmospheric conditions.
Right.
No, but this example is a good example of perspective.
Like I get the rebuttal with some of these ones, and that when you zoom in, you're you know, the aperture shrinks into a little dot, you know, and there's not as much light coming in, so it's kind of a little bit like a solar filter, and you're cutting out a lot of that glare when you're zooming in, and then when you zoom out, you're seeing it much bigger than what it actually is because of all the glare and all the light getting into the camera lens. I don't know if opening up the angle of perspective is a good argument. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, basically we Globers say that it's hard to explain the sun when it's cut in half. Like if you're looking at the actual sun, not the glare. If you're zoomed in enough that you can see a defined edge, but that edge isn't perfectly circular because it's cut off on the bottom half, and we say that is hard to explain on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
I just
what we're seeing in the video, though. Where we're seeing that in the video, though, we're seeing half of the sun is obstructed, you know, by the horizon line, and you know,
yeah,
it's not actually hidden.
Right.
Yeah. So. Yeah, exactly. So it wasn't actually obstructed, but it did look.
Right.
Well, most people that look at sunsets, you know, they don't have P1000s handy. So would you say that when people generally look at the sunset and they see it appear like it's disappearing bottom up, it's not actually?
No.
It's just an optical.
No, you can definitely see it. I don't know how many sunsets you've seen over an ocean, but it's fairly. I mean, if it's clear enough, you can definitely see it.
Yeah, you can see it, but you can see it in this. When he's zoomed out, you can see it in this, and it looks like it's disappearing bottom up. But
I'm going to show to Matthew what is that ramp of perspective. Okay.
would you agree that the atmosphere? I know people don't like that term, but I just use it anyway because you know what I'm talking about. Atmo.
It's simple. I can post a boat, a ship, and when the guy is zooming out, it shows how your eyes are watching. You don't see that ship there or that boat, but you can use the camera and it's zooming in, and you can see that ship or boat. I have one.
Yeah. No, I know that, but that's a different argument, Miguel. But
it's angular resolution and perspective. It's angular resolution.
Yeah, but we're talking about the sun like disappearing bottom up. Though it's different.
Yes, but I did show the perspective, right there.
Yes. There's not a single video of a ship. There's not a single video of a boat disappearing bottom up, and then you zoom back in, and then you can see the whole boat again. That doesn't happen. It doesn't exist.
Well, I'm gonna show you. Wait a second. I'm going to show you a city. Let's see.
Most of the images that show bottom up obstruction are zoomed in.
But I'm going to zoom out.
I think there are better explanations, like the the weather conditions, and the atmosphere acting as a lens.
Okay.
When we replicate it with a lens on a smaller scale, we can make the same thing happen. We can make things disappear bottom up, like a light source moving away, or buildings, a picture of buildings on the other side of the flat table. We can put a lens in, and then we can see things looking like the bottom's missing, disappearing bottom up, and not changing in angular size.
Yeah, look at these buildings. You see at the bottom of those buildings, there's stuff there, but when you're zooming out, you don't see what is at the bottom. You see, but you are still seeing the silhouette of the buildings.
I think it's kind of hard to see. I think it just gets too small to resolve.
Yeah, so angular resolution.
With the same thing with
angular resolution.
But it's well, I've not seen anything that's disappeared bottom up be brought fully back into view again by zooming in.
But this is a zoom out, and you see those buildings, and there's you can see it at the bottom, and before those buildings are disappearing, appearing to disappear, you can see, you don't see anymore at the bottom what's going on at the bottom, but you are still seeing the silhouette of the building.
Yeah, but I think that's due to the perspective. I know what you mean. I do agree with you in a sense that
there's like a ramp, I can post.
Zooming in. For example, if you see a horizon in the distance and you zoom in on it, it doesn't make the horizon further away.
Yeah, I tagged you in an interesting article, Keto, about a moon setting from a high altitude. Take a look at that when you get a chance.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Yeah, my name's DJ. It's like the Keto bot or something that posted the link that I shared earlier. Oh, yeah. Awesome. Thanks. So I get that we can't resolve things.
Did you just get called Keto?
Keto, yeah.
Hey, Keto, I'm going to call you Keto for now.
I'll change my name to Keto.
Sorry, I don't recognize everybody's different voices.
No, you're right. No, it said Keto on that Sun video, but that was like the bot. The bot's name's Keto that posted it. I hate it when I click into these sites and then you have to click allow. And you don't know what you've just agreed to.
Yeah, that high altitude moon setting, that really looks just like a sun setting. I don't see the difference.
Oh yeah. I've got a video of this. Have you seen the video? Is it in here?
Share it. Let's see it.
Yeah. So this was posted from the Polish astronaut that was allegedly on the ISS recently. I'll just try to find the video. Here it is. Matthew, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so you know how they say that the atmosphere acts like a lens.
Yeah, and I think that's a decent argument on your side.
Yeah, so like you've seen those videos where it looks like a sun setting on a flat table. Well, not a sun,
Right,
but you know what I mean, like a light source. Or
Fresnel lens or Fresnel lens?
yeah, Fresnel lens. I've seen it done with like magnifying glasses and things like that. I don't know if that's super analogous to the like how the atmosphere works. That might be a flaw in it, but like when we see mirages or when we see high zoom observations, like even in the Black Swan, something, or when we look at ships, another one, like when you see it looks like a ship's drastically disappearing bottom up, and there's one a bit closer to it and it's not disappeared at all. But the one in the background that's disappearing bottom up, it looks almost the same size. And this is, I think, some kind of like atmospheric magnification effect due to the atmosphere acting as a lens.
Sorry, but it's not. There's a relative size in perspective. Yeah, there's a relative size in perspective. I'm going to show you oil rigs.
Yeah.
The farther ones,
but with
more smaller.
Yeah, but when we look at like when he zooms in on the Black Swan thing, for example, like that second oil platform, it doesn't look that much different, even though it's 4 miles further away. Like that's a long, long way away. So that's why I think there's a bit of like lensing happening, something like that.
Yeah, there should be a drastic change in the angular size. I agree. There's some kind of lensing going on, magnification or something.
The thing is, like whenever we put up a lens and we move something away from it over a flat surface, it disappears bottom up every time. So I'm just saying that when we look at things and we can't see the bottom of the Chicago skyline or something like that, it could be like that lensing effect.
That's compression, you know. You see it's on perspective, relative size. You see that car in front? Oh, it appears more bigger than the ones far away. And the ones far away appear compressed. It's just simple relative size.
Yeah, so put one of those cars 4 miles further away.
You know, I did post that photo of those old rigs. You know, the ones in front of you, they appear bigger. The ones far away, they appear smaller. What's going on?
Yeah, but it's 4 miles further away.
Relative
It doesn't look much different.
Yeah,
and it is
the
smaller.
Second oil rig appears less higher. That's relative size, like those cars I just posted right there. And those cars are not far away between them.
If you don't have this lensing of... Yeah, go ahead.
Would lensing explain why the angular size of tonight's full moon is the same from, like, let's say from 10 p.m. till 3 a.m., which is when it's, you know, high in the sky?
Yeah, when you are looking at the horizon, there's things in the air. I just showed to you that photo.
Yeah, that's why I said from 10 p.m. till 3 a.m.
Yeah, for example, so things in the air, you know, they can change the way that you are watching the moon, you know. So for example, when the moon was at east above the horizon, to me it was yellow. A few hours later, you know, appearing more, let's say, 35 degrees up, it's not more yellow. So what did happen? Oh, when you are watching, at the horizon, there's things in there. So, pollution. I even with a flash, dust. I see wind. I see dust. There's a lot of things going on.
Yeah, so look, sometimes when I see the sun setting or see the moon setting, it looks freaking giant. Like here, like the sun was massive the other day. My wife and I were driving along. We're like, whoa, look at the freaking size of the sun. That's crazy. Like it's like looks twice as big as normal. And then the moon looks normal, like twice as big yesterday as well when we were going for a walk in the afternoon. We're like, and it was above the horizon a bit. But it looked freaking massive. It doesn't always do that. Sometimes it looks normal size. Sometimes it looks massive. I'm not sure. They say it's an optical illusion, but if you're looking at it, and sometimes it doesn't like you would always have that optical illusion if it's due to the objects in the foreground being small and just making the moon look big because of that reason. I don't know. I think sometimes there's more or less of this like lensing type effect taking place, it seems. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if it's high in the sky. Let's say from tonight, from 11 p.m. till 3 a.m., when the moon is high in the sky, would lensing affect it even then?
I'm not sure. I have no idea what the moon is. Yeah. I think it's bizarre to explain on a flat Earth or on a globe Earth how we only see the same face of the moon, like from everywhere. Anyone that looks at it, I think that's bizarre.
I'm going to share an observation I did.
Strange, but we have a good explanation.
So I'm going to share an observation I did. So there's this castle, and at the top it was a clean blue sky day, and with the sun, and in the middle there was fog, and so I was beneath, let's say beneath that, in the fog, let's say. So I was watching, like a halo. The rays of the sun was passing this fog, and I was watching this optical illusion, a halo. But it changes as I am moving. So it depends of my point of view. Yeah, it's very interesting. So yeah, when you are watching at the horizon, there's a lot of things going on, and it can changes. How can I see a halo beneath, fog? So yeah,
Here's a good example of like the lensing during miraging effects, like I was talking about before. Can you see what I just posted, Matthew?
Yeah, you can't see the bottom.
All right, so yeah, so it's this is the ship, because we got the tracking radar for it. So that ship's 12.9 nautical miles out from the shoreline, and it's anchored. This is the ship here. It's called the Mandarin Arrow. And in the morning, we have this miraging effect taking place, and it looks like it's obstructed bottom up, and the ship looks like huge in the zoom there. And then 4 hours later, when the weather conditions changed, because he stayed there and he kept sort of zooming in and out on the ship periodically. And then we can see the entire ship 4 hours later. It's anchored, it didn't move, but now we can see the whole ship again. Another example of, alleged bottom-up obstruction due to the curvature of the Earth just being just an effect due to the weather conditions.
Yeah, so weather conditions affect what we can see on the horizon, is what you're saying.
Exactly. At the morning, I think I have a photo. At the morning, I was watching fog coming from the, let's say, between quotes, fog. This fog coming, it was, as the sun was, I was watching, this fog rising up from the ground. So there's different temperatures, and, it changes. Let me see if I did save this photo.
So the visibility, how they give you the visibility on the weather app? Well, that's actually like So it was originally first determined, like, so the standard for that is how much of an object of significant size that's on the horizon can be seen. Basically, in the daytime they'll have like a building or it's a mountain or something like that, or something, I don't know, like something of significant size. And then at night it's based on a light, how much you can, like, if a light can be seen or not. A light of a certain intensity, luminosity can be seen.
Okay.
Apparently that's how it was originally determined, like how far you can see through the air horizontally.
Interesting. So would you agree, Matthew, that things can appear to disappear bottom up due to miraging effects?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So what do you think about the ships over the horizon? Do you think it's a good argument for the globe side?
It's more of a historical thing, because I think that's why some of the ancient Greeks first started thinking that the Earth was a globe. But I don't necessarily think it's a good argument now. I think we have lots of better evidences.
Like talking about the sky.
Yeah, because
live with the ocean.
About the sky, yeah.
Yeah, they've got more modern ways to affirm the consequent now.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't call that. I would just say better explanations.
Yeah, affirming the consequent explanations, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what explanations are. You come up with an explanation and then you see if it matches.
Well, do you think affirming the consequent is a great way to do that? Do you think explanations that essentially affirm the consequent every time, you think those are good, do you?
They're terrible arguments because it's not a philosophical, logical argument. It's more of a inference to the best.
Oh, this is an inference, so this is inductive. Oh, well, that sucks.
Right. Yeah, because it's science, not logic and math. Logic and math, you have to use.
It's science. There's no science. You and I both know that, Matthew.
You can't prove that water is H2O. You can use lots of inductive reasoning to show that that's most likely the case, though.
Oh, are we talking about whether or not water is H2O in this scenario?
I was using that as an example of what science does.
That's a bad example. Why don't we talk about the science that you're appealing to that supports the globe?
Okay.
If anyone wants to see a funny clip, there's just a little clip out of one of those flat Earth interviews where they're sort of mocking the flat earthers. But have a look when this Martin Kenny guy explains how flying planes and stuff would have to be flying upside down on a globe. And have a look at the blonde host of the show's expression on her face. It's like she's getting red pilled for the first time. It's pretty funny.
This photo, let me see. Uh, 2023 maybe. Okay, so it is at morning, but this was after. Before this, I was watching some fog rising up from the ground. But I just took it because of the crepuscular rays.
Matthew, did you say there's no way to prove that water is hydrogen and oxygen?
I would say that as far as logical proof goes, that should. But I'm a math guy, so I think that you can prove that there's an infinite number of prime numbers in a different way than trying to prove that water is H2O. Now, of course, I think that water is H2O, but I think it's more of a inductive and inference to the best explanation type of thing.
Inference to the best explanation. All right.
Yeah, that's kind of where you're just trying to find the best explanation for why electrolysis works. The chemical weights of water and hydrogen and oxygen, that type of stuff.
That was a good video, DJ. That woman looks absolutely puzzled at the end of that.
Yeah. My wife sent it to me today. She thought it was funny. She's like, damn, I never thought about that.
I think I understand you now, Matthew. Like, proof is kind of relegated to the realm of mathematics.
Yeah, I recognize that in English we use the word proof sort of colloquially to say like, oh, I can do 5 push-ups. Oh yeah, prove it. Or that type of thing. But maybe I'm being too strict on my definition of proof. So logical deductive proof works in mathematics really well.
Well, I did the 67 times push-ups with that horizon at 10 miles.
Yeah. Right. So if you sat there and did the push-ups, that would be a good way of proving it.
I should do like 1.2 push-ups. If that geometric horizon was there, the black swan at 1.22 miles.
Right. No, I'm just saying that there are certain types of facts that we might use different words than proof. So, for example, I've never seen the Eiffel Tower. And if somebody says, well, I can prove to you that it exists, see, here's some pictures, and I went there, and then I talked to my brother who I trust, and he's seen it with his own eyes. In a court of law, that might count as proof. And
Interesting.
Proof.
You know why that is?
Bit like the moon landing.
You can say, you can say, oh, I trust NASA, but we have ex-NASA workers talking about flat Earth. And this guy, he was a technical engineer, and he went to Antarctica, and he had to doing this programmation, and in his papers was this phrase, according to a flat stationary Earth. Hey, very interesting. So, people went there, and, now it's a flat Earth.
You're talking about the NASA assumptions?
Yeah, you if you believe in a brother that has been in Paris watching he has been there, and he did watch the Eiffel Tower, then you can accept that too with those guys that have been working at NASA and they are talking about. or guys that did work at Antarctica and they are flat. So what's going on?
Yeah, all of this is in a field of philosophy called epistemology. So there are people who like to argue about this stuff endlessly. I think it's sort of interesting. Why do people believe what they believe, or what counts as knowledge, what counts as truth? But ultimately, it's a branch of philosophy that I'm not super good at.
So it's more psychological, right? Right. It's not about proving. It's more psychological, you know.
Yeah, it's partially psychological and philosophical.
No, why we are wasting the time to prove you there's no curve, so no ball? Can you have a ball without a curve, please? So what's the point, you know?
I think I'm going to go on a hunger strike until somebody proves the flat Earth to me, starting now.
Well, you know, I did just show to you that radius cannot be 67 times larger. Or can it be?
You got some globe evidence, Mushkane? What's your best go-to number one evidence for the globe model?
Yeah, Miguel just broke my fast. He proved it to me, so I'm going to eat. Thanks, Miguel. I was hungry.
I just save you time. Thank you. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson can say, the Earth is pear shape. But I never saw that photo. So what's going on? You know, should I believe him? Matthew, you sometimes go to NASA and post here photos from NASA. I never saw a pear shape Earth, so what's going on? Is making up or what?
Well, when he says it's pear-shaped, he just means that the southern hemisphere is slightly bigger than the northern hemisphere. It doesn't
Awesome.
actually
So-
look like a pear. And then also, even though the pictures look spherical, it does bulge a little tiny bit at the equator by like 40 miles difference in
Yeah,
diameter.
I would love to see that. In your photos that you're gonna get from NASA, I never saw that difference, you know. It's just a circle.
Yeah, I'd love to
It's
see
not
the
a
measure.
pure circle. It's not a pure circle.
It's just a very tiny
I don't see the pier. You know, I don't see the pier. That's the problem. You know, there's this geophysicist guy from Brazil. He did said when and you know he knows in his field. He's saying that you know when that guy Neil deGrasse, you know, Tyson, is saying that it's a P shape. It's because you know beyond the equator distance that doesn't you know much what they're claiming, you know. So there's a big difference there. So yeah, the guy just said P shape because the guy knows that's beyond the equator distance doesn't match with the globe.
Do you have an example of some distance that doesn't match?
You guys play Minecraft? Earth is flat in Minecraft.
Yeah, I can go play that too.
You want to join? I have a server, 2 islands, type shit.
So how can you live on top of a ball? I just left. No, it was me. I don't have specific information about that, but I did read some information. They, navigators, they had some maps, but they were getting. I don't know if it was in the 1700s or 1800s. They were having big difference, a lot of miles when they were navigating there.
The problem is you're just a flurf and you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, prove the curve right now in the side chat. You have it. Do you know what you are talking about? A ball has curve. Prove it.
Want me to prove that the Earth is globe?
Yeah, prove at the side chat your ball Earth.
What the fuck is your accent, my guy?
Oh, so you now you cannot prove it. It's my accent. Oh, just ran away. Empty words.
It's a dumb fucking accent. You might as well use Google Translate to speak.
Listen, Ricardo.
Why are you
Listen,
judging
Ricardo.
someone based on their accent?
Yeah,
Because I can't
Ricardo.
fucking understand this guy.
Yeah,
How many
I
languages
know.
do you speak?
You know, Matthew understands me. What's your
I speak
problem,
one. I
Ricardo?
speak the most important one, obviously.
What,
Go to the
Canadian?
trash can.
English.
Listen, are you running away from the argument? Or you cannot prove it.
Ricardo, are you admitting that you only speak one language, and so you're inferior to Miguel, who speaks more than one?
Yeah.
As far as
Well, I actually speak two. I speak Spanish and English.
Español. Muy bien.
How you say flat earth in Spanish?
How do you say anything that you're fucking saying
No,
right now? Why
just
don't you
answer
chill
the
out?
question.
Slow down.
You are a liar.
Slow
You are
down.
just a liar. Say it. Say it now.
Slow
How you
down.
say it now, moron? How you say flat earth in Spanish? You are a moron and a liar.
Yeah, he doesn't
Someone mute
speak
the liar
Spanish.
because
It's bullshit.
I just unmask you in front of everybody. Are you getting now the Google Translator? You cannot say it. I can say it. You are just a liar.
So anyways, what is your flat opinion, your guys' opinion?
Blah blah blah. Go to the trash can.
Yeah, right, mumbler. Shut the hell up.
I mean,
Do you guys know that movie Idiocracy?
Yeah, it's an awesome movie,
Great
man.
pronunciation.
Yeah, Idiocracy.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Thank you, Matthew, for
Have you seen that movie?
What part are you talking about?
I just thought of it because it's like, you know how they don't realize that plants just need water, and so they try to put like the chemical on the plant. So like,
yeah. But
like,
Brandau has electrolytes.
Oh yeah, Brandau. Yeah, that's
It's
how
what
I think of
plants
like
crave.
flat earthers now. Like saying the Earth is flat is like saying plants don't need water.
How? Equivocate that.
How plants raise up water? When that gravity, that supposed gravity doesn't allow that. Or even inside our body, even the blood.
Didn't the Chinese say that potato plants are growing on the moon?
Let's call it capillary action.
Yeah, capillary action. Yeah.
Let me see. Matthew, thank you for that. At least Matthew understands me. Anyway, but it's not the first one.
I think Americans need to learn more languages. In Europe, everybody knows 3 languages, but here we don't.
Sí,
know
más lenguas.
But the guy was claiming he was a Spanish guy, but I just debunked him. He cannot say La Tierra es plana. Tierra plana, flat Earth, plain Earth. We say in Portuguese.
Terra plana. That's how you say it.
In Portuguese, we say terra plana. In Spanish, they say tierra plana.
Tierra plana. Yeah.
So we don't use how you say. We use more plain. It's like if you go see the definition of what is plain, it talks about level. So yeah, 500 ago we were saying that the Earth it's plain. But if you translate terra plana, from Portuguese to English, it shows flat Earth, because you guys use flat, for a flat tire, so it's a little different. You guys have plane, like we have, plano, but you have this word flat
and used that way, right?
Yeah, but you have this word flat, so So
how does the flat Earth mantra go?
Sorry, what you said?
I can't remember how the flat Earth mantra. That's like observe flat, used flat, something like that. How does it go?
Well, it's no good, no ball. It's simple. How can you have a ball?
You don't measure curvature, you don't feel rotation, and vacuum can't exist next to a pressure.
Yeah, You like that one, right, Matt? All the air would get sucked out into space.
There's a movie about that.
I think the weight of air
Vacuums don't suck, dude. Your conception is wrong on vacuums.
Okay,
There's a
all of
movie-
the air would drift out to space. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you want me to say? Dude, either way, the gravity's holding the air down, so relax. I know. I know how it works.
Gravity's never been proven to be a force.
Can you show the experiment of that, please?
Yeah,
Maybe
just go
Narnia.
outside.
Maybe Narnia.
Go
Maybe
outside, the
Narnia is
natural
holding gas pressure.
experiment of Earth, planet Earth.
Listen, you cannot show it. Can you show Narnia
Planet
holding gas
Earth.
pressure? How about that? Or a unicorn? How about the unicorn holding gas pressure, please?
Remember, you guys like to say Earth, but remember, it's planet Earth. Like that's the full name, planet Earth.
It's plain. It's a plane. So without the T.
Oh, you're saying it's plain? A planar Earth.
You messed it up. You put a T on plane for some reason.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
I said planar.
No, you see, you said planet.
Oh,
thought you said
planet
planet.
Earth. Yeah. Yeah, no, planet Earth. He's right. That's right. That's what it is.
No,
Planet
planar. Planar. You got it right the second.
Oh, with an R. At the
Yeah,
end?
planar Earth. Yeah.
Planar
Or
Earth.
just plain. We could just leave the just
No,
plain.
like flat, like the grasslands, the plains.
No.
Is that what you mean? That's why they're called the
think
plains,
it's-
right? Because they're flat.
Is that how it's? Yeah, I guess so.
Australia's pretty flat, right? You're from Australia, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Free from Brisbane.
I did live in Brisbane for a while. Yeah, actually.
I have family there, but I know they are not living upside down.
Well, upside down relative to you, sir.
Yeah. I never saw a video of NASA zooming in and watching those people at the bottom of that ball Earth.
It's actually really cool when you think about it that we're living on a ball. It's pretty cool.
And living upside down.
Just hurling through a space vacuum for just going nowhere for no reason at all, just out of control. It's kind of crazy.
So
Millions of
coming
miles
from
per
nowhere,
hour.
You know,
Yeah,
coming
just
from
coming from-
Big Bang Lie, coming from the Big Bang Lie, going to nowhere.
Yeah, when you think about it on the massive scale that it's happening, and the fact that it's like a perfect equilibrium of everything, it's a beautiful thing. I wish you guys would just embrace it and realize how
Yeah,
beautiful.
we accept it. No, we accept it. We accept it's you're living on a flat stationary Earth, and it works very fine. You know,
Yeah.
buildings they construct buildings vertical, and that's it. You know,
on the very small local scale, like I'm talking like a couple feet in front of you, you might think it's flat, but when you go any beyond that, it's not, dude.
Where did you go that it wasn't flat?
so my floor, my floor at
It's
my home
slowly
is not.
curving, bro.
Oh, it's curving. Where?
Bro, it's not.
It is.
It's not doing that. No, because we went and tested it, and it's not. And you guys, no, we went and tested it, and we can
We live
show
on
you
a massive fucking ball, dude. A massive ball.
No, we
What's
don't.
the
We don't
radius?
because
yes, we do.
you would have to have curvature. He doesn't know the radius.
Yeah.
It's about 4,000 miles in radius.
So
What is it?
39, 59 miles, right? I just debunked that. It cannot be at
Yeah,
10
it's
miles. You
not
know,
there.
1 foot of surface height, 1 foot of surface hike. It cannot. If you want to watch at least 10 miles, is that radius 67 times larger? How can
Yes,
it be
it is,
67 times larger? That, please show me. How can it be?
Why do you think it's 6 times larger?
67 times larger. Yeah, I did post a
Why?
calculation.
Tell me why you think that.
It's not why I think that. I just did post it. You know, I'm gonna post
You
it
posted
again.
it where?
I'm gonna post it.
Well,
again.
how many feet of curve do you think the globe requires across a 10-mile distance, Twonger?
How many what?
How many feet of curving drop over distance do you think the globe requires across like a 10-mile wide lake?
10 miles? A couple of feet, probably.
Couple of feet. That's probably closer to reality than what the globe requires. I would agree. If so, a couple feet, like what? 5 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot.
Yeah, no, just a couple means like 2.
So you think the globe requires 2 feet of curve across 10 miles?
It's just a very haphazard guess without too much thought. Yeah.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that the globe requires 67 feet of curving drop over distance across 10 miles?
67 feet over 10 miles?
Correct, yeah.
That's way more than I guess it adds up quick. Or how did you calculate that?
There's curvature calculators, a bunch of them online. If you want to do a
post
the
it.
radius of the Earth, and then you just take the distance, and then.
All right, cite that 67 feet or whatever.
Yeah, it's posted. Someone's put it in the side chat already for you.
Yeah, did you watch the ABC? There.
You're already one of us, Hunter. We agree on the dimensions of the Earth. Very close. You say a couple of feet, we say 0. I mean, it's very close. So, welcome to the club. If you tell a globe believer that there's only a couple of feet of curve across 10 miles of water, they're going to call you a conspiracy theorist.
I don't know about that.
This is some weird formula that. I don't think this is right.
I can post one formula from University of Washington.
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up myself, and I'll see what I find. Hold on.
Yeah, distance to the horizon.
Yeah, just let him look it up. Everything a flat earther says must be wrong syndrome.
He's been in here this long, sitting in here every day listening, and he hasn't fucking learned that already. Wow.
He doesn't.
Yeah, when a globe believer says 2 feet of curve across 10 miles,
Would you much rather do the work himself, or just kind of just agree with other people? There is no credibility behind that if you just agree. But if you go and do the research yourself, you have the answers and you truly understand the answers.
Yep.
So I think giving him shit for trying to Google an answer is just
no. If someone's been in here for months and months and months, where we talk about it, all the time.
Why would I listen, DJ? Let me tell you something. I'm not going to commit to memory false numbers that some other guy some wrong numbers that that made some guy think the Earth is flat.
That's why you go and look it up to see if it's true, like you're doing now.
Why would I memorize big numbers?
Do you need help looking it up? Do you need a link or something, or do you need me to tell you what to type into search to find the answer? Or can you do that?
Somebody already posted a calculator.
I know you guys think I'm retarded, but I'm actually not that retarded that I would memorize something that stupid.
Use that calculator, please. Please, use it. Or use I can show you the formula. I can show you the formula distance to the horizon from University of Washington, Department of Mathematics. I'm gonna post right now. I can post it. I'm going to post the formula how you can calculate it, or I'm going to post a citation of that. Distance to horizon. Or you can use that calculator, Earth curve calculator. In 10 miles, 1 foot of surface height, it should be 51.35 feet hiding. The target at 10 miles.
So 1 mile is a little less than a foot. So 10. Oh, you square it, so it'd be
the formula is right there.
That doesn't make sense. That it would go exponentially.
You are running away.
It has to get exponentially larger. Otherwise, it would just be a never-ending slope.
How larger, please? Because I'm going to post the calculations. So let's see how larger can it be.
Yeah, I'll post you a chart. You can have a look at the chart. Here we go.
What's this? 10? Yeah, I know. 50. I get it. We can plug into a calculator. Awesome.
Yeah, it matches with that distance horizon. Washington.
It's better to just think it at just square whatever distance in miles. So if you said 10 miles, you would square 8 inches, right? So 8 to 10 miles.
Yeah, it works. That works accurately up to a certain distance.
You square the mile and you multiply it by
you square, so 10 miles, so 10 times 10 squared is 100, so it would be 100
times 8 inches, it would be 800 inches.
Times 100 times 8 inches. So that'd be 800 inches then.
Yeah, divide that by 12.
That's how you do it then if you wanted to be a real flat earther.
That's one of several ways to do it.
Yeah, we already know. Look, dude, you're the one that doesn't know the answers, right? Every single person in here that isn't you, like that's a flat earther, knows like how to do this.
I know, because
you're the one that just learned how to do it now.
No, they've been
How did
indoctrinated.
you guys come across this answer though? Like, how did you find out?
We were also Tonga. Shut up, bro. Right, so we were all taught that the Earth was a globe. Obviously, like we weren't born flat earthers. Okay, so we were all indoctrinated with the same bullshit. Yeah, when you do research on the topic, when you learn about the globe, they tell us the radius value. So then we can look up the formulas and learn how to calculate how much drop there should be over distance, or how far away the horizon should be based off the radius value. And then we go and test to see if that actually is present in reality.
For refraction, right? On like clear
What
skies.
refraction? Show me that refraction, please.
Yeah, we're talking
Show me that
about
refraction.
that. Hold on a second.
Yeah, Stevie, that was a good one.
Fuerte guy. Show me that refraction. Making a ball appear.
You cut out and
show me.
You're just being
that
stupid.
refraction.
So I'm not engaging.
Do you want to listen? Do you want to listen? Do you want to listen?
Not really. No.
Okay.
Not really.
So you are not. So what's your point here? You don't want to listen. So why you are asking to us?
It's more you specifically because you're asking a stupid question. That's like
you are the stupid one. Okay, you are the stupid one here. You have proof of that curve. Post it the side chat now. Post it now. Another number. I did post the information at the side chat. Okay, is that the radius? Is that the radius 67 times?
John,
I did post the calculations already.
John, how would someone account for refraction? What would be the process in that?
I don't know. Not off the top of my head. I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
But like you have to, like that's because refraction affects the way like
you don't even know anything about it. You just got taught to say that word, right? You learn how to make that noise out of your mouth, and you think you're smart.
You're making assumptions. No,
damn,
those getting cooked. You don't understand how refraction works either.
Okay, you're gonna show us the refraction, you're gonna show.
How do you know that we don't know what it's like when you don't know?
Because I've had conversations with you guys before, and every time I bring up refraction, you all start spurging out. So
no, that's not what happens.
It's just an assumption that you guys just don't know. Because
Fuerte, you're gonna show the refraction to me, okay?
This guy here with a Russian accent is freaking the fuck out because I.
Hey, Fuerte, weak guy, weak guy, Fuerte.
He doesn't understand it.
Yeah, look at this. Show me refraction until the first all-regen. Pay attention. Stay focused, man. You are not so fuerte, so strong. You are weaker. Stay focused, man. A, B, C. Do you want to see?
I'll be honest.
Do you want to see? Show me refraction until the C, please. Show me refraction until the C.
What do you mean show you refraction?
Yeah, you are talking about refraction. You're going to show to what? Where is that refraction until C?
Do you want me to physically hand it to you? Like, what do you want?
Yeah, I'm going to post something. Pay attention.
John, what's your definition of refraction, John?
Ooh. I'll be honest, I don't have one off the top of my head. The way I understand it impacts the way you view things, and there's a bit of a. It's not like
so. Why are you using words? Why are you using words that you don't know the definition of?
Because it confuses you guys and pisses you off. Because I know you guys don't know the definition of it, but the people who do the actual math and everything understand. There are people smarter than me and you that have figured this out. That you guys clearly do not understand. No,
yeah,
I
you
never
don't
said I was
understand
a smart
refraction.
one. But there are
What is
people who are, like,
refraction?
more experienced
Yeah,
and smarter
do you
than me
understand refraction?
that figured this
Fuerte, not
out.
well, you are not so fuerte.
Who's just yapping?
This guy
You
is
must be
not
new.
fuerte.
I'm
He's
pretty
not
You
sure
must be
strong.
new here.
Yeah. I'm not
What is
new
that
here, man. I've been
refraction?
here
Show it.
a
Show it
million
to
times.
us.
I'm
Hold on,
surprised you guys
Miguel.
don't
He doesn't know,
recognize me,
bro.
actually. I don't
Hold
know.
What
You
is
know what?
refraction?
I
Fuerte.
got it. I
What
don't
is
know what
refraction?
refraction is. I don't know
What?
what refraction
Yeah,
is.
what it is? What it
It's
is?
just like gravity. Refraction is
It's
just like
like
gravity.
yeah,
It
like
doesn't exist.
gravity.
Yeah, we
Yes,
can't
the
compare
magic
him.
words.
Because you
Because
can't.
This dude
Fuller
definitely
never
does
made the
have the Dave
sounds of the magic
Farina.
words.
This dude does have the Dave Farina narrative down for sure.
What an arrogant prick, like.
Who does?
Well, John,
That's
you
what
must be.
Dave Farina said. Dave Farina said, people smarter than us figured it out a long time ago, and I trust them, and that's the way he lives.
Damn.
It's not trust,
Well,
it's science. He probably didn't
Abracadabra.
say trust.
Earth is a globe.
So it's science. So show me what
any scientist
Yeah.
wouldn't say trust. And I know that for a fact. So
Yeah.
I also know that any scientist would also tell you that you're not supposed to trust science. You're supposed to do science.
That's
and
my
prove
whole
it.
point, sheepdog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why
So, where's your
any
evidence
scientist
for the
wouldn't
globe?
say that. That's my whole point, dude. Pay
Why
attention.
would you take the story on faith?
You're not taking on faith. That's the whole point.
You are, because you have no evidence for the
Because
globe.
faith is a blind trust. This isn't a blind trust.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
exactly.
Who did prove the globe to you?
And evidence.
Juan not fuerte? Who did prove the
Because
globe to
evidence
you?
was given. It's the same way people.
Oh,
believe what
evidence?
You say about
Evidence?
the Earth being flat.
Evidence is
You
not
give
proof.
me evidence. I'm just.
Yeah, I'm
believing the
giving you
story
proof
if you
there's no
provide
curve.
evidence.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm giving you proof there's no curve.
Hey,
That's what I'm
Twonger,
yes.
like 5 minutes
You
ago,
just
you
keep
said that
repeating
there
yourself,
was 2
dude.
feet of curve.
Dude, are you still stuck up on that gotcha?
No, I'm just
so fuerte.
asking.
Yes, you
Well,
are.
I'm trying
Think
to
about how
answer
pathetic.
Yeah.
Think about how feeble your mind is that you're still stuck on a gotcha from 10 minutes ago.
That's right. I am still stuck on it. I'd like to discuss this 2 feet of curve that you say the globe requires across 10 miles of water. That was your claim, which does not match the globe claim.
Jesus Christ, dude.
That would make
Grow up.
you a science
Grow up,
denier.
bro. How about that?
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. I'm going to remember this. Grow up, huh? I'm going to remember that.
Yeah, write it down. Twonger said grow up to Travis. Write that down.
Post a note and put it like directly on your monitor. Stare at it. Or maybe put it on your router too, because what the fuck is going on over there?
Yeah, what's going on until the first Al-Rig? Until the first Al-Rig, that radius is 26 times larger.
Can't understand a word you're saying, bud.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You did try.
Straight up can't.
Yeah,
He's
just
using your
retarded.
accent as an excuse, Miguel. So
Yeah, Matty Lawrence was here and he was talking about that. You
I mean,
are
that's
not the
one way of
first one.
phrasing it, yeah,
You are not
but,
the
like, I
first
just straight
one.
up cannot
Blah, blah.
understand
Yeah,
a word.
I just
You
destroy
just
your
don't
curve and your refraction right now.
It's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. Oh, it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or a ball, right?
I wasn't talking to you. I was clearly talking to the other guy. You guys have like
Yeah,
zero.
you cannot prove anything, right? I did ask you proof of
Like,
proof of
see what I
curvature.
mean?
I'm still waiting.
Yeah, that's not what the conversation.
You are not so fuerte. You are not so fuerte, man.
You have to Google that word, bud. Be honest.
just a punk.
It's his native language. What?
You're just a punk.
What's your native
I thought he
language?
was Russian.
That's his native language.
Fuerte is not a fucking Russian word.
Yeah, listen.
He's not
listen.
Russian, you moron.
Stay focused. Forte.
You said he was Russian. What is he?
Listen.
I said he's not Russian like 5 times.
Oh, I didn't hear the mouth.
Holy fuck.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Guys like you. Anyway, John, you got to be new here because when I was new, okay, he's immediately yapping. When I was new to this whole flat Earth global thing, okay, he's immediately yapping through me. When I was new to the flat Earth globe thing, the debate was over the horizon, whether it was geometric, and he goes yapping again. He's afraid, chat. He's afraid. It was about whether the horizon was geometric or optical. And the flat earthers were arguing that there's lots of variables that take place for the reason why the horizon is optical. And one of those would be refraction. So when you say like, oh, you guys freak out and cry when you say refraction, no, it's actually kind of our argument. The Globers are supposed to argue for like a physical geometric horizon. So when they're claiming it's refraction, that's an optical phenomenon, not a geometric hump of Earth curve that's blocking anything. Kind of making our point. So I just wanted to correct you there when you say, oh, you guys don't like it. Not really. We do understand it. It's part of our argument. Nice try, though.
Creation Barry, you don't know what you're talking
if that geometric curve changes from day to day, how the hell did they ever measure it in the first place?
You can't
So at the beginning, you mentioned that like you were new here and wanted to flat earther. When was that?
So you're gonna address what I said, or
no? I'm addressing what you said. I'm starting the very beginning of your statement, and we're moving piece by piece through the entire thing.
No, it was the first thing that it was what you said that I corrected you. You said you guys don't like refraction. You guys always cry when someone says it.
Yes.
In fact,
but there was more to the statement you delivered, and I'm addressing it piece by piece.
Yo,
So
that's
we
the
started
that's
at the
the,
beginning.
that's the key. That's the key. There is that we don't dislike it. It's actually part of our argument. But that was a nice try on your part, though.
Why is the drop at 10? Travis, want to talk about the 10-mile thing? Why is the drop at 10 miles like 100 times what the drop is at 1 mile? Why is that?
Because it's
an exponential curve.
It's an exponential curve, dude. Even I know this.
But the Earth's not an exponential curve, is it?
It's going to get like worse as you like move further.
So parabolic
on a
function.
globe
Curve is a
Earth, you
parabolic
go
function.
all the way out to like the other edge of the Earth. Like you started like I gotta get a picture. Like
you're not adding it, squaring it.
You go to like
Wait till you
Miguel's
see
thing,
how
right?
big it is at
With a
20
green
miles.
triangle longer, and you take the D and you just measure like all the way out.
So,
to, like,
okay. So why are you squaring the curve up instead of adding it up like he said?
Because then it would be a slope if you just added it.
Yeah, because
y equals mx plus b.
It's not a continuous like downward slope that's standard or whatever. It gets more and more curved as you go. Like,
Dude, Rayleigh criterion. You're acting like parabolic functions is like simple math. It's not. That's like high, like people that study like curves is like high level calculus or something. So stop acting like it's great cool shit.
Yeah.
Wait till you
Flat
check
Earthers
the math for 20 miles. Check out the math for 20
It's
miles.
based on like third grade understanding of math. So
No, it's not.
No. I'm saying that like in a derogatory way. Like they have a third grade understanding of how math works, and they just stop there.
Yeah, because studying curves is definitely not third grade at all.
Wait, who are you making fun of, Twonga or us? Because Twonga just said, man, this is high level stuff that flat earthers understand. And then you're saying, well, actually, it's third grade. So then you're calling Twonga the retard.
Yes. No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that flat earthers just have a third grade level of understanding of all.
Yeah, that is correct.
I think it's
go and get the correct amount of drop
So then
over
Twonga's
10 or 20 miles.
more retarded than a third grader.
Go and get the correct amount of drop over 10 miles and show us, correct us. Shut up, bro. Twonga, go get the correct amount. Go get the correct amount of drop over 10 miles. Post it in the side chat for us.
Give me the T-dub.
You go do it. You go do it.
Give me the T-dub method, and I'll go do it.
Go do it. No,
Tell
you
me how
go
to
get
do
it
it,
from your side. If we're wrong,
Tell me how you
go
did it,
get the
T-Dub.
correct one from your side.
You're gonna tell me
until
exactly
you do.
how.
You're on mute until you do. Good boy.
Can I ask you a question though? Tito. I guess not. He's pissy. Okay. But that a genuine question. I was going to be nice too.
What was that? Bro.
Did you find these measurements yourself? Did you go out and discover it to be flat? Is this something you like? Did you conduct experiment by yourself?
Yes, we've done it.
The globe says that there's a certain amount of drop over distance, bro. It's not there. We don't see it. We don't measure it. Nobody measures it. Your own side doesn't measure it. They measure it flat too.
I know I'm crazy.
Yeah.
I'm not that crazy.
Yeah.
I could have sworn I asked you a very simple question of, have you done the measurement yourself?
Yeah, I've made observations, and I observe the surface of liquid every fucking day,
okay,
bro.
So can you show me these observations you made? Like, can you post this evidence of like the Earth being flat?
No, I don't. I didn't document it.
It like the
can I ask you a quick question?
How
do you measure flat?
I'm not here to convince you, bro, and I'm not here to prove anything to you, bro. You're here to prove something to me.
John, how do you measure
that
flat?
the Earth is a ball.
How do you measure flat, John? What's the measurement for flat?
What does that question even mean? What? That's not how that works. What do you mean?
Well, how does it work then? How does it work then? If you're not measuring for flat, what are you measuring?
Hey, relax, Linda. How it works is lack of curvature. That's how it fucking works.
Yeah, you look for curvature, and if you don't find any curvature, it's flat.
Yes. Okay. But like,
that's right. You go to see if there's curvature, and there's none. Therefore, there's none.
Let me ask you a question then, John. If the surface of the Earth has zero curvature measurable, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Flat.
Cool. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What I'm saying is that T-Dub, the way he was interacting with Twonger, made me think there was still. I don't truly believe he's a flat earth, and I feel like he's just RPing like a lot of people in here do, myself included, which is why I was able to, like, you know.
I don't give a shit what you think about me, bro. Prove the Earth is a globe. Go on, do it now.
I don't think you truly think the Earth is flat. I think you're grifting right now.
Dude, they're obviously
the Earth
grifting.
is a globe, bro.
No, none of these people in here are flat earthers, dude. They're all lying.
Someone passed the collection plate around. We're grifting. Someone passed the collection plate.
I hear a lot of your opinion of people in here, and not much globe proof. You're a fucking weak ass source, bro.
Dude, you guys insult flat earthers when they actually come in here and people say there's a dome, that you make fun of them. So you're not even flat earthers. You're just fucking grifters.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't think any of them do it for money. They do it for the camaraderie, and they need friends. And
yeah, they need. It's a tribe. It's a tribal thing, dude. Yeah, it's a tribal thing.
Yeah, not many of them truly believe in it.
This is the new level of cope, huh?
No, it's actually always
proven,
been agreed upon.
More talking about the people, more of your opinions, more of your opinionated garbage social commentary, and not much globe proof. Post the fucking.
He is right though.
Hey,
he is right though. We don't believe it. We don't believe it. We know it. We know it's flat. We know it's not curving. So yeah.
Hey, do you want to talk about this topic, or you want to talk about the people?
If you guys believe the Earth is flat, then how come when people
not you guys, not you guys, not you? Don't start your sentence off with you guys. Start your sentence off with the Earth.
How come when Tiger came in here and he said that the Earth is a dome?
Holy shit, bro! How come this guy? How come you guys? Why
are you insulting me like a 12-year-old, dude?
Because you're a fucking moron.
They don't have any like actual science or math to like back their claims.
It's not even about like whether they can prove it or not. I'm not even concerned. If they want to think the Earth is flat, that's totally fine. My problem is that they actually insult actual flat earthers who come in here.
Cry more.
These guys are fucking lying.
Cry more. Cry more. Right, who's got the globe proof? Who's got the globe proof? Who's got the globe proof? Who's here to prove the globe?
I think I might have proof, but like when you say proof,
okay,
like,
let's go.
What exactly are you looking for?
Hey, if it's your claim, then you present what you've got.
I know, but like if I present something to you, but that's you like.
I've got to ask the flat earther how I got to prove my globe.
No. Because that's how that works. I want to. How do I appeal to you? What do you need to see?
Present the evidence already.
Okay. No.
What are you, a salesman? Is this a sales pitch, or do you just have proof of something?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. I'm trying to sell you like facts and logic here, and I just want to know like where I have to start with you, because I don't know you, and I don't know what you believe or what you would work as evidence for you, because I could show you a picture of the Earth.
Okay, so it's basically the old. What will it take? What will it take for you to go home with a globe today?
Yes. What will it take?
Okay, well,
take for you to like move past your third grade understanding of science and math, and
it's an ad hom.
Understand this shit.
I'll tell you what it takes.
No, it's not an ad hom. It's true.
Yeah, it is.
Show us that 20 miles.
It wasn't meant as an insult. It is just fundamentally where you understand.
Yeah, it's projection. That's projection, because you'd have to have a third grade level understanding of science and math to think that proving a globe really has anything to do with science in the first place. See, obviously aren't up to a fifth grade level understanding of science, right? Because I mean, well, do you know what a scientific hypothesis test is, dude? What semantics? What the words you're using?
Semantics.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay. So if we pull you up on not knowing what the fuck you're talking about, that's just semantics.
Science and math.
Okay, so now we've got meta, and we don't have the globe. We still don't have the globe proof, but he already told us he's basically like a religious panderer. So,
John, pro tip: you speak when other people aren't speaking, bro.
Yeah, let's get back to the globe proof because it's gotten really meta. So let's get your proof now, please.
Me, so like, go fuck yourself, bud. Don't tell me to. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
more respect for other people.
You're still just talking about the people and to the people.
See what I mean? I'm talking right now, and this dickhead's still going. Oh,
okay. Yeah, because we're just asking if you're globe proof and you're still talking, even though you haven't given it. So,
did I just hear the hard R? Please? Somebody just call me the hard R. Unless I'm crazy.
Okay, so you're deliberately derailing and stalling. Yeah, that's obvious at this point. You don't actually have the proof, right?
You said it, dog. What do you mean?
Yeah. So you're not gonna get off the pot, and you're not gonna shit. You obviously don't have the proof. You're just stalling.
You asked what it would take, John, and I'm telling you. Show us that across 20 miles of water that there's 266 feet of curving. Hold on, man. I'm talking, John. John, calm down, John.
It wasn't between
John. Show us that there's 266 feet of curving drop over distance across a 20-mile wide lake, and that will sell it. That will be the selling point. What do you got?
Anywho, I was asking T-Dub. I was muted the entire time because I wasn't asking you. Don't care.
Yeah, use globe salesman. We're not taking questions from you. We're trying to get you to show us your proof of a globe. You've got all this great scientific, mathematical understanding, right, which leads you to this knowledge that the Earth is a globe. Please share it. Go ahead.
I was talking to T-Dub, not you, so...
Nobody cares. Go ahead with your proof.
Oh, no, I'm only going to be talking to T-Dub, so...
No, you're not. You're just going to talk to whoever talks to you until you spiral out. That's how it'll go.
I'm talking to you right now, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead with your proof. Well, you obviously don't have it. You're still stalling, right? I guess we should take the other guy off mute and let him try again. Maybe he found something in his 3 minutes of frantic Googling, because this guy obviously doesn't have it. Yeah, do you hear how pathetic that was, Matt? You go ahead.
I think he only wants to talk about the real flat earthers. What, like you?
Are you addressing me? It depends on if you're going to talk over me or not.
Well, if we start getting globe proof from you, we'll let you cook. If you do what that last dickhead did, then probably not going to work out too well. Or silence, that's a good option. If you don't have the proof, just sit tight, yeah.
Silence for what? What?
Where am I right now?
Silence in lieu of globe proof. We'll take that. That's acceptable.
I'm not a glober, dude.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, this room is just rage bait, bro. This all. You guys are really good at it. I'll give you that. You're good at
What's up? See, I called it.
You're not going to convince anyone being dickheads.
Okay.
So you're not a glober. What's your flat earth proof?
See, you playing music like that is just antagonistic. You know that, right? That already tells me your intention. Right, and now you're doing that. Like you're acting like a 12th grader, bro. What's wrong with you?
Oh, poor baby.
What's your purpose here?
What is wrong with you people? You're like grown men acting like this is
like we can't even get these guys to even address the topic.
Like
we can't even get
grade or some shit, bro.
Why do you keep talking about the people? Who
Dude,
gives
I
a shit?
already know what you're gonna do. I'm gonna tell you all the proof for flat Earth, and the fact that I even have to do that in a flat Earth room is storytelling. Because you aren't a flat Earther, dude. Why are you asking me for a proof of flat Earth? You already
Guys,
fucking
it's
said the proof. The point is that you guys are dickheads, and you're not
Now he's
any.
now he's extremely
But you don't care because you're sociopaths, man. You don't fucking care. You're only here to
Sociopath?
cause problems and chaos. That's it. I
that
don't
what
know
you're
what
saying?
you get out of it. I don't know
Garbage
if you think
tier,
that you're a
bottom
good
of the
Christian
barrel
for doing
Globers
it,
today.
but you're not getting anything. God knows what you're doing. He's gonna punish you for it. I hope you know that.
Step 1, complain. Step 2, get triggered.
No one's triggered, dude. I'm just telling you what you're doing.
You're crashing out.
And you don't care. So I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, it's over.
Are you a flat earther or you are a liar?
You're not a flat earther, dude.
Shut the fuck up, moron.
You're not Matt Walsh.
Yeah, okay, that's very fuck you.
You are not a flat earther.
He left. Wow.
Yeah.
Garbage tier. That's a new one. I'm stealing that.
You know, yesterday I was at English Hub, and there was a guy. You know, his name was complicated because he was a Muslim, but he was saying that there was a banana shape, and I did ask to him, "Are you a monkey?" And he said, "Yes, I'm a monkey." So I did ask him, "Go get your banana shape." He couldn't show the banana shape, and he said, "Oh, I was lying." So he's a liar, you know, like that guy. But that was amazing, you know. I was using my Jedi, between quotes, my Jedi tricks, and the guy was saying, "Yes, I am a monkey." And he said, "You are a monkey," and the guy said, "Yes, I'm a monkey." So yeah, it's awesome, you know. They get in Denver every day. Juan, not fuerte. Juan, not so strong, you know.
He thought you
He
were
was saying,
Russian.
he was talking about, yeah, they all like to do that. Anyway, the guy was talking about refraction, and you know, suddenly you ask what is refraction, and the guy, I'm not gonna answer that, and then blah blah blah. So he's running away. You know, not proving he nothing. It's just proving that he's a number. You ask for proof, you know, post it in the side chat. They're, you know, spiraling. They cannot post it. They have nothing. You know, they think just coming here for the first time and showing in, they're gonna prove anything to us. You ask for the proof, they are running away. They insult people, and that's it.
Those guys were the worst I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Couldn't get them to talk about it at all.
He went to the rainbow, over the rainbow. Flipkart.
Well, I need you to tell me how to prove my claim.
It's sea linen, right?
It's like, yeah, I am just trying to sell you a globe. So, like, they want to convert people's minds. They're not actually interested in the truth. They just want cult members.
They're kind of like evangelists, really, hopping around like mission.
Yeah. Evangelical Globers.
Yeah, here to save the pagans of flat Earth.
That Joan, I don't know how. Joan, not Fuerte, went to the over the rainbow.
Well, that went pretty quick.
And nobody needs to deal with that meta bullshit.
It was pretty absurd. You tell me what I'm supposed to do to convince you. Show me the measurable curve, man. Show me gravity holding gases down in a fucking vacuum. And we know vacuums don't suck. Gases violently expand into their surrounding to fill available space. That's physics. Did he spiral that bad to where he had to get banned?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Did he get banned?
Oh, seeing the alerts in the back chats. Earlier. Come on. This is my favorite new meme. Nostradamus.
Hello.
What are you up to today on Saturday? That's a pretty Sunday.
Yeah, just chilling at my home, really. Not doing too much.
What brings you over here?
Well, just want to listen in.
Do you have a question? We have lots of questions.
Well, I do have a question. So, is there any flat earther here who believes in the flat Earth, but also believes that the moon landing wasn't faked? And the reason I asked this, right, let me preface it. So, I have friends in the space who work in space agencies, and I don't completely deny what they're doing, right? So, I believe they're telling me the truth when they say that they're working on this and this stuff. And I don't necessarily believe that all of the space agencies out there, they're faking what they're doing. So I have trouble reconciling the flat Earth with the moon landing and with the photos that they take of the planet Earth from space.
Okay, so how do you think they got to the moon while ignoring the Van Allen radiation belts?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm inclined to believe the flat Earth myself, but the trouble I have is because I know people who work in the space agency, and because I know that they operate.
Without giving too much information, what do they do? Like, as far as, do they build computer chips? Do they do programming?
Yes, like some are engineers.
Right.
I don't.
Did they design the whole rocket? Did they design the whole rocket that goes into space?
Some parts of it. I'm not too privy to the information myself, but I know that they do it, and I have no reason to believe that they don't.
I believe that they do what they do too. I'm not disagreeing, saying they don't do what they don't do. I just have a question on whoever's in charge of sending a rocket into outer space where there's a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. How are they accomplishing that when that is like damn near impossible in so many different ways? So are they sending rockets up, and do they have computers on them? Absolutely. Where they're going, your guess is as good as mine. And when they watch their product go into the air, that's the end of it. NASA now owns that product, and then they move on with their lives, and they get their paycheck. So I don't disagree with you. I think your friends do jobs that NASA needs and wants and does. So there's nothing wrong with that. If I was a rich billionaire or trillionaire and I wanted to build a rocket, a giant rocket, because like when you're a kid, you might build a model rocket that shoots up in the sky. Like, oh, that was cool. And then when you're older, maybe you want one with 33 engines on it. But that doesn't mean you're going into outer space. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just difficult, isn't it? Just reconciling that people out there do the stuff and knowing the model of the flat Earth inside your head. But I guess so. I guess what you said did make some sense.
I believe 100% that the majority, when I say the majority, like 99%, there's probably a few people that work at NASA that question the globe, or even maybe they know the Earth is flat, but they keep their mouth shut so they can keep getting the paycheck. But for the 99%, they believe the Earth is a globe, and they believe what NASA is doing is a good thing. 99% of them. Do they know it's a globe? No. They just believe that NASA is doing a good thing. And so they're so happy that they're working for NASA. I was once in the Army. I believed by going into the Army and fighting for my country in the United States of America, I was doing a good thing for the whole world. Things change. You know, you're presented with different evidence. You find out things aren't on the up and up. And so you can't agree with what you used to believe anymore because you have evidence contrary to your beliefs.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Sheepdog. I think 99% of these space agency employees are good people who believe they're doing a good thing. But when they're done making that one little part, that little bolt or that computer chip or that line of programming, they don't know what's being done with it at a later stage. So they're not in on it. You know, they're a victim to this.
What do they call that? What do they call that when you create something under another company and they get the rights to that creation?
Proprietary something?
Yeah, proprietary. Oh gosh, what took my time? But it's like if I worked for Coca-Cola and I, on my own, came out with a new flavor for Coca-Cola, and then I gave it to Coca-Cola to use so I could make money off of it, they now own the rights, proprietary rights. They now own the rights to that product. Even though I'm making money off of it, they own the rights to it. And whenever they choose to stop making that specific product for me, they still own the rights to the chemicals that I used to create that. And they'll use it to do something else with it later on that I'll have no part of it because they own the rights to the chemicals that were used in them. I just created that one flavor for Coca-Cola blueberry or something like that, right? Well, now they own the rights to the chemicals that created blueberry, and they get to go off and do other things with that chemical. Once they stop producing Coca-Cola blueberry, I no longer catch a paycheck for Coca-Cola blueberry.
And you cannot control.
Go ahead.
And you cannot control what Pepsi, for example, does with that thing you invented later on.
Right. So, like, if I'm working for NASA and I write some computer lines and I have to ensure the computer to make sure that a certain sequence of programming and coding occurs, and I created that I was contracted to create that programming, and then I see that it does what it does, and I get my paycheck for it, I no longer have rights over that program. I get to say that I worked with NASA in creating that programming, but if I want to use that programming for something else, I have to get NASA's permission for it. And there's a good chance that unless NASA's going to make a lot more money off of it than you will, you're not going to get those rights back to that product.
Yeah, that's kind of what was so ingenious. That was what was so ingenious about how when they fake the Apollo missions and they get small companies in darn near every state to make a small part of it. They all have this sense of pride. But when you're just making a nuts or bolts and part of this Apollo lander, and they have a couple 100,000 people who made all these small parts, they really got into the community and lied to everybody.
Everybody got a good paycheck out of that.
Huh?
Everybody got paid really well.
Why did they call it the Apollo missions when it was going to the moon? Isn't Apollo the sun god?
What's up, P-Mac?
What's up?
Yeah, Apollo is the sun god, and Artemis is the moon god. Goddess, the moon goddess.
Yeah, so it doesn't make sense. Like, we call it that other thing, the other sun, the moon god thing. But it was an Apollo mission. Isn't that something to do with the sun? So they probably were sending little probes up to the sun while they were trying to get to the moon, but they never can. Like,
it could have been, or they. But
it wouldn't be hard for them to lie to these couple 100,000 people in on it, because I believe there was 600,000 people involved with the Manhattan Project in making the first atomic bomb over like a 6-year period or so, and only 8 people knew what the final product was going to be of all these parts that the 600,000 people were involved with making.
Well, and imagine also, right? Apollo is getting ready to take off. You were a part of making the instruments for Apollo, or you're a part of making the instruments for Artemis. And they're like, you have a front row ticket to watch the launch. Come out here. We'll even fly you out here. Whatever the rule is, right? Like they're doing everything they can to make sure they have all these people front stage. And then all these people get to do is watch a rocket go up and then arc away from it. And then they're like, oh yeah, it went to outer space because it had to follow the curve of the Earth in order to reach orbit. Like, no, you just watched it go up and then curve away off into the distance. Like, a missile could do that. So many different things. Hey, we were just talking about you the other day, feedback. Still here? Feedback.
Hello.
Jeez. Had to step away for a second. My dog got out under the fence chasing people. Hey, Nostradamus, are you still there?
Yeah.
So what do you think? So this whole debate is about whether or not the ground beneath your feet curves a specific amount. From your life experience, sometimes you're at the beach or something, and you're out looking across the water, say a 10-mile wide lake, how many feet of curving drop over distance do you think that 10-mile wide lake requires to match the dimensions of the globe model? Just take a guess.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't have a problem with the flat Earth model myself. I believe in the flat Earth model. I just was having some issues with my friends working in the space agencies and doing the work that they do. But I guess Sheepdog kind of explained what it is. Like, it's just a business at the end of the day. They could be selling something to us that isn't real.
Well, it's not that they're selling it to us. Somebody else is selling it that way. Whoever that is, if that's what they're trying to do, like, I'm not here to debate on that. I'm just saying that, tens of thousands, if not tens of thousands of people working at NASA, of course they all believe in the ball. Most of them do. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, they think they're doing something great for the greater good of humanity. And so they're doing their little piece for it. They're not like highly involved. But sure, they work really hard. They work 40 hours a week. And, they make good money, decent money, or maybe they're making just enough, but they're very happy because they get to work for NASA. But that doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball or even that we went to the moon. That just means that they believe what they're doing is the right thing. And that's fine. I have nothing against that. I'm not going to sit there and knock somebody for going to work every day, doing a good job.
Yeah, I would say that your friends, Nostradamus, are not in on the lie.
And not only that, but the teachers aren't in on it either. Like, the teachers must all be in on it too. No, dude, they're given a curriculum and they teach the curriculum. And unfortunately, we're far enough along that the teachers before the teachers also believed that the Earth was a ball. Right? So, like, you got to remember, like, over a few generations, people have believed in the ball because somebody else taught them to believe in the ball because they believed in it. And nobody ever went out and really checked for themselves. Why would they? You know, like, everybody's really busy doing work. And there's a lot of other things going on. Plus, as a kid, that's the weird thing, right? They have to teach this to you as a kid because if you're an adult, you might ask one too many questions. I'm sure you've seen plenty of YouTube videos where kids are questioning their teachers in school. The teachers kicking them out of the classroom, and they're labeled as these bad kids. But in reality, all they're doing is asking legitimate questions because they're trying to follow the logic. Because I bet when they go home, their parents make them work their asses off and learn how to do trade design and things like that, where they're not stuck doing a customer service minimum wage job. You know what I mean? Like, 16-year-old learning how to do construction, he doesn't have time to really do homework, so he might be getting like a C in school, but by the time he's 24, he owns his own fucking business and he's making $150,000 a year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it seems to be the construction guys and things like that that really seem to pick up on this lie pretty quick. Like when you're at a job site and they ask you to cut a 45-degree angle on that 2x4, and then they're not
measure that
any curves. I need a curved 45-degree angle, please, and they're gonna laugh you off the job site.
Well, not only that, but like fighters too. Fighters, oh, they got punched in the head so many times. They're stupid. No, like there's something to be said about standing in front of another man and looking him eye to eye, and testing every inch of it. And that's why fighters.
Whoa.
PMAC. Every inch, PMAC. Every inch.
Oh my god. It's like a fucking Ricky Gervais pantomime in here, bro.
Hey, bro, we were talking about you the other day. We were saying somebody said that they were trying to report this room for somebody dropping too many F-bombs. And I'm like, I think if PMAC can't drop an F-bomb, he'll go into seizures or something. Go to withdrawal.
That's probably true. I went away and practiced for the last 2 weeks there. Not going to drop one F-bomb tonight. Not even one.
You already dropped one, dude.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
So before I even started and finished?
Yeah, I said that a fighter tests every inch of a man, and then you lost your fucking mind.
Aye.
But yeah, man. I'm glad your friends work for NASA, dude. That's pretty cool. You know, it's a hard job to get into. Not gonna knock them for it. Fucking PMAC though, man. I'm glad you're around, bro. I think about you from time to time.
Well, thank you, man. Appreciate that. That's very nice of you.
You sound like you're doing better, man. Honestly, when the last time I talked to you, you sound like you're in a happier place. Maybe you're faking the funk.
The sound check is telling me that I'm live.
If you got a pulse, you're alive.
Oh, okay. So I am on. Jeez, I was getting worried there. These people are crazy. If you don't have a pulse and you're still walking about, you're a vampire or a glober.
That's if you're walking around without a brain.
See, Indio's here. Hi, Indio. He's kind of a legendary kind of guy. And Jedi, he's also a legendary kind of guy. Hi, Jedi. How you doing? How you doing? Jedi's just waiting for some Glober to say some stupid shit, and then he's gonna pop in for a while. If I only had a brain.
And Sheepdog, you were much too generous for the NASA employees.
Hey, I agree, but at the same time, you know what? You can't fix stupid.
Because the son of a NASA engineer said, his father told him, he said that he started working around Saturn V time, which is the Apollo program. He said close to 20 to 50% of his coworkers had other business ventures. They were running both on and off the clock. And he goes, the remaining of the half of them almost did nothing. So 80% of the work was done by about 20% of the people at NASA.
Everyday life, though. That's any job.
Yeah, but you think for a business like NASA, which has some money to hire anybody, that they would hire people who just don't care, who just show up for the paycheck. I can understand the nepotism, hiring somebody's nephew or whatever, that sort of deal, but for 80% of the people like that?
It's funny when sometimes
big
you
waste of
hear
space.
somebody.
Sorry, Travis. NASA's a big waste of space, pardon the pun. Go ahead, Travis. Sorry I cut you off there, but I didn't mean to, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. No worries. You know, when they use these NASA papers that show that they're using a flat, non-rotating Earth, and then a globe defender will say, well, they just want the math is easier that way. It's like, well, this is a chance for the NASA employees for them a time to shine and do that more complicated math. This would be, if you're a math guy, this would be a chance for you to show off by solving the actual globe math instead of assuming a non-rotating flat Earth for your math. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Square that circle, bro. So what happened to you, sheepdog? Yo, talkie, now nothing. What's going on, bro?
Sorry, man. I just picked up my daughter, so.
That's what I thought. You were preoccupied. Were you making panels for NASA?
I was, and launching them into space.
I just hope it's good quality there. I hope it's good quality stuff that you're launching into space there.
For sure.
I
hot mic it a little bit just so that way I can drive and talk. Hopefully it doesn't bother you too much.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. We can deal with that. I helped my daughter move house the other day.
Oh yeah?
Holy shit! Yeah. No, I did actually. Yeah. Holy shit, was that house heavy?
Yeah. Boy, are your arms tired, right?
That kind of thing. Now we did 2 days, 2 days of moving stuff, heavy stuff. Well, you know, you have to do these things on my days off.
Yep.
But that's what it's all about.
The hardest part is packing it. Like, even unpacking it's not that bad. Because you can unpack stuff and be like, oh, I don't need that no more. And then you can get rid of stuff. You can downsize.
You are bang on there, bro. Because I walked, I was like, let's go. I'm up for it. And they're like, and I walked in, right? And I thought like half the stuff would be packed or something. And it was like the entire house was just still waiting there to be packed. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
40 big black bin liners later, big bin bags later, and about 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, we just basically the first load was just bin bags, just bags and bags of stuff that you have to get. And then when we got to the new house, you're like, this is the easy part. It's just you just throw the stuff off the van and pack it back into your new house. You know, that the first part was, it's the packing that's just, you know, you don't realize how much stuff you accumulate until you have to put it in the bin bags and move it. Cool story, man. And that's before the fridges and the beds and, do you know what I mean? Wow. I worked a night shift. Just FYI. I worked a night shift, slept about 2 hours, woke up, and then that was me for a whole day shift, just moving house. And I don't even know how I managed that, but you do these things, don't you? Oh, heck, Roots is here. Hey, Roots. How you doing, buddy? And Sonny. Ah, Sonny. Sonny.
Yo.
It's like a reunion of the Flat Earthers back in the day. You still on your bike, bar?
Yep, just rode today.
You love it. You're in LA now, right?
What's up?
You're in LA?
No, San Diego.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Right near the border.
It makes you Tijuana adjacent.
Exactly.
How's ice doing in Tijuana? Or San Diego?
I really don't know. I don't like see or hear too much about it. I don't really watch news. Like sometimes stuff will come across my feed on my phone, but if I'm looking at that stuff for more than like 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, I'm like, that's too much, so I stop myself.
We don't pay much attention to the mainstream now anymore, do you? It's just depressing and full of lies. Like. It's like a pantomime, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just stupid.
Yeah, it's no good. It's not good for you. I've heard people say I stopped watching the news 30 years ago. I've never been happier.
I resemble that remark.
It's funny you should say that. You look like it too.
Stopped watching news and TV a long time ago.
What was it? Your man from the Smiths, what do you call him?
That was his last tune. That's it's probably his best tune. Stop watching the news because the news is there to something you. Blah, blah, blah. So true, like.
Yeah, sometimes I'll even be watching something like an ancient history documentary or something, and as soon as they start going like planet this, planet that, I'm like, I have to shut it off. I change it. I stop. I'm like, okay, you lost me here. Like you're showing all these wide vistas, these panoramas of like flat horizons everywhere, and then you're saying planet this, planet that. I'm like, okay, that's enough for me. Thank you very much.
I'm exactly the same. You're watching this lovely new nature show, and you're like, how long is this going to take? And because of climate change, Okay, that's me. I'm done. And I love the pictures of the whales and shit they got there. What you were saying was pretty nice. But I'm done. The
Yeah, it's funny
propaganda is real.
when the CNN people start making fun of the Fox people, and the Fox people are making fun of the CNN people, and it's like, no, they're both bad.
Yeah, nothing we've been told is actually. I don't know. You get to that point where you're like, what is true? I mean, is anything real anymore? Is it suddenly it's a simulation theory and this is that and the other, and you're like, I just can't make sense. And you know what? I'm just gonna switch off, go sit in the backyard, have a cigarette, and forget about everything. And suddenly life is better.
Well, that's the point of the news, is to make you depressed.
Isn't it just? I used to be on the newspaper too, and like I get a newspaper, I open it up, and I realize about 5 minutes into it, my mood has changed. Suddenly I want to slip my wrists and jump off a bridge.
Yep.
So
Don't forget, right after they make you feel depressed about the world around you and everything, your life sucks, then they'll sell you some kind of chemical, and I won't go any further than that. Right after that, like, we can solve your problem with this little remedy.
It's a construction, isn't it? I mean, it's there's I don't know. There's always, I suppose, there's always been a niggling inside most of us. Like something's not right there. It's almost as if we're being lied to. Not some of the time, but basically all of the time. It's hard to tell fact from fiction. I meant, or non-fiction. I can't tell the difference anymore.
Yeah, just go on your Facebook and write a post about how you've been feeling depressed, and then watch the ads for medications start showing up.
Oh, okay. I would if I had a Facebook, because that's an old thing that depresses you. That takes about 3 minutes too. You're reading that, and you're like, oh my goodness, what am I even doing here? I should close this account. That'll make you more depressed than the newspapers or watching the news, honestly. It's just something about it. I don't know what it is. Way back when it first started, I don't know what it is. You'll be 2 or 3 minutes into it and thinking, "What? Why am I here? I don't feel good about this, or this is not. Why am I doing this?" Yeah, Facebook's no good either. Like. Social media is another. It's people staring into their phones and everything, and it's almost like they want people to be in that state. Yeah, obviously.
Well, Facebook was created so that people would share personal information about themselves, so the NSA and the CIA and everybody had access to it.
I mean, did you see Zuckerberg suddenly grow hair and become a surfer dude? That's such a joke, man. Yeah, I'm a cool dude, bruh. I just bought half of Hawaii, but there's no reason for that. Nothing to see here. There's probably something coming down the pipe.
Yeah, Hawaii just happened to burn in the area where they people wanted to buy up all that real estate for cheap.
Yeah. It's hard to work out what's really going on here, but it's not what we're being told anyway, so good luck with that. You know, I think the trick is not to give a shit.
There's a drug for that too.
There's a drug for everything, isn't there? I sat one day thinking about drugs and how people get on them and stand like zombies in the street and stuff. And then I realized everybody's a druggie. The entire world is on drugs. Some kind of drug. Nicotine, caffeine, obscene.
Yeah, many decades ago, a journalist went to 50 different doctors, gave them the exact same symptoms to all these doctors, ended up getting 50 different prescriptions, and then showed some of the prescriptions to the other doctors that he went to see, and some of those doctors had, I don't know why they prescribed you this. This is the absolute worst thing to prescribe you.
Yeah, the Hippocratic oath. There's a lot of bad people in this world, but there's a lot of good too. You have to just remember that. They all live for themselves, fill their bellies and their pockets, but that's not us.
And the worst thing is they keep calling it modern scientific medicine. If there's a science to it, then how come I got 50 different prescriptions from 50 doctors?
Yeah, no matter what ails me now in the future, whatever it is, like I will never take another prescription drug. I'll just go there. I can't even say the name. Homeopathic, natural way. That's it. Oh,
Well, I haven't taken any prescription drugs since 1990.
what happened? Why were you taking prescription drugs in 1989?
Well, in 1990, I had severe reaction to some medication, so stopped taking any medication.
And you've been grand since. No problemo.
I've been prescribed medications, never filled them, including the time I had like a severe chest cold. They prescribed me some antibiotics or whatever. Never filled them. 2 days later, I felt perfectly 100% fine.
Oh, okay. Do you smoke?
Whatever it was, it cleared itself up all by itself.
The body heals itself. Whatever we're putting into our bodies is I don't know. It's not good.
Well, most of these prescription drugs, all they do is release the stores of magnesium you have in your body into the bloodstream. That's basically all it does. That's all they do. So you use up your magnesium stores, and most people are extremely deficient in magnesium.
What's a good source of magnesium? Let me see. Yep, I thought so. Avocado, which I eat not daily, but weekly, and dark chocolate. Little bits, not too much. Matthew.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey. What's up, bro? How you doing? You eat the avocado?
I'm doing all right. Just getting ready to head out in a little bit, but just stopping by to see who's here.
Hello, Matthew Learns.
Where are you going to?
I'm gonna ride the train to Linwood.
Oh, you're riding the train. You gonna do it on the inside or the outside?
The inside.
Inside. Oh, okay.
Inside of a container, the pressure with the container.
Well, that's how you measure pressure.
But later this week, I'm getting in a pressurized container called an airplane. Fly across the country.
That's true. Hey, you're moving away a lot. Can you not stand still, Matthew?
Can I what?
Can you not stand still? Why are you moving around so much, man?
Oh, going to a family wedding, that type of stuff.
Family wedding, not yours, no?
No.
You ever been married, Matthew?
Not yet.
Not yet. How old are you?
54.
Time yet, bruh. There's time yet. So have you ever eaten... Do you eat avocado once a week, Matthew?
I think I have some avocado at least once a week. I mean, I live in Southern California after all, so that's how you can tell if a burger is a California burger. You put avocado on it, or if an omelet is a California omelet, it's because it has avocado.
I've never.
Who can afford to eat avocado these days?
It's very expensive.
If you go to the Central Valley, you can buy them for like $5 or $6 per dollar, but that's right off the farms. But if you go to the grocery store, yeah, they're like $1 a piece.
Yeah, the Costco price for avocados have more than doubled in the last 10 years.
Well, hasn't everything?
Yeah, they used to be able to get them for like a package for like $5, and now they're like $13, $14.
Yeah.
I'm busy clearing out bushes and ferns and such from the property next door to my house because we found a good avocado tree here in Hawaii. But it's just so much jungle underneath it that they drop and you can't ever get them. So we're clearing it out to get a nice supply of them. Funny, everybody has avocados in their yards here, but then when you go to the store, they're like $4 or $5 each.
Oh, that's crazy. I would move to a place that avocados fall off a tree purely for that fact.
Yeah, I can sometimes make a smoothie with papaya, mango, lilikoi, avocado, orange, all picked from within like 500 feet of my house. And I'm not on a farm; it's just everywhere.
It's very important what you put into your body. Trust me. I've had about 4 McDonald's in about 10 years. That's about it.
Last time I went to McDonald's, I got their oatmeal, which is kind of probably maybe their most healthy thing they have there.
Far from it.
I'm sure there's sugar and stuff in there.
I'll tell you what though, this is really strange, but I've tried every coffee in the town, and McDonald's is actually the best. It tastes good, it is good, and it blows the head off you.
Well, that's good to hear.
No, it's good, and it only costs like £2. Everywhere else charging you $3.50, right? Costco, what do you call that one? Starbucks and all that. I would not darken their door. I'd rather go to McDonald's. McDonald's coffee blows the head off you. Swear to God. And it tastes nice. But I see their food. That is terrible.
For example, you can have with the human eye a horizon when you look out to sea. But when you get the optic, you might have some oil rigs out to sea and the horizon beyond the oil rigs. This just demonstrates that the limitation to your view is the optic that you use.
No.
Yes.
No.
Do you not understand how telescopes work? Would you like an example?
Let me talk. Let me talk about another example.
No, would you like an example about this?
That will
that's a question.
Well, hang on, slow down, bro. Just put a pin in it. Because well, just hang on a sec. Because basically, right, so if you can only see 5 kilometers, right, and that's the limitation of your view of the surface of the Earth, optically with your human eyes, right, because of the curvature of the Earth, then getting a telescope out isn't going to help you see any more of the surface. All you're going to get is a zoomed-in view of that limitation, right? A zoomed-in view of your limitation. So you're still going to be only seeing 5 kilometers of the surface.
5 kilometers or 4.667 kilometer.
But we have examples where we get the telescope out or a high zoom camera and we zoom in and we see beyond 5 kilometers.
Yeah, another example that can explain my point of view. If you see a chip or a big chip, you can see that will be hidden if it goes more than 5 kilometers in the sea. So
excuse me.
Why?
Excuse me.
Okay.
Do you see the side chat? The text room?
What?
Do you see the text room? The Flat Earth 24/7 text room? Are you able to go into that text room, please? Can you tell me when you're in there? When you see Berserker's just posted a GIF, and just above that you can see some oil rigs posted by Jedi. Are you on your computer or your phone? Do you need me to help you find it?
Honestly, I didn't understand your words.
There is a text room that goes alongside this voice call. Did you know that?
No.
Okay.
I'll tag him in there.
Thank you.
Osama, is it? So if you go to the top of the names list, you'll see like an option to join the side chat, and you should have a notification there now as well.
Have you found it, buddy?
I try.
Awesome. Brilliant stuff. So yeah, how to enter. I see that you're in there. So you're talking about the horizon at about 5 kilometers is going to cause the bottom of a boat to disappear. Now, this is an observation that is kind of addressing what you're talking about. This is an observation that's taken from 8 foot with a camera. Now, 8 foot, what's that? Just coming up 3 meters, 2.5 meters, something like that. Now, the distance to the horizon, if the Earth was a sphere, from the 8 foot should be about 3.46 miles, which is about 5-6 kilometers. Now, in the observation that I posted with the oil rigs are there because, one, the curvature of the Earth should be in front of them, causing us not to be able to see the bottom of them, like within your example. Now, when we use the distances to the oil rigs, I think they're about like 6, and the furthest ones are about 9 miles away. Now, the horizon is clearly, like I said earlier, when you improve the optic, beyond the oil rigs. If the Earth was a sphere, it should be in front of the oil rigs at about 5 kilometers, but it's at about 15 kilometers. Do you understand the problem?
Okay, but I in
Is he roboting or is he cutting out for everybody else?
Yeah, your internet's cutting out, Osama. Try say it again. Try again.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think it's too small to be seen from the beach of the sea because if it's more bigger, it will be seen more obviously. I think.
Dude,
What?
sorry. No, that goes against your example of when you change your altitude, the curvature of the Earth moves. Like, we're talking about the curvature. Now you're saying maybe the Earth is too big or the altitude is too small. That's not what you said. We're addressing what you said. Are you going back on what you said now? Isn't it good enough?
I get the point. I get the point. I think it's that example you sent to me. It depends on the climate that the climate or the weather of that the experiment is done in it. I think because okay and
Why didn't you mention this before? So why didn't you mention this before?
Okay.
Why? Why didn't you mention this before? I'm just curious, why didn't you mention this already before you saw that picture?
It's because of all the accents, dude. There's too many different accents in the chat.
I'm not sure if he's avoiding the question or if he just doesn't understand.
Accent is related to the mentioning something or not. Accent is not related to that.
I think about what the real distance between the beach and that oil.
Right. The oil rig, the furthest one, is about 9.4 miles away from the observer.
And 10.1.
Sorry, 10.1.
I'm not sure about it.
Okay.
So Osama, just a second, right? So just have a look at what Berserker posted, right? Because we have confirmed the distances to the oil platforms. So if you have a look at what Berserker posted at 18 minutes after the hour, you'll see the Google Earth distance marcation tool showing you the distance to the platforms, right? We know the distances to the platforms, and yeah, you can look it up on also on Google Earth or Google Maps and check if you need to.
Okay, the photo doesn't also what Google Earth talk about. It's 10.
You're cutting out.
The internet it's not too fast. So, the photo didn't download it. So I think about the miles between the phone and Google. It's in miles.
You're cutting out, man. We can't hear you.
Yeah, your socialist internet isn't working well. I don't know if you want to leave and rejoin, buddy, if you can hear us, but it's kind of difficult to hear you.
لا أنا متلمع هون ورا. لا
I'm lost, DJ.
Yeah, we can't hear you, man. Your internet's cutting out too much, unfortunately. You could try leave the chat and come back in again. Sometimes that helps. Osama?
I believe his internet is, he's Syrian. Okay. Maybe that's reason. Oh, there is war already going on there, so it's sad.
So who thinks they live on a spinning ball? Anybody? Go ahead. It appears we have no spinning ball dwellers in here at the moment.
We had Osama, but his internet sucks, so we can't talk to him. And we got Fortcraft, who's looking into the topic as well.
Yeah, I'm a globe earther, but I'm not someone who's like knowledgeable, so I just sit quiet.
No problem.
That's fine. As long as you've got some intellectual honesty and you investigate things for yourself, you're good with us. Whatever.
Exactly.
No, your accent is very thick. I don't understand what you say.
Don't worry, I'll shut up. I don't talk much anymore.
Okay.
Hello. Again. My voice is goes. Can you hear me?
Yes and no.
Yeah, so Osama, I'll post the full video for you, and you can check the Google Maps distance marcation tool. It's in the video, so I'll post the video for the observation now, and you can have a look at that. So you can confirm the distance is 10.1 miles to the oil platform. So just a moment.
The video download not
All right, it's there in the side chat. So it's close to the beginning of the video that he shows you on Google Maps the distance to the oil platform.
Okay, so I will search about it tomorrow. You my point of view about
Yep. Okay, man. Yeah, you're still cutting out a lot, so hopefully your internet's working a bit better when you come back.
Okay, thanks for.
Oh, now your internet just got good all of a sudden.
Yeah, it will be better and worse, and
Yeah, it's bad again. All right. Well, have a look at the video in the side chat, and you can check the distance. So this is just one. This is just one of many, many, many long distance observations that are not possible on a globe. So we have countless amounts of these, and we can't find any curvature when we go out and make these long distance observations.
I realized something in sky. If you see the sky, you can see there's a curvature in it. It seems to be spherical, and I think about the reason about it. I'm thinking about the reason about it.
What?
Are you talking about the sky?
Yeah, if you see the sky, you can see the sky is has a spherical shape. So I'm thinking about the reason about it.
That's based on the human eye. So
Human eye.
from one horizon, do you know what a protractor is? It's a geometry tool that we use to measure angles, 90 degrees, 45 degrees. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So this is how we observe the sky. If we're on the horizontal line of the protractor underneath the 90 vertical line, so we see the sky like a hemisphere above us, 90 degrees above our head, 0 degrees at the horizon. It looks like that because that's how the human eye works. It's not actually curving. The stars close to the horizon aren't actually closer to the horizon. It's like looking down a corridor at the ceiling. The ceiling looks like it's going downwards towards the floor as you look down the corridor, but it's not actually. It's how the human eye perceives the world around it.
How can you prove that?
Sorry, how can I look down a corridor? Do you notice that the ceiling appears to be getting closer to the floor? It appears to be going down, like the floor appears to be going upwards towards, let's say, the horizon. It's not actually going upwards. The ceiling actually isn't going downwards. The sea actually isn't meeting the sky at distance, right? It's just perspective. It's like something getting smaller. Hold on. Good. Okay,
yeah,
fair enough.
I get that point. I get that point. Okay, I have another question to you.
Go on.
Why the ships that we cannot see it when it become more distance from the beach or in the sea?
Why can't we see something that is too far away for us to see?
Even if we have developed camera or another equipment.
Take a look in the side chat, my friend. I'll post a couple of videos quickly. You'll find that ships disappear due to their angular size becoming too small for the optic to resolve. When you pull out a more powerful optic, you can zoom in and you can see the ship again, just like you can see in these examples. Now, occasionally, obviously, sometimes there's waves, ocean swells, or miraging effects that can be present. But most of the time when you have clear conditions, this is what happens when ships are away from you.
Okay, I will go in physics and talking about the center of mass. So if the Earth is not spherical, the center of mass it will be okay. We suppose that the Earth is like a disk, so the center of mass it will be in the center of that disk. So
just a second. Let me stop you quickly. Okay, so you have a misconception of what we think flat Earth is. Okay, we do not claim that the Earth is a flat disk. Absolutely not.
Explain to me.
So
what?
Yeah, we're not making a shape claim. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? Flat Earth is not a disk floating around in the heliocentric version of space. Okay, so when we're talking about flat Earth, we're talking about the surface of the Earth not having curvature over distance when we check. Okay? So we're not making a shape claim. We don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, but we know it cannot be a globe because the curvature is not present in reality. So in the context of flat Earth that we're talking about, right, we just mean that there's no curvature. So we're not claiming a disk floating around in the globe Earth version of outer space with all of the things that go along with the globe model, such as the force of gravity.
I don't get the point, but I will ask you to get it. If you are talking about that the surface isn't curvature, so how the
Right, but we're not claiming the Earth is an object. We're not making a particular claim about the Earth being it's not a flat planet, right? We're not claiming that it's a flat planet floating around in space.
Yeah. So do you believe that Earth has a spherical shape or no? Or
No, we're not claiming a shape. No, the Earth cannot have a spherical shape because it doesn't have the curvature, right? But we're not claiming the shape. Flat is not a shape.
Yeah, I know. But if Earth hadn't curvature, it will be not have it will be cannot have a spherical shape. So I think I will talking about the spherical shape of the Earth, and from it I will go to explain why Earth has a curvature. So firstly.
We don't need explanations, my friend. We've heard all of these explanations our whole life, and we've heard them from people that come in here every day. Right? We're not interested in explanations. We're interested in empirical evidence that validate the explanations match up with reality. Right? We already know about how gravity works and how the sphere is formed due to gravity and blah blah blah. We know all of that. You don't need to waste your time explaining these things to us.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I will looking for the empirical experiment that you are talking about, but even this experiment, isn't so solid. Isn't so solid to explain your point of view or to make your issue is true. Mathematically or physically or any kind of science we are learning about isn't goes with your ideas. So I want you to make your points or ideas goes with physics and mathematics, and after that we can talking about your ideas or points. Honestly, I don't make your ideas not able to be true, but I demand to make your ideas goes with physics and mathematics that we have learned. For me, I will say I'm looking for the all the experiments or empirical experiments that you are talking about, and tomorrow I will give you. I try to give you the explaining of this empirical, and for me, I like to make you ideas goes with physics. It's not bad to do this because there's so empirical experiment, as you said, goes with the idea that Earth hasn't a curvature.
Okay.
So my
Well,
idea
it's kind
is
of long-winded to say a bunch of stuff, but you're going to come back tomorrow with stuff, so that's fine. Go ahead, go.
My idea is to make your ideas goes with all physics and mathematics we have learned in our life.
Okay, that's nice. When you present us with your maths and your physics, you'll be working from a presupposition that the Earth is a sphere. We will end up asking you, like we ask everybody else, for a measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Because if you're going to turn around and say gravity turns the Earth into a sphere, then that means that the surface of the Earth would be curved. We don't measure the surface of the Earth to be curved. So therefore, it can't be a sphere. So we don't need to talk about stories that create spheres when the Earth isn't one.
We're so far about the idea, I think. The crucial idea. Can you explain your idea, because I didn't get it.
The idea is if the Earth is a sphere, then the surface will be curved. We would measure the curvature. We don't measure the curvature. What we measure is the Earth to be a horizontal plane. So the Earth can't be a sphere if it's horizontal. No matter about your idea about gravity that creates a sphere would have a curved surface that we could measure, but we don't.
Empirically, we can't. Now I'm thinking about the experiment that has done before thousands of years by an Arabic scientist. When
Aristophanes, a stick and a shadow. At a certain time of year where the sun was directly above his head, there was no shadow cast on the stick. When he moved 500 stades away and put a stick in the floor, there was a shadow cast by the stick. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. You can create shadows on flat surfaces. You can measure and only measure solar elevation angles on horizontal flat surfaces. It's what Aristophanes did. He measured the elevation angle of the sun in two different locations. One, 90 degrees above his head. The second one, 83 degrees above the horizon. It's a sundial, dude.
Okay. I get your ideas, and I was thinking about them.
Yeah.
So thank you for your explanation. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for coming by and being polite and respectful. We really appreciate that. I'm going to post a video for you in the side chat. Since you're an engineer, right? Here's a high-level engineer who's a flat earther, and he has a series of videos. So maybe you want to have a look at his videos, because it's all about physics and coming at the argument from an engineer's point of view. Okay, so there's the video in the side chat. This guy's name's Brian Mullins. He's got, I think, about 8-part video there. So it goes over different problems for the globe in relation to physics and things like that. So maybe you will enjoy that.
Yeah. Thank you for you.
I mean, the guy like that you are talking, he's like engineer. What about yourself? Are you like into those sorts of jobs, or like?
What's that?
Like, are you kind of engineer, physicist, astronomer? Is your
No,
job
but we've
related to this topic?
no, not necessarily, but I've been studying this topic for 8 years, right? So I know these arguments quite well. Yeah. So we can speak with engineers and scientists that come in here, right, and challenge them. It's not a problem. So yeah, it's not about formal education. It's called being autodidactic and teaching yourself these particular arguments, right? So yeah, so anyone can learn anything these days, right? You don't need to technically go to university to get the same information that you can actually teach yourself, right? Because we have the internet now. So also, this is not a complicated topic, right? They tell us that the Earth is a sphere of a certain size. That means that there would be certain characteristics that must be present in reality, right? Such as curvature. So we can very easily calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, right? So you would use a body of water, and then we can test the body of water for the curvature that must be there, right? And when we do that, it's not there. Obviously, there's a lot more to it than that, but yeah, we don't need to appeal to credentials or appeal to authority. We can learn all of these arguments, and we can go and test the Earth ourselves. But sure, we do have people that have the qualifications as well on the flat Earth side, so. I'm guessing that guy left while I was mid-sentence.
No, are you talking about me? I'm here.
Oh, was that you? No, was that? I thought someone else asked a question.
No, I asked it.
Yeah, man,
Oh, that was you.
I was,
Oh, that was you. Oh, cool,
I was
cool.
gonna leave too. I was gonna leave too, DJ.
Yeah.
That was long-winded, bro.
How's it going, party people?
Yo, yo. Yeah, just been chatting with Osama, but his internet unfortunately isn't the best. And we're having a good chat with that guy that just left. Get his name.
Hey, Jenna. Fine here. How's it going with you?
Going good. Good to see you, Berserker. Hanging out at work.
Thanks. Good to see you too.
Divino! Welcome to the channel. You're hot, Mikey.
Mas para isso você também tem que ter grupos de debate.
Divino, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. How can I help you?
What the hell? Is that you, DJ? How did you do that?
What are you talking about, Berserker?
Oh no.
My name is Rakesh. This is my real accent. I am not
welcome
doing
to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. This is the best place on the Earth to learn about the Earth.
Oh my God. No, please stop it.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today.
India has gone to the moon. India has done it. What have you done?
DJ.
You have not done it. You have not gone to the
DJ
moon.
Rakesh. DJ Rakesh, and we got his sister, Sati. Sati is in the chat. DJ Rakesh and his sister, Sati.
He's in a conversation. Shit, the fuck was up with
Just shake your head from side to side.
Please blink twice if you can hear me.
Berserker,
Davino.
it's like when Jake the asshole does or no, he's Jake the Awake now. When he does Land on the Moon, have you heard him sing that song?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I love that.
Post that in the chat because I don't know if I've heard it. You guys know that REM.
Berserker, can you
that
post
REM
that for
song?
me? Somebody clipped it. Somebody clipped it on one of his live streams. He only does it live. He doesn't have any like professional recordings of it. Yeah, I'm at work. I'm in the middle of doing some siding.
Sorry,
It's Land
bro,
on
I
the
don't
Moon.
have it. But maybe I will try
You
to
just
find
gotta.
it. If I find it, yeah, if I find it,
Yeah. Like
I
if
will
you
clip it.
search it, it'll come up. Just
Yeah,
look
I
up
will
Jake
search
the
it.
Asshole Land on the Moon. One of his
Yeah, I will
one of
need.
his subscribers like clipped it and made a video.
Yeah, I will clip it, but I will need time. I will find it.
I had to unsub from that guy. Seriously, like I was like, no, it was too much. Yeah, he's got some funny stuff, but
He's an egomaniac, but he's still.
oh
I met him
yeah,
in real life, so I support him. You know, we've hung out a couple times.
okay, fair
He's
enough.
all right. He's a little guy. He's cool. You don't realize how short he is on camera. He's very tiny.
Yeah, he's got some Irish descent. Yeah. Who was it? He wanted to fight someone. I can't remember who was that. Do you remember? He probably offers everyone the fight, but I mean, at one point there was this. They were almost going to arrange this punch on, like, I'm going to meet you after school, you know, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, dude. Him and Jaron were like going back and forth for a while. That was kind of cringe. But he's been calling Jaron a show since like 2017.
Oh yeah, yeah. come on, don't let the party stop now. Hey, John, are you related to Luna there?
I think I got it, John, because I don't have the audio when I'm in voice chat. Isn't this in the chat box? Yeah, in the moon landing song by Jake the Asshole.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, no, I don't know if I'm related to Luna. I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah. I will download it to be sure to have it in the future.
Interesting discussions going on lately.
Yeah, we had a few good ones. You know, we just had a guy in here, but his internet sucked. He said he was an engineer, but yeah, nothing spectacular.
The engineers for their mindset, because they can look at these problems more critically, analytically, and practically.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and that Poisk. Do you remember that Poisk guy? I forget his name. Something Poisk.
Yeah.
Total pain in the ass. Yeah, I went over spent ages, going over that 21-mile observation, and he's saying that it's all fake, and really that it's probably a drone. He's done the observation from a drone, and just the most ridiculous bullshit that you've ever heard as a rebuttal. So yeah, he ended up getting himself permabanned or perma-muted.
No, he's a Finnish dude. He's a Finnish guy who he came up with his own church, and his name was Church of the Truth. Right?
Yeah, he's a dishonest piece of shit.
Dude, I love that. Was my favorite part. I thought that was the highlight of the day when you permabanned him. Bro,
yeah, I was surprised. I told him.
So kind. You were being so chill, so kind. And then when you politely cursed him out, it was so funny, dude. I was laughing my ass off, dude. I couldn't VC, but I was sitting here working, and I'm just laughing, and my buddy's talking to me. He's like, "What are you laughing about?" I'm like, "I'm just laughing at my buddy politely curse this guy out." He's like, "Yeah, you're a piece of shit." I was like, "Nice." No, it was great.
John. I told him I'm not that tolerant to that, like the mods. That's why I get most of the time, muted by the mods, because I go too hard on the Globers. But this guy sucked all the energy out of me, so that you can ask DJ. So I told DJ, I'm tired. I cannot. I refrain of saying anything. It's not you. It's useless talking. However, proofs you present, he will always find an excuse. So I said, please take over, and DJ took over, and oh my God, I was surprised that DJ is very patient. Then he started to tell him, "You're such a dishonest guy. You're dishonest, full of shit. Fuck yourself." At the end, he told him, "Go away." I was surprised.
It had to be
DJ
done.
is very patient. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy's been pissing me off for weeks. He had it coming.
Really, I didn't know him.
Yeah, he comes in here and he just denies everything that we try to present.
Yeah, he's like, we don't know if that observation was. It looks like I could tell by my eyesight that was taken from a height of about 40 meters. It's like, oh, really? So you could tell by watching a video where the cameraman had his camera set up, huh? Okay, that's a new one. So
Thanks that you heard that one. You heard that one, right? He told me he can see it by his own eyes. He can define it and make sure, claim that he's at a height of 20 meters. To be fair, he said 20 meters, not 40. 20 meters. That would be 60 or 65 feet. Come on, man. I told him in the GIF. I converted the whole video in a GIF, and you could see in the GIF that he's showing the GPR informations and coordinates, and Google is saying his height is at 8 feet, and altitude 236 feet. I don't know why. And anyhow, he just dismissed everything we presented to him, and then DJ took over, and DJ was also tired of him at the end. It was very tiresome. He just sucked the entire energy out of me. I had to give up, and I said it honestly. And I pleaded to DJ to take over, and at the end, DJ banned him.
Yeah, that was his chance. I told him at the start, I said, look, I'm going to explain this all in detail to you, and I wasted all my time doing that. But I told him this is a test to see if you're honest. And then it turned out he wasn't honest. So.
Yeah, bro, I saw it. You presented so many proofs, and then you even argued if we would assume that this guy is not lying. Let's say, hypothetically, would you admit that this would put a hole in the model of the heliocentric model? And he comes back and says no. Yeah. So he's telling you, whatever proof you would present to him, he would just stick to his model and to his fantasy. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry for interrupting.
No, you didn't interrupt. Yeah, exactly.
So McToon came over to Earth Awakenings to their server 2 nights ago for a special event that he set up with Geo. So all the anti-flatties descended in on the YouTube channel to listen in, and even in chat if they weren't banned. And I mean, it was a crap show on both sides.
I bet.
You know, and it just makes you wonder, like, okay, if I was McToon and I wanted to pick on flat earthers, I would head there. I definitely would not come here to anything 24/7 related. Nuh-uh.
Exactly. That's why he was hounding to get Demok on his show. 2 times he had Demok on his show.
So some of our friends over there who hang out there all the time and hang out here, they were party to the celestial theodolite discussion. Oh boy. And did the flat earthers butcher trigonometry? One of the guys who spoke was asked by McToon outright to name the constituent parts of a triangle, and he couldn't do it. Just like the Globers. I was like, oh no. And that was the whole basis for their argument is, geometric triangles. So it was one of the worst showings for our side for flat Earth. Not that I would want to consider what goes on there anything that represents us at all, but if we're going to be lumped in together with them, then yeah, it was a bad look. And maybe that's why some of those folks are starting to branch out and find their way into 24/7, like Travis and Toby and a few others.
Wait, who couldn't tell what a triangle is?
I think it was Beasticles.
A flat earther.
Yeah, and he's now considered one of their top guys to explain this so-called flat Earth proof. I just don't get it. Like, the more I look at it, every time I check in with them to see what they're doing, they're on like update number 2321. We've moved the goalpost again. We've changed our approach. Here it is. And every time they present it, somebody messes up, somebody explains something differently or contradicts somebody else. I just don't understand. I don't understand why they're clinging to this and why they're trying to rescue it so terribly. And if there's something that I'm coming to the conclusion of that I haven't really spoken about publicly, it's that I think that they used artificial intelligence to gin up this so-called proof in the first place. Because the kind of mistakes that they are making are not the kind of mistakes of logic that regular human beings would make even at their worst. AI, for all of its wonderful benefits, makes some very interesting mistakes, the kind of mistakes that no human would make, if that makes any sense. So I'm looking at their rapid iteration after iteration of improvement. I'm looking at now that they found, they ditched what was I originally called it the Heffron correction. And now they're going with like some strange interpretation of atmospheric refraction as a flat Earth proof. And none of them have been able to describe how they derived that. It just reeks of somebody asking AI to take a look at this old Heffron coefficient. If you're familiar with it, I can get into that later if not. And find something more empirical or analogous in the real world, and then boom, AI would spit out this G.G. Bennett refraction correction method. And they're like, yeah, okay, let's tweak it here and go with that. Because nothing about their research demonstrates that anybody had derived this themselves. It's kind of like cheating, kind of like plagiarism in academia. And so they're applying all these things that it seems to me, and this might be exactly what happened, that AI had come up with. And their over-reliance on it is creating all these issues. Like, for example, ray parallelism on flat Earth. These are guys that have been in the discussion for so long and understand the simple arguments of celestial navigation, of elevation angles. They've been around long enough to know that Eratosthenes is based off of presuppositional arguments where they affirm the consequent, where he affirms the consequent. Eratosthenes basically said, I have to assume parallel rays if the Earth is curving, and if I do, and I measure the sun this way, then I can calculate the circumference of the Earth. So, in their mistake, their conclusion, which they don't really like to talk about since it's been pointed out to them, their conclusion is ray parallelism on a flat Earth, which is not empirical and is even geometrically illogical. Like, this is something an AI would come up with to try and preserve some semblance of the globe cosmology and shoehorn a flat Earth into it. That's not the kind of mistakes that I would expect out of the caliber of some of these folks. So I think, they probably had a slip of the mind, absence of mind, over relied on AI to do some heavy lifting for them, and trusted the consequence of AI and did not really critically examine what was presented. To me, I mean, besides the whole thing just being done synthetically on Stellarium, treating Stellarium as a flat Earth simulator, which is a terrible thing to do in the first place. No real world observations, folks. And besides hijacking globe calculated distances and then assuming they're flat distances, their conclusion ultimately is that the stars are producing parallel rays to a flat Earth. That's how all their corrections conclude. And it's the most asinine thing. And they're all defending it. They are all defending it, calling it the #1 flat Earth proof. And when I heard Whitsitt defend this against Jaron a few weeks ago when the two of them had their debate, I heard Whitsitt early on in the debate rightfully conclude that celestial navigation is unreliable under 15 degrees in elevation due to the K factor, due to the presence of temperature and pressure differences that are smashed into a very narrow field of view above the horizon, which can cause things to optically distort and you not to obtain correct reckoning. And then he later in that same debate said, oh yeah, this celestial theodolite proof where mountain peaks are measured with an elevation angle of 2 degrees or less is totally reliable, and reliable enough to conclude and differentiate a flat from a globe Earth at a 50-kilometer distance. Like, that is so, like, how can you not have the presence of mind to hear your own contradiction? Like, what is going on? You just told Jaron 20 minutes ago that you cannot trust celestial navigation under 15 degrees due to these K factors. But man, when it comes to the celestial theodolite that the Earth Awakening's Ether Cause crew that they are putting out there, you can totally trust, in some cases, half a degree elevation angle measurements above the horizon. I'm like, guys, what are you freaking doing? Anyway, I could rant about this a lot because it's been kind of simmering in the background. They first asked me to review some of the work by Dr. Heffron, who came up with this method in February, and I gave them exactly the same critiques I'm giving you now. They just basically gave me the finger and went forward with it anyway. Now they're stumbling and bumbling, doing good marketing, but bad logic. No, but the passion that they have behind this, the energy and effort and time, like, I just don't know. It just seems so bizarre. Yep. So I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Like, it's just not it's not a real world observation to begin with, and it's a total ad hoc simulated FE proof with conclusions that are geometrically irrational in the end. Like, why? What is useful? What is worth saving about any of this?
Well, they might just not understand where you were coming from, is my best guess. Which is why.
Well, I'm not the only one telling them this now, though, John. That's the other thing.
Well, if they don't understand it, it doesn't matter who tells them. They're still going to be coming from a place of a lack of understanding. So, yeah, it's.
I mean, they turn it around and say, "No, you guys don't understand it," and then they proceed contradicting themselves.
Yeah, I mean, did you listen to it live, or you just listen to like a recording?
Oh, I've done both. Like, I've been so involved in this behind the scenes.
You should have hopped in there.
I know. I'd been tempted to off and on, but I mean, they already hate my guts over this. I actually decided to take an academic route And I wrote a paper. I put a lot of thought into it. It took me a couple months, and I actually repurposed some things from another paper I was working on. And, I was polite enough. I didn't name Dr. Heffron by name because this thing was going to totally blow his reputation to bits. And I respect him as a professional, and I referenced the work. I was very careful to cite everything. And I wrote it, and I actually had what I would call like a draft copy that was maybe about 50% of the full version. And I sent that over to those folks. And I said, hey, guys, I intend to put this out in a much improved version of it at that, providing this to you guys as commentary. And let's, handle this like adults behind the scenes and then just discuss this. They ended up taking it in good faith that we would be doing that and then openly publishing the draft, and then started commenting on the draft online, like on a website, and didn't even address the key points of the draft. They instead went after so apparently I was out of date with how I was representing the Heffron method, that they had their third or fifth or 12th update to the process, their 12th goalpost moving mechanism up to that point that I was unaware of, which was, by the way, irrelevant because it produces the same observations in a simulated environment anyway. But I mean, they tried to diminish the force of my effort by calling out things like this that were actually inconsequential, but to an unknowing audience would make it seem as though I was wrong, right? And I was really dishonest of them. And then so like a day or two later, I'm like, screw this. And then I released the full version and sent it out to all the anti-flat earthers, actually. So yep. Let them do the work for me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So they kind of pissed you off a bit.
Yep.
Rightfully so. Yep. Yeah.
Rightfully so, right? And by that time, I mean, this is like maybe June, right? I'd had discussions with them behind closed doors in February a bunch of times in March and April. So yeah, my intent was for this to be handled kind of like at a higher level, with academic rigor. But they decided to take it and crap all over it. So I'm like, all right, fine, here you go. They've since updated their method, even since that paper went out in June. So basically, the original thesis was actually so bold and actually kind of dumb as to suggest that all optics have some kind of offset, allowing you to perceive a globe when one doesn't exist is kind of the conclusion, except they don't want to word it that way. Heffron initially said that his theodolite that he initially used from his backyard to make one observation, now they've got like 45, but they're all done in Stellarium now. He said that his optic on his theodolite produced this offset. And then he said, actually, all optics do this. And then they jumped ship from that and said, no, it's not the device. It must be a feature of nature. And now they're selectively applying this hacked up version of astronomical refraction. And you're a flat earther? I mean, the other thing is they apply this, what's called the G.G. Bennett astronomical refraction correction. They apply it to the top of a mountain point in a simulated environment, looking outward, right? As if you're going to have a lot of astronomical refraction at 10,000 feet. But then they don't apply it at the surface of the ground.
Yeah. Sounds like they're just
so
rushing.
Much. Yeah, exactly. They are rushing. I do sense now an over-reliance potentially. I don't know for sure, but it looks like an over-reliance on artificial intelligence. They trusted it too much. Because these kinds of mistakes are not... Like when a human makes a mistake, you can kind of trace the faulty logic and understand it, because you understand other human beings and you've made similar mistakes yourself. With an AI, it's not so obvious how they're making mistakes. For them, it could be totally irrational and might be based off of a weighted semantics choice and a freaking weighted average index spreadsheet behind the scenes that, of course, you don't have any access to seeing.
Yep. I've always, ever since this thing has come out, I've been against it. It's overuse for that reason. You know, the over reliance on it could get you caught in some traps when you're assuming that it's fail proof in the wrong scenarios. And then you wind up getting caught looking like a fool for relying on it too much. In a situation where you should be dotting all your I's and crossing your T's personally. Yeah, for sure.
Like Helio's comment. Yeah, he's like, sounds like Einstein when he found out that the Earth isn't moving and said, F it, let's just move forward anyway. Right, ring, ring, ring. Hey, Henrik, my buddy Henrik, Dr. Lorentz, what's up, man? Hey, about your mathematics. Can we borrow this idea that space-time can contract, you know, and yeah, we'll just go with that. Thanks, Doc. Right, the whole thing is just ad hoc together. It's like the biggest ball of crap I've ever seen, just like relativity. There's actually more to relativity than this, honestly. Like I would at this point almost accept that facets of relativity are true more than there is in ether. You know, it's like put a gun to my head and ask me which one I would rather accept, even though there isn't any scientific evidence of either. I mean, I might actually prefer leaning into Einstein a little bit more, to be frank. But that's just a personal preference and has no bearing on anything. And it's anyway. Yeah, it's a weird state of affairs right now with our community. It is kind of like schismed, divided in so many different ways. You know, for all of their faults over an FED with Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley's approaches and demeanor, they were right to call out some of these flat earthers. They were right to call out that they seem to be more interested in selling a new cosmology along with printed t-shirts, branding and mugs and other things than they were in just being an information kiosk to the world as a beacon of truth. And I think that is absolutely what happened here. I mean, the Ether Cosmology people are actually selling numbered memberships. You can buy a lifetime membership and you'll get like a hat and some swag and you'll get a number, and they post it on their website. Yeah, thank you, Helio. Man, I hope someday you can get more airtime with us. I know your life is busy and you got other priorities. Thank you, Helio. Shout out to you for being behind the scenes and keeping these live streams going, recording and backing up every word we say. You know, and maybe a united community is not the best thing for us either, because it creates a single point of failure. If all of us believed in exactly the same thing, then we create a single point of vulnerability for that one thing to be wrong, and our entire credibility goes out the window. So one thing I really enjoyed about 24/7 versus other communities is we encourage other people to stand on their own 2 feet and not speak for others. This was something I first noticed like 4 years ago when I came into this. At that time, there was a greater emphasis on speaking for yourself and not speaking for others. And I remember some of the Golds getting upset at me when I did attempt to speak for them, even though I may have been representing their opinions correctly. The very act of speaking for somebody else diminishes the ability for them to speak the truth the way that they understand it and can articulate it. And they might have a different nuance, different spin on it than you. And you might be depriving somebody of hearing that if you take away their ability to speak, even if you aren't in agreement. So one thing I do cherish and want to continue doing is advancing this part of our culture in 24/7 is we speak for ourselves. This also sidesteps any accusations of us being called a cult or anything like that.
Hello.
Hello. It's Julio. What's up, man?
Man, how you doing? I haven't been busy doing nothing, man. I was just listening. And it's mostly, I don't know, I'm just not, as far as getting on air, you guys do it so much better than I could ever, and pretty much got it all covered. I'm kind of, but I do want to come in and say hi. I got some good ideas. I listen a lot. And so it's like I have to be right there on the moment to be spontaneous. I don't know. But I do love the work that you've been doing. You've helped me understand that you and Indio and everybody helps where the globe came from. You know what I mean? With the polar coordinate system and the sun's path in that, how it was created. And to me, it's not, it's complete in their mind, especially like in the southern regions. I'm not convinced that they got all that figured out. But they're supposed to on their globe, but still no curve.
Yeah, man. It's been a big eye opener for me too. Like I feel like we've cracked it. We've finally cracked it how they did it and what's going on geometrically, philosophically, historically. We've got this covered now. It used to not be so clear and obvious a few years ago.
Yes, I've been responding to a couple of Facebook groups and stuff, and I'm not going to sit and argue with them. So if they ask, if they're saying something, asking a regular question, I try to give them a decent answer. You know, not but they'll still be like, "Oh, you're just a troll stuff." And never, you know. I just don't want to respond. I don't want to sit and argue in text. If you need more understanding, we got the info.
I hear you.
Facebook, man, those Facebook people are whoa. Looks like a lot of them are back like 2015 kind of era. Like,
It's
wow,
bad.
that's stupid.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
First time to hear your voice, Helio. Nice meeting you.
Hey, how you doing, man? I used to come on a lot more when I drank a lot more, which is I don't drink anymore, so.
That would help. That would help.
It's so good to
Yeah,
hear.
so
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I drink a lot. Probably not good, but yeah.
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 I'm pretty sure I'd never do it again, so.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, I thought I was getting pretty close to death, I think, so.
Wow.
That was bad.
Wow.
But that's shoot. Over a year and a half, so.
Year and a half. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm still recovering though, really. I mean, as far as physically. Yeah,
Oh,
as
yeah.
far as like struggling with the alcohol, I don't even want it. But I appreciate what you guys are doing, man. This is getting great. I like doing the producing in the background, keeping track of what's going on. So
Good on you, Helio. Good on you, man. Thanks for miking up. I was working,
man,
so I'm just listening myself right now.
Hey, man, good to see you.
Yeah, well, yeah. Congrats on your sobriety, brother. That's
Yeah,
great.
man.
If it was a problem, and you put it behind you, that's always a good thing.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, yeah, man. Good on you for that. I love beer, but I don't drink myself anymore. Not much, anyway. What if I could? But the wife is forced to be reckoned with, so I pick
I
and choose
got
my
you.
battles. Yeah, man.
Yep, I got you.
Keep it going.
Sweet. Yeah, man, I'm hoping. I know to some people that see what we're doing, it seems like it's a small thing, but the reason that we have such a tight and small following is because we are the hub for the truth of what this place is. We really, really want to find out, or at least not be fed with lines of bullshit and go into speculation for hours and hours on end. So this is that's what this place is for, and people that like that like coming here, so
I suspect you're also more popular than we know. And we're probably more popular than they know because they've shadow banned us and censored us so
Yeah.
much. They don't even know our growth numbers.
yeah I try to put our videos and clips and information out there to all the different platforms, and I know everybody else does too, so continue to do that, guys. Share it around more. We're on Rumble, X. Shoot.
Yeah, this content isn't just for the moment,
YouTube.
right? Like this is going to be out there forever. And 10 years from now, people might be digging up conversations from today and getting value out of it. And that's what we want.
That's right. Yeah, I like that it's a lot tighter ship than it was when we first started.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is awesome,
It's
though.
also good to highlight. Yeah, what's also good to highlight amongst the group is like if you're on here talking, if you're on Discord, then you're able to just pop into YouTube real quick, like the stream, leave a comment. You know what I mean? This way, it just boosts it in the algorithm. Try and get past the shadow ban if you can, because
Yeah, please do that.
It does
Yeah.
something. It does something when you like the streams.
Even if you go back, and especially if you go back and on some of the old videos that nobody rewatches for 12-hour videos, but if you just go back and put a comment on any videos, just take some time, go click on a few videos, put comments under the videos. That can help too. Right. Also, listen to some of it just while you're putting the comment. Sorry.
Yeah, New
I didn't have to
Perspective
say
is
a lot. I just
constantly
thought
like watching. I think he's watching a lot of your stuff at 2 times speed or 3 times speed, and then just finding the gems in some of the old stuff, and then like clipping it and all that. I know there's several people doing that too, which is that's good stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. Whenever he puts a new video out, I share it on X too, so that goes out. So yeah, thanks to New Perspective for doing that. He's got some great stuff.
Yep, shout out to him. We're kind of like weaponizing the enemy's control system, as folks like Alex Jones would say, right? I mean, it's true. We are in there. We are all over the internet like a cancer to the lies, and we're spreading. When AI, it's wonderful. And when AI gets mature and is able to very easily identify voices and timestamp them, we'll be able to go back through 10 years of content now and organize it.
That's true. I didn't necessarily think about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I like to think too, like what you mentioned earlier, we've sharpened our sword so much. We've got it freaking figured out. We understand how the globe came to be. And that's one of the most powerful things that we have going for us. We understand how it was made. And
it's like who did they accidentally do this, or somebody knows?
Somebody knows. You're right.
I don't care who, but it's just like, so they did create the globe that way, but who knows? And like they always ask, if you're going to go explore, this is something I say, it's like the Antarctica thing kills me, or wherever you want to go. If you're going to try to go somewhere that the sun doesn't go, you're going to have a big problem. So where are you going to go? I mean, where the fuck are you going to go?
That's right. Like if the sun just doesn't go somewhere and the Earth still goes, I mean,
what are you going to do?
Just, whoa, right? What could be out there?
Think about that. They're like, go where? Where the sun isn't? Is that where you're talking about going? I'm not going there. Unless I know that somebody's been there and like, it's away. Maybe not even then, They're full of shit.
Right.
Who knows, man? But yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you,
I just wanted
Helio.
to pop on and say hi. I know I've been saying I'll do it, but
yeah, thanks, Helio.
Helio, you knew me when I went by Amish, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That started off as a joke and it stuck, and I almost hated it.
Yeah, that was.
And Helio, a lot of respect for stopping drinking. I know how difficult that is, and it requires a lot of strength. Because my problem is smoking, so I'm struggling also to stop smoking. So that requires a lot of strength. That you made
Stop every night, right? Hey.
Yeah, when I go to sleep.
Okay. Nice meeting you.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Yeah, back at you, Berserk.
Thanks, brother.
I was listening yesterday, and somebody said something about a Southern, Southern talk or something class going on. I was like, man, I could think of a bunch of people who could be in that class.
Yeah, right.
Teaching English. They wanted to learn about the Southern accent.
When I first heard that was going on, I said, which one?
Yeah, I was like, I think of 100 people. What about Dave Hinkle? Put him in there. Flats.
I went in there. It was hilarious. I went in there.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly. I went in there and it was some girl who didn't have a Southern accent at all, and she was teaching people that had like barely any English, and she was like trying to do her best Southern accent, and it's like, all right now, y'all, and then it would be some like Pakistani guy would be like, all right then, all, and what does that mean? Like, it was the craziest. It was a good laugh, actually. I went in for like 10 minutes.
I need to know when they're doing it again. I'll go in.
Yeah.
I'll teach them about the Southern accent. Yeah.
Remember when Borat went to Texas?
Yeah.
You guys seen that Borat movie, right? Come on. He puts on the cowboy hat and sings that song.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. That'll be a blast, man, going there and talk to this guy.
We could host our own one.
I really do up my Arkansas.
Practice your Southern accent with flat earthers.
With genuine Southerners. We're genuine.
In Alabama and lost it all.
I could teach them the Alabama accent.
Pennsylvania.
I don't know. I might have to have Dave in for the Kentucky. He's just too. I don't know.
He's Appalachian through and through, man. He sounds like my grandma from Kentucky.
Yeah. I can do that.
He's long past, though, but yeah. Pennsylvania. You're right, John. We got, up here in Pennsylvania, we got our own strain of redneck. It's great.
Yeah, I was originally from Ohio, but I moved here when I was pretty young in Arkansas.
Yeah, Ohio down south especially.
Yeah, well, I was in like Warren, like south of Cleveland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was like Bikertown area, and my mom got us out of there. Came to Arkansas. It's my grandpa was in the retired Air Force, so that's why we came here.
Yeah, that'll do it. Resettlement from the military.
Yeah. Oh, he wasn't no fun, but didn't really have no. Anyway. But yeah, I'd like to be in that class. That'd be fun. Do a southern drawl and try to get them to do it back. Oh man, that'd be funny. No.
Yeah, suddenly I remember like Jeff Foxworthy and used to do such fun bits with the southern accent.
Definitely can get on the next one. But yeah, I'm not going to stay on long. I just wanted to come in and say
You
hi.
retard.
Well, that's what I like. I'm not going to attempt to do somebody else's. I haven't even learned a second language, and I know a little bit of Spanish, like for in the restaurant, and I will say gracias sometimes. You know, most of the time I don't even bother with it. Try to do it unless I have to. So, congratulations to everyone that's trying to learn English, because I can imagine that's a task.
When we think about like
Well, I'm
all
gonna
the
get back
people
off
in
here.
India that speak it as a second language, that's like 1 billion English speakers. It's more than like
I know.
Westerners.
I know there's more English speakers than there are in America, for sure. Well, they just learn it alongside the other one, so it's totally different than what we do here.
Yeah.
Unless you're in California, but you don't even do it there. It's like half of the Mexican roots there. Half those guys don't even know Spanish anymore. So
That's a good point.
But
Yeah, back to Flat Earth, folks. Hello. Welcome to the Flat Earth Pentagon.
yeah, the best place on earth to talk about Earth.
That's correct. But real quick on that same little subject there, you ever hear that comedian Quinn Dale?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was doing a sketch, and he asked the audience member, he's like, "So what do you do for a living?" And he's like, "I'm retarded." He's like, "What?" For a minute there, I thought you said you were mentally handicapped, sir. He's like, I need a redneck translator.
That's funny. I like Quinn Daly's funny, man. Yeah, I listen to a lot of comedy stuff. Well, I'll let you guys get back at it. Just want to say hi and thanks, guys, for everything you're doing. Keep doing it. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
All right,
Appreciate it, Helio. Thanks for coming in. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, you guys too.
And yeah, appreciate the awesome consistency with the live stream. That's a gold mine. I plan on making a YouTube channel at some stage once I get ahead with my main work, and making a bunch of like basic tutorial videos and things like that. And then I'll probably go through all the live streams and like clip out really good sections, and add them into my videos and things like that as well. So
Okay,
yeah, it's a gold mine there. Looking forward to it and appreciate all you do.
Man, no problem. It's my pleasure, man. I appreciate all you guys do. It's like you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, and you guys just create the content and I'll record it.
Awesome.
But yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. Just let me know if.
See you, man.
What's that?
Helio, yeah. Do you ever get any issues with like them like striking your videos for TOS or anything like that?
Not
Copyright?
lately.
Yeah.
Not lately. For the most part, there's not like a lot of time now where there was before, where there were people talking about stuff they shouldn't be talking about online. So we got that pretty much under control for the most part. So I think that's probably why that part hasn't been messed with. And we've also tightened up since that debacle with you know who, I don't even want to say his freaking name because he's so dumb, for the other channel. Then that whole thing.
Yeah.
We know what to do in that case. And so as far as the YouTube channel goes, so far nothing. They're saying everything's great. Just chugging along, man, like a freight train.
Awesome. Yeah, I feel like the censorship and stuff is slowly getting a little bit more relaxed when it comes to the algorithm. Like now when I type in flat earth videos, like they come up like, you know, and lower down there'll be some of the bullshit videos, you know, propaganda, but you know, it seems like it's improving.
Yeah.
Awesome. Anyway, I'll let you go. Appreciate you.
All right, brother.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Later.
Nice to see you.
Berserker, did you put together a better GIF for the observation?
Do you mean the one I just posted a couple of minutes ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why. This is the same GIF, but the last time it was not working. Even for me, I thought maybe it's because of my internet. So wasn't it working for you too?
I just thought it was shorter, but
Yeah. I
this one's good.
made another one. Yeah, I made another one. Yeah.
Yeah, this is good. I'll save this one.
Yeah. Please do it.
Awesome.
I also save the content of other flat earthers when I see it could be useful for the future. Yeah.
I'll send you a link to my little server that I've got where I have like a lot of the observations and information and things like that stored there. So you can go there, you can find all the GIFs and videos for the long distance observations and citations and all sorts of
Yeah, I would be happy if you would do. I would be happy if you would do that, and I would also make new GIFs and put them because I
that'd be
have
awesome.
good software. Yeah.
It's like a library, like, you know, if you're in a debate and you need to find out some information, you can go in there and just type whatever into the search and it'll come up, like, you know, if it's about anything in particular, and then there's a section called long distance observations and it's got all the different black swans and different observations.
Yeah, that would be a great idea. Please do it. Send me, DM me, and yeah. And I don't know, what do I have to do? Do I have to subscribe or just when you?
No.
Or just when I have the link,
just join it.
Okay.
Just join it. It's one second.
I got it.
Awesome.
So when are you presenting the proof of this? I'm curious.
Yeah, so Alex, welcome.
Proof.
Nice to meet you, gentlemen.
Well, the name of the event, Sporadic, is We Have Proof of Flat Earth, so I'm guessing that's what he's
I gotcha. Okay, I'm calibrated. Yep, sorry for the confusion.
No worries. I should have clarified myself.
Yeah, so have you looked into the topic before, or like, do you know what we're talking about when we say flat Earth?
Surface level stuff, but it's my understanding that that the Earth is round, so I'm curious to see what information you have. I'm open-minded.
Cool. Yeah, well, basically, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? Flat not being a shape. When we're talking about flat, we mean that the majority of the surface area of Earth is covered in water, right? And if the Earth was a globe, the surface of the water would have to curve at a specific rate, right? Based off the size that they tell us the globe is. Now, when we go out and we test for the curvature, test for the geometric horizon, we just detect flat from point A to point B over vast distances where there would have to be a specific amount of curvature over that distance, like hundreds of feet. So we've got a series of long distance observations, laser tests, microwave tests, infrared photography, all sorts of different tests have been done over the years, like thousands of them actually. Zero curvature detected at all here on the Earth. So that's kind of where we're coming from, right? So challenging the globe more so than claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? So
DJ, it might also be worth providing some disclaimers and context too, right? Our community, 24/7 Flat Earth, we've been around about 10 years. And we are just regular people, but we looked into the globe. We understand how it was made, which means the history, philosophy, and mathematics and everything that goes into it. We're not flat earthers because of conspiracy theory. And we're also not the Flat Earth Society. So the kind of discussion you're going to get with us is not what you're going to find on TikTok or Facebook or X.
Very good. Yeah, I don't think I've met any in-person flat earthers. It's something I've mostly seen online, right? So I've never known if it's no judging, but basically I don't know if it's satire or if it's legitimate. But I know there's people out there who genuinely do feel that way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when I was that way and looking into this, I thought the same thing. And I didn't know about this community. Like on the surface, when you find all that TikTok and X and Twitter content or Facebook content, it looks like a gigantic, stupid freaking troll. Like okay, the Flat Earth Society, they're joking around. They're a bunch of globers, and they're just playing with the idea that it's really hard to prove that Earth is a globe, and they're running people through the ringer on that point. And that's definitely not us. But I mean, it's easy to come off with that opinion. I got you there.
Yeah, I mean, what would be the benefit in every country who does satellite imaging? What benefit do they have in fabricating that the Earth is a sphere? It's
I don't
contrary
think
to
that there's
flat.
a conspiracy with that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I do understand satellite technology to an extent. I mean, what they are doing is they're taking images from a high altitude platform and they are wrapping it around a basketball like wrapping paper.
So in other words, it's the pictures aren't false, but it's how they're putting it together.
Exactly.
Or how they're presenting
right. And
it.
they believe Earth is a globe and they're justified in doing this. So it's not like they're trying to hide flat Earth. They're like, look, we know Earth is a globe. We're going to take these pictures and we're going to wrap it around something that they call a datum. It's a point of reference. In this case, they call it like a reference ellipsoid. So it's basically like taking a 3D texture of a ball and applying a texture map to it. That's all they're doing. And they don't think they're part of some conspiracy theory. They're just doing their job. They're just doing what they understand the Earth to be. So when we get into this discussion, it goes back about 2,500 years to the origin of the problem. Yeah, this is a big problem. It goes back several thousand years. It's a big misunderstanding. I mean, I kind of look at it, I can't speak for everyone, but I look at this as like a big urban myth. Like the globe is a freaking urban myth. It's a legend. It's something that everybody kind of accepts as true. Nobody's really looked into or questioned it. And everybody's taking scientific data and instrumentation and shoehorning it into it. Now, there are some people potentially at the top who really know what's going on and whatever, but to me, they're not important.
Yeah. So it's,
I mean,
I guess
yeah,
it's mostly just like a misinterpretation of the way that the images are being distributed rather than, like, the images are there, it's on a globe, right? It's,
precisely, yeah.
but
it's an
they're not
interpretation.
specifically saying, hey, the Earth is a sphere. That's just how they're showing it to us, but people misinterpret the picture being on a globe and saying, look, the Earth is a globe, rather than them saying, oh, it's a picture of a flat Earth posted onto a globe, or something that's spherical shaped, essentially.
Yeah. So when I hear the word globe, I hear coordinate reference system, a spherical coordinate reference system. I don't hear the Earth itself, because really that's what the globe is. The globe is a spherical coordinate reference system that was developed based off of how human beings perceive the sky to work and think about it. And with that in mind, it's a choice, and it's a construction and an interpretation. It's arbitrary.
Mm-hmm.
This goes back to the ancient Greeks. There are other ways to conceive of the celestial lights that you see above your head, including the sun and the moon. And you don't have to interpret them as a celestial sphere, which is funny, right? Because even in like the Big Bang heliocentric globe cosmology, the celestial sphere is just a concept too, right? Like nobody who believes in the Big Bang and evolution and all that really believes that the sky's like some firmament over a globe in the center of the universe that just rotates. The celestial sphere is just a convention. It's a way that people on Earth do astronomy. They take elevation angles to the stars and note their time and position and carry on with their life.
You bring up the sun, so I mean, if the planet, we won't say the globe, but the planet is flat, wouldn't the sun hit everyone somewhat equally? I mean, there would still be a little bit of a slope, I assume. But I mean, wouldn't it hit everybody the same? Why is it daytime here but nighttime in China, for example?
Right.
Or it's morning somewhere else.
There might be a misconception we have to clear up, and maybe this is going to be a big, deep thought for you, so prepare for this. It might blow your mind. If not you, then maybe somebody who's listening. Flat Earth is the floor of the universe. Flat Earth is not a flat planet in outer space.
And also, you're probably thinking of like the sun within the heliocentric model, like the sun's 93 million miles away and gigantic, blah, 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 you know, a big ball of gas in a plasma, you know, in a vacuum, essentially. So, I mean, what is the sun, right? So, like the flat Earth system that we're talking about, it's not really compatible with the heliocentric model. We're not claiming the sun is, you know, a big giant ball of gas in a vacuum 93 million miles away. If that were the case, I get your argument where, you know, the whole Earth would be lit at once, but that's not the case, right? We would sort of go along the lines of saying we don't exactly know everything about the sky, you know, about the sun, moon, planets, and stars. You know, we see them cycle, and we see the sun and the moon appear approximately the same size in the sky, and they appear to us, from our perspective, much smaller than the Earth.
I guess my follow-up to that would be the sun that we are studying, you know, assuming that the research we're given is legit and whatnot, right? Not fabricated, but whenever we do research on the sun and we can see, okay, the sun that is 90 million miles away, it's having a solar flare, it affects our whatever it is, our telecommunications or any sort of radio devices, right? Kind of acts a little finicky when there's solar flares or whenever the sun has a little bit of a hiccup, right? So if we're studying the thing that's 90 miles away, that, hey, something happens here and then it affects us here on Earth,
correlation.
then wouldn't that mean that that is the sun that is giving us light? Essentially, that's our sun.
Yeah, man. I consider the sun an aerial phenomenon. And listen, I study a lot. I study space weather, right? And I understand the globe and the heliocentric concept and everything, but I just reinterpret it with my own understanding of what this world actually is. The data is the same. You just got to basically scale the coordinate system differently. That's right. You can keep all this. We can keep everything we do when we study the sun in heliophysics. We can keep that. Now we can interrogate the source of the data being from where it really is, like the Parker Solar Probe and stuff. We can talk about that. But the data that it sends back can be easily accepted on a flat Earth, just with a different coordinate system applied. Like, what is an astronomical unit? Have you heard of the cosmic distance ladder? Do you understand that idea?
No, I can't say I do.
So the cosmic distance ladder is how human beings within this prevailing cosmology we have today have calculated the distances and sizes of objects and even assigned mass properties to them. So they're basically, in essence, to go through this really quickly and grotesquely, is we assume that Earth is a globe and that Venus is also a planet like Earth of similar dimension at a specific distance based off of its angular size and movement, with the acceptance that it is of a similar size to Earth in the first place. When it eclipses the sun, we deduce how big the sun is and how far away it is based off of the relative angular size and motion of Venus against the sun. When we look at the sun and go further, when we look at all the planets, we start further deducing their sizes, their relative distances, mass, and everything else, and we keep going. And we pack all of this into a chosen coordinate reference system. One of them, which is in use today, is the Copernican system, essentially. You know, you put the sun in the middle of the solar system and planets, including Earth, rotate around it. But there are other coordinate systems you can use, right? Not just the Copernicus Keplerian one, but you can go with Tycho Brahe and the Neo-Tychonian system that he developed, which is actually favored amongst some prominent astrophysicists today, which puts the Earth in the center. You can go with the Ptolemaic system with his epicycles, explaining how the planets are perceived to do these loop-de-loops in the sky over long periods of time. There are actually many, many others that you can go with, and these are all interpretations. And I'm glad you brought that word up in the first place a while ago. It's an interpretation, and it's also a philosophy. In the field of astrophysics, they've assigned a heliocentric cosmology philosophically, arbitrarily, due to their own philosophical preference. And they claim it's an act of humility to put the sun in the center instead of the Earth, because why would we be important? How could we think so highly of ourselves as to be the center of creation when we could put something else in the center instead? Now, what's funny is all of these actually presuppose that the globe is true. But what if the globe isn't true? There are other alternate ways to interpret the heavenly motions that don't rely on there being a solar system, whether it's solar-centric or Earth-centric, or even lunar-centric. Yes, there are lunar-centric models for the solar system. that hold truth? What if instead Earth is the floor to the entire universe, and these lights are luminaries doing what they're seen to be doing overhead and oscillating in their ways and their periodicity? Their sizes are up for debate. Their masses are up to debate. What's not really up to debate is what we can observe, whether it's with our own eyes or through spectroscopy equipment and the interpretation that goes along with that, I guess. But even if we could accept spectroscopy, stellar spectroscopy, it still doesn't prove that these things validate a heliocentric cosmology with Earth as a globular planet that orbits the sun. You can still accept all of stellar spectroscopy and reinterpret it through a coordinate transformation, through a reapplication of mass that you assign to different stellar bodies, and through the assumption that Earth is as flat as we see it to be and measure it to be. And so that's why we like to bring the conversation down to Earth. So listen, if we measure Earth to be flat, and we've got thousands and thousands of proofs of this, then what does that mean for the cosmic distance ladder? Just to bring it back to what I opened with, what does it mean to what the astronomical unit is, which is the claimed distance of the sun being 93 million miles is one astronomical unit? What if that's really not the case? You can reinterpret what you see with the same equipment that we have, that NASA uses today, NOAA, USGS, and everybody else uses today, and you could put it into a different framework and it holds validity. And you can assign different mass values to these things, and you can keep everything else that you have observed about them to be true. Sorry for the long ramble. My time is limited, so.
No, you're good. That was pretty informative, and one of the things that stuck out, about how we're not the center of the universe, right? We're not.
We're the floor.
Yeah, we're the floor. So, I mean, how does that, if we're not really circling around anything, we don't have that, with Flat Earth, are you assuming that we are just static on the floor? We're not really, orbiting anything. How would that explain the change of climate?
Yeah, the change of climate's due to the sun's relative location to the territory of the Earth below. So the sun will heat up over periods of time, different sections of the Earth below, for longer and for shorter durations over the course of a year. And that gives rise to different climate zones.
But wouldn't we all experience the same climate if we're all on the same plane?
I mean, no, because I can tell you that when in the wintertime comes from where I live, the sun is in lower elevation. The amount of energy that it imparts to the earth in my location is less than it is in the summer. And so plants don't grow as much and crop yields start to wither.
Right, but my thing is where in one, I forget where it is. Maybe you can remind me, but in some cases, like where it's summer in California, for example, it may be winter in some other part of the world, right? How
That's what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Can you clarify that one more time again?
So we observe the sun going through what's called a tropical cycle. Okay, so the sun wanders between the tropics, the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer in the sky. If you're a northern supremacist, as I am, I live in North America, so I've got a North American, northern hemispheric bias towards this, right? The Tropic of Cancer is about 23 degrees north of the celestial equator. And when the sun is in this zone north of the celestial equator, then it is imparting more energy into these regions that are exposed to it more than in the south. Now, when the sun wanders past the celestial equator during the equinox and goes to the Tropic of Capricorn, it's exposing areas to that part of the Earth, whatever Earth is, It's not a globe because we measured it such. Whatever parts of the Earth that it's exposed to then get all the warmth and energy that it imparts to that. And meanwhile, where I'm at in the north gets freezing cold. And that's just how it is. So the sun does this wandering between the tropics, 23.4 degrees north and then 23.4 degrees south of the celestial equator every year.
And I mean, I'm sure you heard this question before, but if it is flat, where's the edge?
I don't think
Right.
there's an edge. I really don't. I mean, if there is, maybe it's a wall or maybe it goes on forever, which I don't necessarily think, but there could be some, who knows? It's almost like the same question you can ask under the heliocentric Big Bang cosmology, right? Where's the edge of the universe? So in the Big Bang, the edge of the universe is like 84 quadrillion light years away from us. And the universe itself is expanding in all directions because the actual topology of the heliocentric Big Bang universe could be like in hyperdimensional geometry. It could be a hypersphere, a hypertorus, a hyper freaking potato chip shape. Nobody really knows. The current ongoing theory is actually the topology is flat. Yeah, for the universe, but
the only argument against that is we don't have the technology to travel the universe, right? But we do have technology to travel the Earth.
I
So
don't
if
think
we
so.
do have
I don't think
jets,
so.
planes, spaceships,
I don't think we can go as far as we think we can. That's kind of where that goes, my friend. I don't think we have satellites that work the way that you think they do, but I think we do have satellites.
But if I were to hop on a plane and go to, let's say, you know, if I'm in the U.S. and I want to go to Russia, for example, or Hawaii, I could fly straight enough forward, given, you know, I can refuel as many times as I have to get to what would be considered an edge, right? But with the way it works now is if you do go straight indefinitely, you will eventually end up right back where you started.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to say something wild. I don't necessarily believe it's true. But what if you could go back to where you started in a straight line without curving over anything? You can actually invoke Einstein's relativity and make it true.
Has it been tested that way before?
I don't know for sure, but there are claims of circumnavigation. And even those are subject to debate. I'm not saying that this is the case, but I'm saying that I know that when they circumnavigate, that they're actually invoking a spherical coordinate reference system, like I said, which would force them to turn in a certain dimension. Whether that dimension's in 3 or 4 spatial dimensions is up for debate.
Also, just to point something out, right? No one's ever just kept going in a straight line and come back to where they started, right? People have circumnavigated the Earth like east to west, but no one's ever gone in a straight line, right? East and west are not straight lines, by the way. They're
correct.
Circles around a north point. So countless people have circumnavigated the Earth east to west, right? That would work just fine on a flat surface. But no one's ever actually gone north or south, right, and come back around the other side. But yeah, like literally no one's ever I think it's impossible for someone to just keep going in a straight line, whether it be a boat or a plane or anything like that, indefinitely and come back to where they started. Well, not indefinitely, but, you know, that vast distance, because we have ocean currents, we have winds, we have all sorts of issues with that. And also, you know, just navigation issues, legal issues.
That's a big one. So many issues, right? Even if they were to use a coordinate reference system like the spherical one of latitude and longitude, they're not going in straight lines. They're curving. They're curving in at least one dimension. And the way they're tracking their position may not even be true and conformal to the topology of the surface that they're over. So this brings up some of the arguments that we have for the flat Earth, which includes black box data from air flights going back to the 1960s. Would you like to know more about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
The National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, in the United States has an open database where you can look up incidents of aircraft malfunctions going back to the 1960s, and they publish flight recorder data from the black boxes. In our research, we've noticed that not a single claim that has ever been posted to this database going back to the 1960s records an airplane that adjusts its pitch, its attitude, with respect to a curving surface of the Earth. It flies flat and horizontal the entire way. This includes a combination of airplanes back in the past that used mechanical gyroscopes that had to be manually nudged, as well as modern gyroscopes and Boeing 777s that operate based off of what's called the Sagnac effect, using light interferometry to measure attitude.
I was not aware of that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's worth researching.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, it's
well, you know, I came into this one, like I told you, open-minded, right? I didn't come in here expecting to be persuaded into being like, you know what, the Earth is flat, but it is good to have an honest conversation and see not just being like, oh, your side is crazy, no, your side is crazier, but actually hearing out the other side. I mean, there's still unknowns on both sides, right? How, you know, I might say, hey, there's no edge. You say we don't have the technology to get there yet, but you might also say, well, there's no proven, hey, if you go straight, you end up right back where you started, and you know that's true. So on both sides, there's a little bit of, hey, what about this? What about that? Yeah. So, you know, you can go in circles all day. Maybe we'll end up right back where we started, right? Yeah. But yeah, I appreciate the conversation. I actually got to go, but thank you for your time.
Come back.
I appreciate that.
Please come back and spend some time, hang out with us. We're normal people. We aren't crazy flat earthers.
Yeah, you guys sound pretty tame, so I appreciate the time. Thank you, gentlemen.
It's good hearing from you.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Catch you next time.
Yeah. Catch you next time. Peace.
Peace.
Hello.
That was wonderful. Hello. That was very pleasant. I enjoyed talking to that fellow.
Hello, Gustavo.
Hello, Gustavo.
That's a magnificent name.
Yeah, there's two of us.
Oh, so magnificent. We're graced with two of them. Man, to whom do we owe the honor?
To my father, Gustavo.
Do you have a grandfather also, Gustavo?
No, unfortunately, no.
Do you have a son, Gustavo?
No, unfortunately, no.
All right, well, you better name your son Gustavo.
I will. And if it's a girl, Gustava. No
yes, you got it.
Yep.
What's up, man? Do we sound crazy to you? Did you listen to the last interaction we had?
No, I just got here.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome. Yeah, we were talking about flat Earth.
I'm gonna change my name to Gustavo too.
From Julie.
Yes.
Yeah, Julie. Yeah, that's the Italian form of Julie.
Yeah.
Oh, Italian? Okay.
Yeah. She is very Italian. Shut the fuck up.
Reminds me of that movie. What was it? Your Highness with Danny McBride.
Never saw it.
Julie.
I have no idea which movie you're talking about. Me neither.
So a quick question. I don't have an opinion or a formed opinion on if Earth is flat or not. What can someone introduce me to this topic?
I'd like to, if you don't mind, if nobody else wants to.
Sure.
All right. So 24/7 flat Earth. We've been around about 10 years. And we are not like the crazy flat earthers you see on TikTok and Facebook and X and wherever else.
Okay.
So we are a group of rational empiricists, and we come from all walks of life. We've been recording and live streaming our discussions for the past 10 years on YouTube and Rumble. And we have had discussions, debates even with people like you can't even imagine, astrophysicists, scientists that work at national laboratories of various governments, aerospace engineers, all kinds of people.
Mm-hmm.
And basically our goal is to provide information about how we understand the world and why we no longer accept the globe as a valid cosmological concept.
Okay.
So we don't think flat Earth is in outer space. We're not space pizza Earthers, like not the Flat Earth Society. People show maps of what they call a flat Earth, which has like Antarctica exploded around the outer perimeter as an ice ring, and they call that the ice wall. That's just silly. I call that flat Earth science fiction. Okay.
Okay.
The Earth we measure is flat by all accounts. Land surveying methods, we measure it flat. Laser transit methodology, we measure it flat. Radio propagation, particularly in microwave, through microwave links, we measure it flat. In infrared, we measure it flat. And through our visual senses, we also can observe and measure it flat. And it doesn't move. What is the layout of this Earth? What does it really look like? I don't know. Now, the globe is a representation of what people understand the Earth to be. And for practical purposes, it can work as far as providing where you think you are with respect to the stars, the sun, and the moon. But it's not reality. It's not reality because we've got thousands of observations that show otherwise.
Okay.
Right. So I don't get bent out of shape when people say and show me the globe. I don't get bent out of shape when I see it on TV. I mean, I was a glober for more than 40 years before I came into this topic. I'm quite familiar with it. But now I understand why it was made, how it was made, its context and history. And it's a 2,500-year-old problem. It's an urban legend, an urban myth that goes back more than 2,000 years. And humanity has been trying to shoehorn observations into this the entire time. And that's what we're left with. That's the problem. And that's what we're trying to dig out of.
Okay. All right. Huh.
Yeah. Earth is not in outer space. There's no space pizza planet. Earth is the floor of the universe. Okay. All the stars, the sun, moon, planets, and everything are above your head.
So, okay. Okay, since I as I mentioned before, I don't have an opinion on it because I'm completely ignorant to the topic. That's why I don't have an opinion. I have a question though. When it comes to like if Earth was flat, right? If you wanted to get from one, how do I say this? How do I make this graphic or like something you can visualize? If Earth is flat and you want to get from one side, like one complete left side to the right side, technically you shouldn't be able to go around because it's not round, right? You have to go from one extreme, like from one corner to the other, right?
Well, what you're imagining in your head is latitude and longitude, right? Coordinate references on a grid. Yeah. That's spherical. That's a spherical coordinate reference grid.
Yeah.
And it may not match reality, guys. I'm here to tell you that it's possible. Okay. Picture this. Hold on a second. I got to get my kids to turn down the TV. So if you could imagine yourself being a pilot, okay? And you watch on your screen as the little airplane goes across lines of latitude and longitude around a globe, and you look outside and you see all the terrain.
Yeah.
What you're being presented on the screen matches, for the most part, of what you're seeing in reality. In fact, like a 1 square mile of a globe Earth It's 99.977% as accurate as 1 square mile on a flat Earth. Outside, you see all the terrain.
Okay.
So you could be watching a little airplane go around these spherical coordinate grids where all the terrain is mapped to it in a spherical fashion. And you can accept that the Earth is a globe as you're flying over something that's flat. The spherical coordinate system is going to take you in a circuitous route. So let's say that you're at the equator, right?
Okay.
And you want to fly east. You're going to go east around the North Pole. A spherical coordinate system is going to have you gradually turn in one direction as you go around the North Pole. So if you're flying east, you're going to gradually turn to the left, so imperceptibly that you may not be able to tell with your instrumentation and with your vision. And we would argue that that's actually not happening at all, that you aren't turning, but you're just heading in a direction. Up to a point.
Okay.
Right? So, maybe to backtrack is, so the surface itself is not curving and sloping and turning, and you're turning with it. You are actually only turning with reference to the spherical system itself. You aren't conforming to a globe as you fly. You're conforming to the wireframe mesh spherical coordinate system as you fly. And it's all being projected over a flat Earth. So you're turning to match the coordinate system, but you're not turning to match the flat Earth, if that makes sense.
So you're saying it's not how we're actually turning, it's just the way that we interpret it in modern day to be able to visualize it on something that our brain can understand.
I may have misspoken a bit earlier. So what I meant, I want to clear this up right now. You're watching lines on a map gently curve if you're heading east and you want to maintain your eastern heading. You're watching the lines gently curve to the left and you're turning to match the lines. But the Earth is still flat underneath.
Okay.
Right. So what is the true shape of the Earth, right? How is it actually laid out? I don't know. The spherical coordinate reference system of latitude and longitude we're using were derived from how people perceive the heavens. So it goes back to like Pythagoras and Plato. Goes back to Hipparchus and Aristarchus. I mean, these ancient Greeks used to sit up on top of a mountain and look at the stars and watch them and wonder, okay, they're kind of rotating. They'd mark their positions. And they envisioned the sky at night as a gigantic veil, a spherical veil with holes punched into it. And the stars were like the light of God shining through them. And they call this the celestial sphere. And even today, if we believe and accept the heliocentric Big Bang cosmology, right, we don't accept the celestial sphere as truth, right? Like the sky's not arranged that way in reality, we would say. These are actually stars and galaxies and planets of immense distances and sizes and proportions. And due to Earth's rotation, the sky appears to rotate. That's what we say.
Yeah.
But what if the sky doesn't really manifest as a sphere? And what if the sky does move? And what if the sky rotates in ways that are somewhat incomprehensible, but the human being has kind of simplified its motion in order to make it usable and to conform it to a certain geometry that they understand? That's what I would say would happen. So the celestial sphere concept only works when you take a limited number of stars and locations and you look at their movements and apply them in such a way. And if you were to use your conception of the heavens as a sphere as a point of navigation, you would need to apply the sky to the Earth as a sphere too to make it work.
So would that be similar to like the concept of how maybe like numbers don't even exist as well? Like something similar to that?
Sorry,
You
what
know,
you said?
would that be similar to the idea of how, for example, the number system was made up just so that we could somehow comprehend it, like values?
I would say no. It's a level of abstraction more than that. Like you can create a ball out of how you see the sky if you exclude certain portions of the sky, certain features, right? So the celestial spheres used in modern planetarium trackers like Stellarium and other things. If you go to like a planetarium in real life, they put a dome over your head and they project the stars onto it. They're basically doing kind of like with the Greeks and how the Greeks envisioned the sky. But that's only one interpretation. You can actually, if you study the whole sky and its aggregate, you wouldn't actually come up with a sphere. You'd come up with something completely different, and it's way more complex. Which means if you were to use the sky and all of its complexity to navigate, you'd get lost.
So I'm guessing. Okay. So I'm guessing the most popular question that non-flat earthers, if you call them that, have is, if the Earth is flat, what's on the edge, right? What do you like? What's the answer to that, or like what do you?
I don't know if there's an edge. I mean, maybe it goes on forever, and where we are has some kind of limitation. Maybe there's a wall. Maybe, I don't know. It's kind of like asking, what's the edge of the Big Bang, right? What's the edge of reality? Nobody can answer that. That's a philosophical question, not a scientific one, or one for scientific endeavors of discovery. Because I don't think you can get to it. I really don't.
What would be the edge? Like what continents or what countries are closest to the edge?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
Yeah, nobody knows. I mean, we can bind an edge to something we call a globe, right, and present that to the world.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the issue, right? So this is it's a bit of a tangent, but we are breathing pressurized air right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a limit. If the universe was infinite, then the volume that this gas would occupy would be infinite, and we could not be breathing. Yeah, that denies pressurization to take place, doesn't it? I mean, this is basic gas laws. It's really interesting how something as fundamental as, and foundational as gas laws that 8th graders learn about in middle school can debunk the prevailing cosmological wisdom of astrophysicists. But it's true.
I've never really stopped to think about it, to be honest.
Yeah. Gases don't interact with gravitational fields.
I can't say I agree, because I still don't have an opinion on it, but it doesn't sound all that, what's the word? Doesn't sound that far-fetched, you know?
Right. Yeah, what is far-fetched is reading about like flat Earth on social media. Listen, I'm here to tell you that like 90% of flat Earthers piss me off.
Why?
Because they start presenting claims that they can't prove are true and make us look like a bunch of idiots in our community. So they'll talk about like lands beyond the ice wall, and they'll show an azimuthal equidistant projection of the globe as a flat Earth and say that's flat Earth. They'll present the sun orbiting around the top of it. They'll put a dome on it. They might even put it in outer space. I mean, that's just stupid. That's stupid. I mean,
flat earthers are as passionate about this as like people are with religion? Because I've never met like in person someone who says, "Hey, I believe Earth is flat."
Yeah. I mean, good question.
It's not a belief. It's a measurement. It's a measurement. It's not a belief.
For us, it's not a belief. Okay. Yeah, you're going to find flat earthers who are freaking religious zealot nutcases, and that's not us. 24/7 flat Earth. I mean, I hate to say like, hey, we're special and different. We're not like all the others, but we've been around 10 years. We've been doing the same thing this entire time. And we're, some of us have worked in technical fields and academic fields, and we're trying to stay anonymous, and we're not trying to look like a bunch of nutters. And we're trying to present some of what we understand the world to be, how we've come to experience it to the world, and hope that other people will take it under consideration. Okay? I mean, we understand how the globe was constructed out of human choices and misinterpretations.
By the way, sorry if I use the wrong terminology sometimes, but I'm new to the topic, so
yeah.
So if I say belief or something, I apologize. I don't know the
That's
terminology.
fine, man. No, I won't hold you against it. I get the semantics. Hey, 5 years ago, I was not a flat earther, dude.
Don't take any offense. Sorry.
Yeah, listen, I'm in my 40s, like deep in my 40s, and I was not a flat earther 5 years ago.
What happened, or what was that experience or thing that happened that made you start to question it?
Well, we got locked down, right, for a pandemic, and I was bored, and I'm like, what are these guys talking about? I was lucky enough to stumble into this community after some of my research, and not some of the other goofy places that are like full of flat earth science fiction on the internet. And I've got a very unique technical background that I was able to apply to some of what I learned from people in this community. I went out and did my own observations, and I confirmed that, yes, indeed, the Earth is not a globe. Nope. I've also come to realize you can't defend that the globe is true without contradicting yourself.
Has your life changed in any way after realizing this?
Nah. I mean, I'm still the same guy. I've still got the same job I did back then. Same friends, same family.
Mm-hmm. But it's not affected your perspective on some things, or no?
Yeah, you could say that. Like, I see the news a bit differently, when I look at NASA news. But, the reason for me coming to this conclusion was not because of skepticism over NASA. Mm-hmm. When I came to this conclusion, I then became skeptical of NASA.
Yeah, because I'm guessing you're saying because if they tell us this and this is wrong, then what else could they tell us that's also wrong, right? I'm guessing.
Yeah, like just like when I brought up entropy and gas laws to you. The nature of gas is to expand indefinitely to fill the available volume, right? Gas molecules do this, and gas is freaking weird. Unbounded gas molecules is freaking weird, dude. You just heat them up a little bit and they go freaking forever. They're like perpetual motion machines. When I started to understand, when I started to realize this, when it started to really settle in, gas laws and outer space, I'm like, no. I mean, what I thought outer space was can't be true at all. It's got to be something else, and I don't know what it freaking is. And what I'm seeing in popular science, popular media, pop culture is an oversimplification of what outer space might actually be.
Mm-hmm.
So at one point, I started digging into the NASA Technical Reports server to pull up their published documents about what they think outer space is.
Okay.
What they say outer space is amongst themselves at NASA, at a very high level, academic and technical level, compared to how people think about it when they look at Star Wars and Star Trek, it's a chasm that can't be surpassed. They understand outer space to be full of plasma, 97 to 98%. Yep. They've spent billions of dollars on studying this, on building plasma sphere simulators on Earth, which ironically are represented by flat plates, in order to produce similar environments to what they believe exists in outer space. Did you know this? Did you know that the space shuttle, that remember the space shuttle, like pick any of them, this big magnificent white freaking school bus in outer space, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the back opens up. There's like a cargo bay. It opens up, splits down the middle. You know what they used to push out of that thing? A freaking plasma sphere collector. They used to raise this thing that looked like a freaking telephone pole out of steel. And at the top of this thing was a gigantic conductive ball that was connected to a tether, and they'd shoot it out, and it would go out like maybe 10, 12, 15 miles, still connected to the space shuttle. And what this thing would do is it would collect energy from the plasma layers in space and charge a battery. And they could actually play with the polarity and current of the tether itself and of the plasma ball, and they can actually push and maneuver the space shuttle with it, including slowing it down and stopping it in place. They talk about this in their technical report server.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of stuff from there, and I mean, you can find this stuff too. So if you want to find more, look up their TSS mission. They did a lot of this in like the 80s and 90s, the TSS tether missions. Look up electrodynamic propulsion, electrodynamic tethers. Just open up Google and type electrodynamic tethers NASA. This is what they're playing with in reality, and everybody else just kind of thinks that something else is going on, right? Like it's
you mean like
shoot up a rocket,
the actual PDF file from the NASA page?
Like there's a whole server on this. You can pull up PDFs, presentations. Like they aren't hiding this from anybody, and that's what's kind of freaking weird about this. They're not hiding it. If you go to NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, okay, NASA Goddard Space Flight Center is south of Fort Meade, Maryland.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. It says one of the critical processes for efficient ED tether operation is the ability to inject current to and collect current from the ionosphere. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Ionosphere, because the Propel mission is planned to have both boost and deboost capability using a single tether. The tether current must be capable of flowing in both directions and at levels well over 1A, given the greater requires both end of ED.
Right? So let me share you something. I'm going to post something in text chat on a NASA Space Flight Center. The Goddard Space Flight page. What Goddard does is they do tracking of satellites.
Hey Sophie, what's up?
Goosey.
Hey Sophie.
Goosey.
Sorry. Sorry.
Do you think the Earth is flat, Goosey?
I don't know. I just joined. I was like, let's see what these guys have to say. I'm curious. I don't know.
All right, enjoy.
Thank you.
Salam.
Salam alaikum. Sorry about that. Oh, Sporadic, you still there?
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, sorry about that, buddy.
Yeah, no worries. I heard that. That was really nice. Check out text chat. So this is the front page of NASA Space Flight Center, Goddard Space Flight Center. They do satellite tracking and telemetry. There's a part at the bottom that I put in yellow highlighted.
Oh, wait, I'm going all the way down. Hold on.
Yeah,
Right.
I would love for you, please read for the audience. There's a section at the bottom of that screen cap called query. Okay, do you see the query?
Yep.
Please read that aloud for the audience.
So it says the query, all of it, right?
Yes, please.
So it says the query component provides two query matching options: magnetospheric region occupancy and magnetic field line tracing. The region query lists the entry and exit times during which specified satellites were in particular magnetospheric regions.
Yeah.
The trace query identifies periods when one or more spacecraft are on the same magnetic flux tube of force, or periods when one or more spacecraft occupy a field line which traces down to a specified ground station. Let me read that shit again. Hold on.
Yeah, right? Like, what the hell?
Hold on. The region query lists the entry and exit times during which specified satellites were in particular magnetic regions. Okay. The trace query identifies periods when one or more spacecraft are on the same magnetic flux tube of force.
Yeah, what the heck is that?
Okay.
Yeah, keep going.
Or periods which one or more spacecraft occupy a field line which traces down to a specified ground station.
What does that mean? A magnetic field line from outer space tracing down to a ground. What? These are satellites.
But satellites send magnetic signals?
I think that they might be using some technology that we don't publicly fully understand because we aren't there. Or this could just be like crazy Star Trek language. Right? So the conventional wisdom says if you launch a rocket up and shoot it fast enough at a particular trajectory that it's going to find itself in a sustaining self-orbit and gravity around Earth. Bada bing, bada boom, if you get the trajectory right, if you put enough fuel in it and accelerate it to a particular velocity, you'll be able to send anything into orbit that easily.
Mm-hmm.
When I read this, and I look at all the other stuff I told you about, I'm like, hold on a second. What's really going on here?
Mm.
I mean, there's almost like a cartoonish, childish presentation of what's happening that's given to the public.
And is
it's
this
not to say that they're hiding this, right? They're not hiding this from you. That's on the front page of their website.
And supposedly, is this magnetic trace or line or like, yeah, whatever it is it man-made or is it something that's just there?
Dude, that's a big man-made. Boy, that'd be crazy. I can tell you, I came across an interesting Google patent a couple years ago. It was actually filed by the Chinese Space Agency, and they said that they were able to that they're filing a patent to put a super pressure balloon up in high orbit, quote unquote, right? And the tether between the balloon and the payload was electrodynamic, and that they could use ground stations to beam energy to the tether and the region around it and push it and pull it around. And that they could beam energy to it to charge the capacitors on board.
That would be insane.
Yeah. Listen, I'm telling you, what is really going on up there is more complicated than popular science, than pop culture believes.
Yeah.
And this stuff is public. I mean, I'm showing you stuff that's right there out in the open. And the public eye just kind of glosses over it and doesn't process it. Flat Earth is the same way. The Earth is flat. You can see it. You can experience it. It's right there in front of you. And, you can go with the globe. The globe, listen, the globe is a great way to conceptualize everything to the best of your ability right now.
Yeah.
But it's freaking wrong. Like, you can go about your life believing in the globe and you'll do just fine. I mean, the globe is a pretty clever trick. It's a clever model. They combined a celestial sphere coordinate system with a terrestrial. They basically wallpapered locations on Earth inside of a celestial sphere and called that a globe and used that as a navigation device. And it's pretty handy. But it's not reality itself. Reality is far more mysterious and complex, and I would say is reflective of a divine order that most people don't have the eyes to see. I mean, it sounds like you might come from an Islamic culture. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, I heard you like salam alaikum and okay.
Oh no, just that I'm very open to like a lot of cultures. Really, I like talking to people that believe or know about things that I have no idea about.
Yeah.
So I just consume a lot of information. So yeah. No.
I mean, yeah, we've got I was going to just say, I mean, we've got like two Islamic flat Earth servers, but you know, potentially the majority of us are either Christian or non-religious.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you were that persuasion, I'd direct you there. But since you're not, okay, carry on.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah. So listen, I mean, we're not crazy. We are just observant, and we're rational empiricists. Like I said, we came to this because of the way we study Earth. We've got members in our community who have the means and technology to show you things that would blow your freaking mind. You know, we've got long distance laser ranging tests. We've got high altitude aerial infrared photogrammetry from people who are credentialed to be able to document and properly convey what they're seeing to you. And they've written such reports and have documented this on YouTube. You know, we've got people who work in the RF industry through radio frequencies, right? And they've got amazing proofs too through setting up microwave links and radio communications over Earth. So we're not a bunch of yard birds, right? We're not a bunch of conspiracy idiots. We are, you know, we're a bit snobbier than that. Hate to say, but it's true, right? So, I mean, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I've only got a couple minutes left. If I may turn the control over to somebody else. DJ, you were last on. Please take it over. I have to go, and I will go in a few minutes, but I'll be listening for the next few. Gustavo, it was a pleasure. Please come back and tune in next time.
Thank you. Likewise. Thanks, everyone.
Yep, you're welcome.
Yeah, no, that was good to listen to. I appreciate that conversation.
Why did he mention like conspiracy idiots? Like, is it like
well, there's like a stereotype to people, you know, that are into all sorts of crazy conspiracies, like with saying there's lizard people and, you know, blah blah blah, like crazy conspiracy theorists.
Can we measure that, or how, like, if someone's like believes that cows are born from like falling stars, can I call him like a conspiracy idiot, or like
you can call him whatever you choose to? Yeah, that seems like a valid insult, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just talking like I just don't like to make up words, you know. I believe in
Yeah, you don't need to make up words.
I believe in words.
You believe in words. Yeah, nice.
Yeah. I know it sounds fucking stupid, but yeah.
Sorry you got to deal with this, DJ. Wish Gustavo would come back for you.
Oh, it's all right. I'm sort of doing some work at the moment anyway. Yeah. Yep. Go ahead.
What do you gain from the Earth being flat or not?
What do you gain?
Yes.
Have you been in here and asked this same question in the past? I recognize your voice.
No. It's the first time
Okay.
I'm sharing it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What do we personally gain? I mean, do you think knowing the true nature of reality is important? I mean, do you think being fed misinformation your whole life is something that you would want to know about? I mean, if the Earth was flat, would you think that was something that was important or not?
Not
Can I answer it? It's important if you gain something like out of it. It's important if you like can gain a knowledge out of it. So yeah, it's important only in some of cases. Yeah.
Yeah, I also think it really does unlock people's critical thinking skills. And I think that's something that society does lack as a whole. It does teach you, to analyze everything, in a certain way and to see what empirical evidence is behind claims that are being made, in all areas, not just this particular topic.
All scientists are lies and you are right?
No, they definitely didn't say that. So, yeah, most people are absolutely not lying. Most people are just regurgitating information that they were taught, right? And they never had a reason to question it. And they never questioned, like, the core fundamentals or variables, in what they're being taught. People were taught that the Earth was a globe when they were young, right? It's a belief system that's reinforced throughout schooling and then throughout university. So it's perfectly normal that people just take that on good faith. They've probably never really thought about it. Most people that come in here, they don't really know anything about the globe in general, like anything technical. They just believe it's a globe and they think that some scientists worked everything out and they never think about it. But once you look into it, you can go and test for the curvature.
Do you believe that no one gone to space?
Yeah, I believe that space is basically science fiction in a sense. I think that space exists, but just not as a giant vacuum with floating balls and gas balls and whatnot floating around in a big giant infinite space vacuum. I think that's scientifically impossible. And, most of the imagery and whatnot that we're getting from outer space is admitted to be composite, right? Composited imagery, CGI, artists' impressions, things like that. I mean, and also most of what we've been told about space, we just cannot validate, right? You have to sort of take that on faith.
Okay, they paid billions to deceive you. What significant will gain?
Sorry, who? Yeah, I don't think people are deceiving. I think people genuinely believe what they're teaching.
Okay, then what they receive paid billions to
who are you talking about? Yeah, I don't think people are generally deceiving, right? I think most people believe genuinely that the Earth's a globe.
I think
right? It's a model.
He's talking about the astronauts.
Yeah, the global is.
Well, are you talking about the astronauts? Is that who you're talking about? Astronauts?
I don't. Can you spell astronauts? I don't know the meaning of.
Like men that went to space, like that went to the moon.
Okay. I mean, all the world is paid billions to discover what in the space to deceive you.
Yeah, I believe he's just saying that they spent like billions of dollars to send this.
Yeah, who
the moon? So
yeah. So whose money?
Plane.
Yeah, whose money did they spend? They spent the taxpayers' money.
The taxpayers, yeah.
Yeah.
أوسخ من الفيجن يا
والله.
والله.
Look, I've done enough research on the moon missions, right? Even if I thought the Earth was a globe, I would call bullshit on the moon missions.
But it's not only about America. It's not only about America. It's also about the Indian mission.
The Indian mission is an absolute laughable joke, right? Have you looked at the footage? Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like,
okay, but what opinion? But like what you will say about in a couple of years? You will say the same, like just what you will say in a couple of years? Like,
well, our evidence is based here on the Earth, right? We've actually gone out and
what evidence do you expect? Like, you have everything you.
Yeah, we already have the evidence that the Earth isn't a globe, right? So space stories aren't really going to do it for us, okay? Because if you're claiming that the Earth's a globe, there would have to be curvature here on the Earth.
Oh.
Yeah, it's spherical. They will deceive you with that.
Yeah, so a lot of this space nonsense, we just cannot confirm. Like, we can't validate it. It's just, if you want to trust people that have been, space nonsense, right? Like, if you want to believe, like, when they came back from the moon, for example, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin brought back moon rocks, they said, right? NASA brought back moon rocks from the moon. When they that's what they said. Yeah. Okay, so when they gifted one of these precious moon rocks to the Netherlands government as a gift, when Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong went to the Netherlands with NASA, listen, let me finish talking, bro. Hold on a second. So they gave them one of their precious moon rocks as a gift. Okay, so the Netherlands ended up testing the moon rock in a laboratory, and it turned out to be completely fake and just a chunk of petrified wood, right? If you look into NASA, you'll absolutely be weary of believing what they're telling you, because they've been proven to be liars.
Okay, but what's the benefit of lies about you?
Netherlands.
Well, for NASA gets $70 million a day. I mean, that's
for
people. Do you think the government? Well, there's probably many reasons, but once again, who's lying that you're talking about specifically? Because NASA is a big government organization with tens of thousands of employees, right? Most people would have absolutely no idea that the Earth is not a globe. Most people are just doing their job. Right? These government organizations are compartmentalized, meaning they have specific jobs to do on a need-to-know basis. They don't know what the people in the room next to them are doing. Right? They sign non-disclosure agreements. So most people are not lying. It would only have to be a very small list of people, right, that are pushing the lie. Most people just believe that the Earth's a globe.
Hey, DJ, I have a question. Just curious.
Yeah. Sure.
Are there any data or stories or like articles of people who have gone out and said that the Earth is flat and have previously worked for like NASA or any government institute, and then been killed afterwards? Have gone missing afterwards?
Well, there's some interesting cases. I mean, there was Gus Grissom who said he was he died in training, right? He was meant to be one of the astronauts. And there's a lot of speculation that he was killed because he was saying that, like, he hung a lemon on the lunar lander saying, this is junk, we're never going to go to the moon. How can we go to the moon when we can't even communicate between two buildings? He's said we're never going to go to the moon, and he died shortly after. But there have been people that work for NASA that have been whistleblowers. There were also some astronauts. There was a Polish astronaut who said that the Earth is flat as well. Buzz Aldrin has some interesting interviews where he says that they didn't go to the moon, right? And that's the way it happened. Or when he went on Conan O'Brien, he said...
He never said that.
Yeah, he did say that, right? He did actually... Of course I can prove it, all right? I'm never going to say anything. I can't back up. I promise you that.
But
right, so I can post some clips of him saying these things if you want. There's a bunch of them.
Okay, please.
But yeah, there's a bunch of
I can remember
astronauts.
when the people just came here to him with the Bible and when said please praise on the Bible that you came from the moon.
Yeah, and they said we'll donate money to charity of your choice.
But
all you have to do.
It's not the proof. It's fucking insanity, man. It's fucking insanity. I remember he's saying like it's fucking stupidity. Like, yeah.
Yeah, so there was an interview with Buzz Aldrin. He was talking to a little girl, right? And she says, "How come you haven't gone back to the moon?" And he tells her, he says, "Because we didn't go, and that's the way it happened." And that's not a question that a little girl would ask. That's a question that I want to know. No, this isn't proof, right? None of this is proof of anything. You asked me if people that, well, I was asked if people that were
I asked
NASA employees had said anything about it being faked. And yeah, there's been plenty.
Do you know how many people are working in NASA, like at the moment, like at the current?
Yeah, there's a ton of people, right? Tens of thousands of people.
Tens of thousands. And you believe like none of them are like
what do they do? Okay, so only 26 people in all of history have even said to have left low Earth orbit, and that was over 50 years ago, right? And then when they interviewed NASA, right, they interviewed NASA astronaut Don Pettit, and they said, "How come NASA can't go back to the moon? Or why doesn't NASA go back to the moon?" Don Pettit said, "We destroyed that technology. NASA destroyed that technology to go back to the moon. We can't go back to the moon because we destroyed it, and it would be a painful process to build it back."
What do you mean by that? No, we can.
This is what the NASA astronauts telling you.
No, it's not true, man. You're just not saying the truth. Of course we can. It's just not worth mentioning it, like, because we don't.
Okay, so he said
we don't want to go back to the moon. Because
okay, so you know more than the NASA astronaut about it, do you?
No, I know like exactly what NASA is telling, like exactly at this moment, like. You can Google it like right now, man.
Yeah, so NASA astronaut Don Pettit says in an interview, which I'm going to post in the side chat. Just give me a second.
Like 40 or 50 years ago. No, I'm talking about today.
No.
I didn't. Today.
When did I say it was 40 or 50 years ago? Do you even know who Don Pettit is?
Like 2 minutes ago?
No, I didn't say it was 40 or 50 years ago. I said only 20. Bro, listen, you're misunderstanding me, right? I said that nobody has left low Earth orbit in over 50 years. 26 people have only ever said they've left low Earth orbit, right? And that was in the Apollo missions.
We was talking about landing on the moon. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I was telling you that recently, NASA astronaut Don Pettit, in an interview, was asked, why doesn't NASA go back to the moon? And he said, because we destroyed the technology and it would be a painful process to build it back again.
Oh yeah.
Posted in the chat box.
So he was right. The painful technology means that it's just too much money. That's right.
No, he said we destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back. He didn't say we don't have enough money.
That's right.
Hemming, you can see it in the chat box. I posted.
Yeah, go watch the video, bro. He doesn't say anything about money.
The painful technology means that it just will take the.
No, he said we destroyed. No, he said we destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build
technology. You can always recover technology.
Well, not according to NASA. Not according to NASA. They said it would be a painful process to build it back. Now they tell us they can't get past low Earth orbit. Right? You haven't researched this stuff. We have.
In theory, why did they even destroy that technology? Does he ever mention why?
No. And they
also said it's a lie because they never went.
Yeah, they never went. Exactly. What technology? Look at the lunar lander. It looks like a tweaker shelter made out of gold foil and curtain rods.
Because we had a purpose, like when the USSR wanted to land and a moon, and then like when this Cold War ended, it has no purpose. So
you're invested in it, like you're saying we, like as if it was like you and NASA.
Yeah. So what?
Us as humanity and NASA, and not you, right? NASA, right? have you watched the documentaries about the
Sounds
fakery
weird
of the
though,
moon,
right?
the moon
It's like
missions?
it's like you creating like I don't know. Let's say you want to make a car to like climb
Why
a
are you
mountain,
making so weird?
and then you build the car, climb the mountain, and you say, okay, I'm not going to use it anymore. I'm just going to destroy it.
Okay,
That's
now
so
we're
weird.
talking about building a car. Okay, now it's fucking.
No, it's an analogy. It's a
I'm
good
setting an
analogy.
example. So I'm saying, like,
It's
let's just
weird
say,
because now we are talking about building a car. Okay, yeah. Shit.
saying like
I think
let's just say you want to achieve something like I don't know, like there's a mountain next to your house. I wonder what it would be like to be able to fly up there. So you spend like 10, 15 years building something that allows you to get up there, and then you do it, and then you come back, and then you say, I'm just going to destroy this now. That sounds a bit odd, right?
Destroy now? What?
So let's just say there's a mountain next to your house, and no one has reached the top. And then you say, I'm going to develop for the next 10 years something that would allow me to fly to that little mountain, right? And then you make it up there. And then you come back and you say, okay, since I made it to the mountain, I'm just going to destroy this device. That sounds kind of weird. Like, why would you work 10 years to get up there and then finally do it and then destroy the only thing that will let you go back? It sounds more like I'm just going to destroy it so people can't question or tell me to do it again rather than to just destroy it. Just like it sounds a little odd, doesn't it?
It's
Yeah,
really
they
bad
also
argument
said
because I can give like a similar argument about talking about nuclear nuclear engines, but because some of them was buildings and some of them was like really powerful and going till the end, like, and of course they are working right now, but some of them are destroyed and it was a fucking disaster. So yeah, man, it's a really bad argument, you know.
No, we're just telling you what NASA said when they were asked why they can't go back to the moon. They said we can't go back to the moon because we destroyed the technology. That's what they said.
Yeah, that's what we're
If you
trying
don't
to
like
say.
it.
That's what
Yeah.
I said. That's what I said. That's why I'm saying it's a bad
No,
argument.
you said that they
man.
didn't say that. You said they didn't say that and they could go back to the moon, and you said it's only about money, but that's not what they say. That's all I'm saying. Right? They also said they lost all of the telemetry data and taped over the original tapes of the one of
Can
the
you
moon
please say that
landings.
you said that I said that they whole lost telemetry data? I never said that, but
No, I said that. That's what NASA said, right? NASA, when asked about the telemetry data, said that they can't find the telemetry data. They lost the telemetry data for
no,
the,
but
the
I ne-
lunar mission.
but
I didn't
I
say
never,
you said
I
it.
never,
Bro.
s- I ne- but
Nobody
I
said
never
you
said
said it. Nobody said that you said anything. This isn't all about you, bro.
I find it pretty it's a funny conversation because like right now I'm finding
No, I think you just have some
like
English comprehension issues. That's what I think the problem is.
yeah, like I'm finding like at least 3 people right now like finding that I'm
Or
saying
maybe you're
like
drinking
different.
alcohol. I don't know, bro, but something's up.
Oh yeah, no, okay. Nice one, nice one.
No, but like I get what DJ means because like for example, I don't have an opinion yet. Like I don't even support like I'm just listening to him, but I think your argument is like you're not understanding what he's trying to say because you randomly say I didn't say that and he never said you said that. I think you're having like misunderstanding what he's trying to say, to be honest. I'm not saying you or him are right. I haven't decided yet what my opinion is, so but he's saying something you're not understanding what he's trying to say, or myself, I think, for that fact.
Yeah, so look, exactly. Look, regardless, right, all of this outer space stuff requires you to have faith in NASA. So if you want to have faith and believe in NASA, that's up to you. That's a belief system, right? This isn't about belief and faith, right? This is about empirical evidence. Okay, so we have real-world observations that show that the Earth cannot possibly be a globe.
Can I
Long
ask something?
Sure, go ahead.
How Flat Earthers explains the 4 seasons of Earth?
Yeah, the seasons is okay. So day, night, and the seasons is just to do with the sun moving, right? So we all see the sun moving over our heads right? And it cycles between the tropics throughout the year, so every 6 months. So what you'll notice is the sun circles over the top of your head, right? It moves east to west over your head during summer. So at midday in summer, the sun will be directly above your head or anyone that's on the earth. When it's midday in summer, the sun will be directly above their head. Now, as it gets towards winter, the sun will slowly dip lower and lower in the sky. So at midday, it will be at a greater angle, lower in the sky. And
But
in the southern,
explain the tropical climate in the equator.
Because the sun is always circling close to the equator, right? Because it's cycling between the tropics. So it never moves far away from
the sun will have to be like vertical, not horizontal. Because
exactly.
Flat Earth is the casting of shadows. I cannot explain like the
it's the sun moving that
or seasons.
Well, the casting of shadows on the earth is just because of the movement of the sun. Just like if you move a flashlight across a desk, you're going to see the shadow angles change, kind of like a sundial.
Australia. But what about Australia?
The Earth were
flat, I'm Australian. What about it?
The day will be longer because
no.
At some point, the sun will be like at the back up there or at the down up there.
The sun's moving over the
rotation? How does the movement? I don't understand it.
Yeah, so all we
shapes.
Yeah, so we see the sun rise in the east and set in the west, right? And the sun moves in cycles. The sun and the moon appear approximately the same size in the sky, right? I know there's a different explanation on the globe side, right? But this is not the globe that we're talking about. So we see the sun move across the sky, right? It takes a particular circuit over the earth and it rotates between the tropics every 6 months, which creates the seasons. This aligns with what everybody observes on the earth.
But
whereas on the globe,
about Australia, you always.
Well, I'm from Australia. What do you mean? How am I forgetting about Australia? I'm Australian. What do you want to know about it?
Because it's different working for Australia. What you're talking? So.
Well, no. When it's summer in Australia, it's winter in the north, right? So when the sun is low in the sky, like I'm in Europe at the moment, right? And yes. Right now, the sun's very high in the sky when it's midday, and it's very low in the sky in Australia, because it's winter there. So it's opposite. So when the sun is circling closer to the north, right, it's summer in the north, and then 6 months later, the sun will be circling over the southern regions. Okay, and it will be winter for the north and summer for the south.
Nice, and you can prove it, of course.
Well, yeah, well, that's what we all observe.
Yep.
Exactly what I mentioned just then is what everyone observed. Now, when we see like the sun moving across the sky, right, we say the sun's moving across the sky. Whereas on the globe, they'll tell you that, no, from your perspective, the sun is not moving. It only appears to be moving across the sky because you're spinning faster than the speed of sound on the globe, right? We say that the Earth is stationary and that the sun is moving. Now, even people like Einstein, they said, like, there's no experiment to prove that the sun is orbiting around the Earth, right?
What time currently do you have in Australia? What time currently do you have?
Well, I'm not in Australia at the moment. I'm in Europe.
But you said that you live in Australia.
Well, I'm Australian. I'm from Australia. But yeah, I don't know. I can check. You can check if you want.
So
it's a different time.
So you're not in Australia, okay?
No, I'm in Europe.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Okay,
I'm from Australia though. I lived there my whole life. So
okay,
yeah,
my bad.
But yeah, you know, the time zones are just to do with the way that the sun moves. I mean,
it's my bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys, DJ, everyone, I'm gonna leave. Thank you guys for the conversation. That was very...
Yeah, appreciate it. Gustavo, hey, when you come back... Sure. Yeah, when you come back next time...
Nice talking to you, Gustavo.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Gustavo. Next time you come back, if I'm around, I'd like to go over some long-distance observations with you if you got time.
Sure. You know what's funny? I was just actually about to do the whole flashlight over a desk, but I was trying to open my camera, and it wouldn't let me. But I was gonna show like the actual like desk being flat and the light going over and casting shadows, because I think Lena asked something about that. But yeah, I didn't have permissions on the video thing, so
Yeah.
some other time. Yeah,
All right, bro. Catch you next time.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Did Apple block his camera for being flat earther?
Yeah, so over the flat Earth, we would say the sun is not 93 million miles away. It's much smaller and local, right? Kind of like what we experience. And the light from the sun can only push so far through the atmosphere, right? Through the air, right? Air is opaque over distance, right? Mediums are opaque over distance. Like if you go just 200 meters into the ocean, like down into the ocean, it's pitch black, right? You can't see the sun from down there. You can't see any light. It's pitch black because the light can't push forever through a medium.
But how can we believe your words that you don't even like say like where you're from?
Yeah, I'm Australian, but I'm currently living in Europe. How does that not make sense? Can you not hear my accent, my Australian accent?
No, it doesn't make any sense. No.
Really? So I was born in Australia and I lived in Australia, and then I got on a plane and I came to Europe, and now I'm living in Europe. That doesn't make sense to you?
Because when I was asking to you where you're from, you said that you are from Australia.
Yeah, so I'm from Australia, right? So if I'm from somewhere, that's where I came from. Like I came from Australia. I was born in Australia, and that's where I'm from. Right? Like you're from whatever country that you're from, but you don't have to live in the country that you're from.
Okay, so what you are doing it right now? You can say that you one take you.
Yeah, I didn't say I'm in Australia, right? I said I'm from Australia. Yeah, so when you say I'm from somewhere, that's like past tense.
Okay,
right?
so can I ask like where are you from? Like where you live right now? Or
Europe, I just told you that.
Europe, but Europe is big, you know.
Yeah, what does it matter where I'm currently in? I mean, I'm in Poland at the moment.
Because Europe is fucking big. For Americans, for Americans, Europe is just one time period. But for Europeans,
okay. So what difference would it make which European country I'm in? I mean, I'm in Poland.
Just say.
You want to know the suburb of the
Just say what
city?
time period do you live? What in time period do you live?
I don't know. It's 1:20 a.m. right now.
Pictures.
Yeah. What's that, Lena?
I want to post a picture, but I can't. I don't know if it is me.
Yeah. You need to spend a certain amount of time in the server before you can post images. But if you want to post an image, I mean, you can send it to me and then I can post it for you if you want.
Yeah, please. Okay, I have sent it. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking anyone to believe anything I say. I'm just giving you information and you can look into it and go try to verify it for yourself if you want to.
In my case, I'm just trying to imagine the shape and how to explain the day and the night and also the seasons. I can explain the seasons because, why the tropical climate of the equator can be possible in a flat Earth, but I can explain the day and the night. So I sent you that picture. So just try.
Well, I didn't get a message request.
No, really?
Yeah.
Let me check. Wait.
Yeah, so the sun is small and local, right? And when the sun moves away from you, it carries its light with it because the light cannot push forever through the air. right? It's called light attenuation. Okay, so when the sun moves away from you, it's lighting up a different area of the Earth.
Yeah, but if the Earth is flat, when it comes to the downside, what is there? More Earth, more people, or is nothing in there? Because if it is nothing, I cannot explain why in China is night and why in South America is day.
Yeah, so when the sun's passing over China area, it's daytime in China, right? When it's passing over Australia, it's daytime in Australia, right? The sun moves over the surface of the Earth and lights up a different section of the Earth as it transits. I'll try to find you a basic graphic to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. Yeah, I've got one here somewhere.
Regarding the picture, it says that as we don't share any server, I cannot send you any message.
Or maybe just have to send me a friend request. Yeah, send me a friend request, and then it should let you send me the message. All right, so this is what I'm posting, right? It's not a perfect model, right? But this is just to give you an idea of how the sun rotates between the tropics. And anyway, have a look at that in the side chat there.
Okay, checking right now.
Yeah, I'll check.
So
You should be able to send the
not a rectangle, it's a disk. Your proposal is a flat disk.
No, I never said a flat disk, right? I said this is to give you a general idea of the way that we see the sun move, and this is on a projection called the azimuthal equidistant projection.
Yeah, but in that case, you're not explaining seasons.
Yeah, so the sun rotates between the tropics. Okay, so when it's summer in the north, the sun is taking a path over the top of the north, right? And it slowly takes a greater path throughout the year. Okay, so when it's taking a greater path, it will be circling over the southern regions of the Earth, and it will be summer in like Australia and South America, etc. Right? When it's winter in the north. And 6 months later it will go back again. Right? That's what we all observe. Yeah.
It's in the center and the edge is Antarctica.
Well, we're not claiming the shape, right, of the entirety, right? But that's where the compasses point to, the north. Right? We have the North Star, Polaris, and then we have all the stars in the north circling around Polaris, right? Polaris is like the fixed star, right? And then we have the magnetic north, and then we have true north, which is underneath Polaris, right? And then yeah, so we do you understand the diagram that I sent you?
Not that much. I mean, like I tried to explain physically the seasons and the day and the night, but no, it has no back. Like it has no back, and yeah, the sun and the moon circulates above the earth. They never go back to the earth.
What do you mean?
They don't set.
Like I'm trying to explain the.
Oh, you're saying because of the sunset?
Yeah, there are many physics things that I cannot explain with that shape, So what I'm asking basically is what is the shape of on a flat Earth? What is the proposal shape for explaining those physical things that we encounter every year, like season, day and night, and what else?
Okay, so the sun, right? The sun moves over the surface of the Earth, right? And it rotates between the tropics, right? Between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. That's what creates the seasons, right? When the sun is rotating over a particular area of the Earth, right? Whether it's the south, like the south or the north.
Because
yeah,
just asking something.
You know how we see the sun moving across the sky?
Yeah, but seasons are provoked because of translation. No, the translation is the movement because you have rotation and translation.
No, the Earth doesn't move.
In the air flat.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't move.
Okay. Okay,
It's
that's
stationary.
what I understand.
Yeah. That's fine. It's yeah, so the Earth is stationary, just like we all experience. Right? And it's flat, just like we all experience, and we see the sun, the stars, and the moon, and the planets all moving in cycles above our head. Right? They're moving, not us, just like we all experience. That's what I'm saying.
So the Arctic will be completely different as we
The
know
Arctic?
it is
No.
nowadays. Because if the Earth is a disk, the Arctic should be.
No, we're not saying the Earth is a disk.
The problem
So
is
what is
because you
actually
showed
the
her a
shape?
disc image, she's instantly clinged on to that and gone, that's what he's proposing as a map of Earth. That is just a particular style of map.
I did mention that. I did say that this is not a map of the Earth. This is just to give you a general idea of what I'm talking about. But yeah, no, I understand your confusion.
But it's still, if it is a rectangular or a square,
No. Why would it have to be a shape like that? Why would it have to be a triangle or a square or a circle? Like, you know, what shape is a tree? What shape is a lake? Right? All different shapes, right? It's not like what a lake is a circle or a square. You know, it's a lake shape. Like maybe the Earth is just Earth shaped. We don't know that.
explain the
What-
edges. You need to explain the
No. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
shadows.
Let me explain to you what we're claiming. Okay, when we go out and measure the surface of the Earth, right? Most of the surface of the Earth is said to be water. And if it was a globe, the water would have to be curving on the surface. When we go out and test for Earth curvature, there is no Earth curvature. Okay, so when we say flat Earth, we're not talking about claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're claiming that there's no curvature when we go out and test the Earth in reality. Nobody knows the entirety of the shape of the Earth. That's not what we're claiming.
Okay, so but when you need to explain the 6 months of night day on the poles, for example, here in the south you have the Antarctica, and they live in during 6 months during night because the cast shadow of the sun not projecting the light in those places, and also happens in the North Pole as well. So how do you explain that phenomena? Like,
Do we need to? Does it prove the shape of the ground?
kind of,
Or is it just a
kind of.
curiosity thing on your behalf? I would like to know the answer to this particular question.
No, because if the Earth is flat, you need to be able to answer those
No, we don't.
natural phenomena.
No, we don't. The Earth is flat. It is measured as flat. So just because you don't have, or I don't have, an explanation for a particular phenomenon doesn't change the shape of the ground. So if the ground is measured a particular way, it doesn't matter what happens above it. it's still not going to unmeasure the shape of the ground. So we all know the ground is measured flat. What you would like to do is fill the void of what's missing for your particular phenomena. How we have multiple months of sunlight in the northern areas, or what we call the northern areas.
These phenomena
Multiple days of sunlight in the southern areas.
Shape of the earth. So
that's the explanation given to you. You were told that these phenomena work because of that shape. Now we know that shape does not exist because we can measure the ground. It's not that hard. You shoot a laser across a large body of water and you measure the difference between the laser and the ground. As you get further along the laser, that difference should increase if you're on a ball. That's it. It's that simple. The problem is, we go and do these tests and it doesn't measure bigger. So we know the ground has no curvature. No curvature means no ball. So what all you're doing now is, because the ball has been removed from your equation, i.e. being it has to be a ball in order to fulfill these particular phenomena, now that that's taken away, it's broken your equation and you want an explanation to refill that void. Do not be offended by this, but I also want explanations to fill a few gaps too. You are not the only one, so do not stress, do not lose any sleep over it. Some things are probably best unanswered. Why they happen, I do not know. How they happen, I do not know. We know it happens. We've got friends that have been there. We've known about the multiple hour sun in the Antarctic region since the 60s. It was actually documented in diaries and stuff. So we've known about it for a while. How it happens? Don't know. Why it happens? Don't know. I know you probably do want to know, but how it happens over a flat plane, that is a pretty good question. But we do know the Earth is still measured flat.
Not offend you, and well, thank you for your answers.
But doesn't mean you can't ask more questions. But you'll probably find a lot of the people in here, if they don't know, will say, I don't know. They won't give you a magical story to make you feel better. So yeah, hopefully you're not offended by that, but yeah.
Rude. We are having a conversation. I'm just asking an interesting question for me, and your tone like changed all the mood. So anyway, thank you.
Wow. Even when I'm nice, I'm not nice. Was that young lady super quiet, or was it just me?
Pretty
I had
quiet,
it cranked up to
yeah.
like 200%, and I'm struggling to hear her.
Yeah.
So she doesn't like my tone. Oh well.
Did you find any curvature yet, Imrail?
Do you really want to go do it all over again?
It was just quiet, so I thought I'd ask. No, I don't think I don't think that you did. I was just joking.
I'll take that as a no. Just the way you said that.
Yeah.
But honestly, today I was surprised that you would like admit that satellites exist, because earlier I honestly thought that Flat Earthers think that satellites are fake.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, it's just when they say that there's satellites orbiting around a globe, but absolutely satellites exist. Yeah, definitely.
And like also on Flat Earth, in that case, satellites use some, like, why wouldn't they fall down on Earth?
Well,
the same reason why they wouldn't fall down on a normally.
So sometimes satellites do fall down, right? And when they do, there's always a balloon, a big giant balloon attached. Now there's a massive satellite balloon program. Okay, and there's tons of footage of them taking off, and NASA admits they use them, right? They're called stratosphere balloons, or strataloons, or satelloons, and NASA has a huge amount of these, and they actually launch. I forget the exact amount, how many are launched each year, right? But NASA's first satellites were also balloon satellites, right? Their first Echo 1, Echo 2. Right, and they were.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's like no mystery. Why wouldn't they go just down? Because you don't need any energy to go up. You just use the Archimedes law, like you just the buoyancy scene, and it will go down or up depending on the relative density. But I mean, to move something forward, you have to spend energy. Otherwise, we wouldn't fuel our planes with such a big amount of fuel. So for satellite to go like few years, even months, even few days, like in some, like just flying around, not just going up or down, it would require a lot of energy, a lot of fuel.
Really? So when they had that Chinese spy satellite come over the USA that they shot down, how do you think it got to the USA?
Yeah, you could like notice that it wasn't like they couldn't control it, like it was flowing with the air, like just wherever the wind would blow in that direction, the balloon would go as well. But satellites, like to make this picture, you have to know where it is, and you have to like be able to control its movement.
Really? So you think that they're controlling satellites' movement?
Oh, well, I've never
steering satellites around. No, that's not what they're doing. Like maybe we don't know exactly what's going on with that technology, right? But let me give you a list of different types of satellites that do exist. Right? We can have solar drones. We can have all types of different satellites. Like here's a graphic in the side chat you can have a look at. Right, but we don't have, like when you go to Google and you type in photograph of a satellite in space, right, you're going to get just a whole bunch of cartoons, CGI images. Okay, what we do actually witness in real life is the types of satellites that we can validate, like the satellite balloons and whatnot. But you do, obviously you know that over 99% of all communication is done via undersea cables and ground towers. But sure, yeah, satellites exist, but not as, not in the vacuum of space, not orbiting around a globe, right? Because there's no curvature. Yeah, so Helio just put a link in the side chat there, right? It's nasa.gov. It's NASA's scientific balloon program.
Yeah, but I was talking, with these balloon things, it's just like, let's explore something and see where it goes and what it shows us. But I meant the satellites like that you used to how do you say that? The phone calls, like mobile satellites, I don't know how to call them, and stuff like this, or the ones that takes pictures, or like this. Or do you believe that international?
Well, what satellites? Yeah. So okay. So
yeah, something like this that is predictable.
Well, when you have a look at the raw images that come in from these satellites, right? They're not showing any Earth curvature. They're showing small sections of the surface of the Earth. When it comes to the ISS, there's literally 6-hour-long playlists of them getting caught in harnesses and green screens and wearing hairspray, and like there's tons of fakery going on. Now there is something up there, but is it in outer space, right? Is it orbiting around a globe? Is it really moving 17,000 miles per hour and 250 miles away? I don't think so. But there's something up there. But even at that height, right, you know, the dramatic curvature that you see from the footage, that's not how much curvature you would see from that height anyway. And then you look at the footage from the main cameras on the Chinese space station, right? The Chinese space station's meant to be the same height as the ISS approximately. And they show a completely flat horizon from that height.
Yeah, but like, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I wasn't implying that you would be able to see the curvature or stuff like this. It was just like if we had these satellites that could move around above the Earth with no like visible energy source like big fuel tanks, so that would be like an incredible technology to have, because like with this you wouldn't need to make big planes with and like fire up a lot of fuel, and you'll just use the same technology and travel around the world.
Yeah, well, I mean, there already are things like that. I mean, if you have next time you see Sporadic Echo in here, ask him about it. He knows a lot about that particular topic. I don't know a ton about it, but I mean, if you have a look at the devices in that image that I posted, I mean, you know, they could be high altitude drones and things like that, right? They could be, you know, what's going on with the wind currents and jet streams and things like that they might be using to, you know, put these objects into. We're not sure 100% exactly what's going on. Too high than we can validate. I mean, we're left just speculating or, you know, trusting what we're told. I mean, if we're claiming that satellites are orbiting around a globe, you know, obviously it has to match the radius value, and then there would have to be curvature present on the Earth. So, I mean, it's always going to come back to the curvature of the Earth when it comes to claims that require that to be a prerequisite.
DJ, can I refer Embrail?
Yeah,
Embrail to a video from Robert Bassano. I posted a link in the chat box. The video is called "All Satellites Are on Balloons," and Robert Bassano in this video is not just expressing his opinion, he is showing documents, I think from the 60s or the 70s, government documents, which describe how satellites were deployed on balloons and how they were deployed by special airplanes, and then also brought down and collected and brought back if the balloon was about to fall down, and they could also change the positions of the satellites. So we are glad that you have perceived that you have recognized that we don't deny the existence of satellites. But according to these documentations and proofs, all satellites are on balloons. So they are in the atmosphere, so-called sphere, atmosphere or atmoplane. So they are not in space, and they are not at an elevation of 200,000 or 20,000 miles. They are maybe.
I think even on a globe Earth, it's like not that far away. It's something like few hundred kilometers, maybe.
Oh my god.
Anyhow, they are not at an elevation of not even 100 miles. That's not possible because balloons cannot go that high. And that's why you saw the Chinese balloon. And once I saw also a video about satellite balloon sighted in Japan, I think in Tokyo. I even downloaded the video, but unfortunately I'm not able to find it on my external hard
Are you
drive.
fascinated with balloons? You like balloons?
Hi PMac.
Hi, Berserker. How you doing, bro?
Fine. How are you doing?
Not too bad. How are you? So, what are we talking about here? Balloons?
Yeah, we're talking about Imrael is trying to inform himself about flat Earth and putting forth questions to DJ and
I mean, satellites they claim are at all different heights. Like they say, GPS satellites are like 5,000 miles away or something like that. Some extreme distances.
Yeah,
but like those little tiny satellites, they say that I think the closest one, I think like the Starlink ones, they say they're like 500 miles up or something like that, and that's approximately the closest ones, allegedly. I don't know. It's just unfortunately it's very difficult for us to confirm this information.
Yeah, and this is an interesting video from Robert Pisano because Robert Pisano was.
Oh yeah, thanks for sharing that.
No problem, because Robert Pisano was also hard sometimes to the flat earthers, and he always said it's not about what you know, it's about what you can prove. So he said a couple of times, please don't claim something when you cannot prove it. So Robert Pisano was the first one who puts this rule that one should not claim something which he cannot prove. I find that very nice. Yeah, and you're welcome. Nothing special, bro.
That's a big one. What you can prove.
Yeah, but he's proving it. He's proving it in this video because he is showing documents from Air Force. Okay? Air Force documents, yeah.
What did he prove?
Yeah, Air Force documents describe how satellites are deployed with balloons by airplanes. And they have some kind of rope which drops, and airplanes can fly again if they want to change the position of the satellite, and they have something like a fork at the end of the plane. They can pull the satellite and change its position, or when the helium is not enough to carry the satellite, and the satellite is in danger of falling down, then they will go and collect the satellite and bring it down.
Like, does that prove the ball or the flat Earth are not right?
No, this proves that satellites are not in space. It's all about that.
Proves satellites, okay.
Yeah, are not in space.